hello, chat. We are back with day number 9 of Norway chess and खतरनाक battles होने वाली हैं हमारे सामने अभी सारे इंडियन प्लेयर्स still in the running for first place and आज हमारे पास एक स्पेशल गेस्ट है आपके लिए. It is the gold medalist from the Indian Olympiad team, former Indian number 1, part-time YouTuber and dancer, and the commentator we have finally with amazing teeth. Welcome GM Vidit Gujarati.
Yo, I'm glad to be here. Finally, I'll be doing commentary because I don't remember the last time I joined any commentary. It's been years. So, maza
Wow.
aega to follow match live. Totally.
Yeah, we are used to seeing you with it, actually playing, and glad to have you on the back end of things. This is a bit less stressful, I would say, yeah.
अरे no comparison. Game में जो stress होता है इसमें तो I'm going to chill, have fun, watch other people have stress.
It's gonna be amazing. So, Niri bhai, let's go to the games. Maybe we can have the board, the commentators, and the cameras of the players as well. And it's going to be fantastic. Vidit bhai, before we go into the gritty matters, जहाँ पे थोड़ा stress जरूर होगा शायद. Have you been following Norway chess? कैसा आपको players की performances लगी अब तक? And what's your overall vibe of the tournament?
भाई वो वीडियो कितना वायरल हुआ है मैग्नस
मैं
और
वही
गुकेश.
पूछने वाला था.
इतना वायरल हुआ है भाई. मतलब मैं इंस्टाग्राम फीड खोलो, देयर हैव बीन सो मेनी रीमेक्स ऑफ दैट वीडियो. डिड यू सी दैट?
Yeah.
लाइक कोई सांप सीढ़ी खेल रहा है एंड वहां पे ऐसे बैंग करता है टेबल एंड वो उठ के जाके खड़ा हो जाता है ऐसे. लाइक आई सॉ सो मेनी वर्जन्स ऑफ इट. लाइक पीपल हु आर नॉट रिलेटेड टू चेस उसके रेफरेंस कर रहे हैं. सो आई सॉ वीडियो कल राज शमानी का. ठीक है, तो उसमें एक वो प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टिगेटर होता है, वो कुछ स्टोरी बोलता है उसमें कि ये इसमें ऐसा होता है वैसा होता है, एकदम लाइक लॉट ऑफ प्लॉट ट्विस्ट. तो उधर टॉप कमेंट भी है, इवन मैग्नस एंड गुकेश विल बी सरप्राइज्ड बाय दीज मूव्स. ऐसे तो मतलब वो वीडियो तो बहुत ही वायरल हो गया. आई थिंक
Oh, wow.
दैट वाज द हाईलाइट ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट फॉर श्योर.
Wow, that is actually crazy, and I agree with it. I think हर जगह पे social media पे it's spread out, and I think 100 million views or something. I think the first reel itself got. Yeah, forget about the others जो लोगों ने नए versions बनाए. So and just gonna get your opinion, like क्या ही reaction था भाई, crazy reaction, and समय का आपका वो podcast आया था एक दिन पहले, सब लोग कह रहे हैं भाई कि समय manifested it, but crazy moment था वो.
नहीं, समय का मुझे समझ नहीं आता है. वो कुछ भी करे कहीं ना कहीं से वो पॉपुलर हो ही जाता है, पता है. मतलब दिस इज नॉट द फर्स्ट टाइम ही हैज डन समथिंग लाइक दिस. ही हैज सम मैजिक. समय का पता नहीं क्या है. ही ही जस्ट सेज द एग्जैक्ट थिंग्स व्हिच विल मेक इट वायरल. लाइक
Crazy moment था
आई
वो.
डोंट नो व्हाट इट इज. तो बट लोगों का रिएक्शन तो बहुत ही क्रेजी था
Yeah.
उस पे. आई थिंक मेनी पीपल डिसलाइक्ड मैग्नस एंड बिकेम लाइक अ फैन ऑफ गुकेश आफ्टर दैट. ऐसा is the general perception which I saw. But
Hmm.
hitting the table is a very common thing. I have done it also,
Hmm.
but not
Yeah.
with this much force. I was
Yeah.
winning a game in Olympiad and 2022 या उसके पहले का था. And in that winning position, then it slowly started becoming a draw. And I was so upset I did this. And Anish was there because I was playing against Netherlands team. Tab, and they made so much fun of me of this hitting the table. But I think now they cannot. Yeah, now they have someone new.
Oh wow. So I think this moment will be iconic, of course, and itna media attention isko mila hai. And of course the players have to play from this tension, right? So it's not gonna be. Do you think it's gonna play on the minds of the players? For example, Gukesh, Magnus, yeah, whatsoever.
By the way, is everything working fine? Just because I'm reading the
हाँ
comments. Is the
हाँ. I
audio
think
fine? Is
कोई
the video fine?
कोई echo है क्या नीरी भाई? Let us know if there's something from our end. कुछ भी scene चल रहा है तो बता दो. We can fix that. Play on the minds of the players.
Yeah, it
Uh,
was running on YouTube for me. Now I've closed it.
हाँ वो म्यूट कर दो विद भाई. Then it's fine. I think you can mute it and it will be fine.
Now is it better?
हाँ
In
perfect.
chat, are you fine? All good? वीडियो का क्वालिटी, दे आर सेइंग वीडियो का क्वालिटी को क्या हो.
वीडियो
आप
तो आई थिंक ठीक होगा मेरे ख्याल से. आई एम गोना
आप
आल्सो
नासिक
चेक.
से स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो क्या?
भाई मैं फरीदाबाद से स्ट्रीम कर रहा भाई. इट्स वर्स देन नासिक सो.
अरे मैं ऐसे जस्ट नहीं है रेफरेंस. नहीं, मेरा तो नासिक से ही है.
ओह अच्छा,
एवरीथिंग
यू आर
इज
नासिक
फाइन.
राइट नाउ.
या आई मीन नासिक, या
ओह
यार
नाइस
नासिक
नाइस।
में 300 Mbps का है भाई इंटरनेट, मैंने 100 का लगाया है, बट 300
हाँ।
का तो है।
भाई लेकिन आता
फिर
नहीं है
वो
300, मेरा भी एक्चुअली 300 ही है, बट आता भी 30 भी नहीं है मुश्किल से, तो यही इशू है।
नहीं नहीं, मेरा तो आता है।
ओह बढ़िया। ऑल गुड ना लोग कह रहे हैं।
यस,
बढ़िया
ऑल गुड,
बढ़िया
चैट इज फाइन, चलो।
बढ़िया
Chat,
बढ़िया।
remember it brings back old days whenever I used to go live. No audio, no audio, lag, all this stuff. Brings back memories. But good, we see 1,000 people have joined in chat. Please feel free to ask questions. And I think
हाँ
Sahil, Niranjan, they'll pick up some questions from there and we can have an interactive session also.
या एब्सोल्युटली चैट, डू नॉट बी शाय भाई, पूछो सवाल पूछो, निर्भय सवाल उठा के हमसे पूछ लेंगे। एंड
And we will
मीनवाइल
choose
विद
it to answer
हाँ।
or not, but you don't hesitate. We will hesitate.
ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू। एंड ऑफ कोर्स आज के सवाल थोड़े स्पाइसी भी हो सकते हैं, सो हेजिटेट करना पड़ेगा। एंड मीनवाइल विदित भाई, सो वी कैन स्टार्ट विद वन ऑफ द गेम्स, एंड देयर यू सी गुकेश अगेंस्ट वेई। एंड गुकेश ऑफ कोर्स हैविंग सम विंस सम लॉसेस, बहुत खतरनाक इवेंट गया गुकेश का ओवरऑल। एंड वी आर सीइंग सम कंपटीशन अमंग द इंडियन प्लेयर्स एज वेल, गुकेश हो गया, अर्जुन हो गया इन दिस टूर्नामेंट। सो क्या फीलिंग आ रही है? वी सीन द पेटर ऑफ डिफेंस सो फार, काफी सॉलिड
Yeah,
चॉइस ब्लैक
I'm
से, एंड
surprised.
क्वीन D3।
So first of all, I would say कि Gukesh has done well against Wei Yi is what I remember. So हाँ, Asian Games में हम साथ में खेल रहे थे, and Gukesh was white and Wei Yi was black, and it was India-China match, and Gukesh had some idea in opening. वो बर्लिन खेलता है Wei Yi जनरली, तब उसने वो आइडिया खेला था and Wei Yi was completely outplayed. At the end,
हम्म
although I think Gukesh missed a win and draw हुआ था, uh, yeah, I think so. Draw हुआ था, but Gukesh had very good chances of winning. And I remember somewhere else also, uh, he had a promising position. So Gukesh historically has been a tough opponent for VE, जितना मैंने
हम्म।
देखा है. I think Olympiad, of course. वो दिन
या
कैसे भूल सकते हैं यार?
या मैं
The classic game where Gukesh defeated Wei Yi in a long 6 hour India-China match. So in general, Wei Yi has not done so well. तो आई थिंक साइकोलॉजिकल एडवांटेज तो फॉर श्योर गुकेश के पास है. ऑल्सो
हम्म
लास्ट 2-3 राउंड्स में गुकेश का अच्छा होता है, एक्सेप्ट द लास्ट राउंड अगेंस्ट नाकामुरा. ही
हम्म
लॉस्ट, बट उसके पहले ही वाज ऑन दिस मोमेंटम. ओवरऑल आई डोंट नो, गुकेश का फॉर्म थोड़ा शेकी रहा है, बिकॉज लेट्स से अगेंस्ट अर्जुन ऑल्सो ही हैड वर्स पोजीशन मैग्नस के साथ भी. बट आई थिंक ही इज बिन रेजिलियंट एंड
हम्म
बिकॉज ऑफ हिज टेनासिटी ही हैज बिन रिवॉर्डेड some games. तो it will be interesting to see ये गेम कैसा जाएगा. पेटर ऑफ डिफेंस में क्वीन D3 इज अ न्यू मूव, नॉट न्यू मूव, रेयर मूव. जनरली क्वीन
हम्म
D2 पे आता है एंड बिशप गोज टू D3
हम्म
एंड लॉन्ग castle. तो क्वीन D3 is kind of relatively a rare line. That's why Wei is thinking.
हम्म
And queen D3 का one of the points is of course H4 खेलना है and knight to G5.
हम्म।
This could be
या
an idea.
एंड दैट्स
तो
वेरी interesting that you mentioned कि गुकेश पीछे से कम बैक कर रहा है, he has been worse in some positions. So would you say कि like this is very interesting, like he gets worse position and then he kind of comes back in that time pressure जो phase है. So would you say कि Norway chess का जो time control है, that's also enabled him to do that, and ये format time pressure wise कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
ये कैंडिडेट्स वाला फॉर्मेट है क्या, विदाउट इंक्रीमेंट?
हाँ, it's like 30, 40 moves तक no increment and then you get a 10-second increment.
ये मुझे फॉर्मेट नहीं पसंद आता. मेरे को
बट
इंक्रीमेंट चाहिए होता है.
बट देखने में
बट
बड़ा
पता
मजा
नहीं.
आता है, ये चीज है।
हाँ, एंड वेई को ये ज्यादा डिसएडवांटेज है, क्योंकि वेई इज द पर्सन हु ऑलवेज गेट्स लो ऑन टाइम, एंड ही हैज बीन फेमस फॉर लाइक लेट्स से मेकिंग अ मूव with 1 second on the clock and then having the increment. Like there have been many instances of that. So
हम्म।
that has been there.
या एंड वे अभी ऑलरेडी 10 मिनट पीछे है, सो ही इज यूज्ड अप 10 मिनट्स, सोच रहा है अभी भी। एंड
Yeah, I
मीनवाइल
think
वी
we
कैन हैव
can
हाँ।
do an overview of other games also.
या
Maybe Arjun
या
game.
या
So far,
या
I think we is thinking we'll come back to it.
Yeah, and these are the six games with it. So we can see ki upar open section, niche women section, and of course Arjun ki game on the top right there. We can see ki knight d5 has been Arjun's last move, and Arjun also has been very well prepared by the way in this event, like playing very very quickly. Literally Fabi एक line में कोई random सी line खेला, and even that he knew beforehand. So opening prep wise, I think both Indian players impressing a lot there.
ये एलेपिन लग रहा है मुझे नाकामुरा का गेम, राइट?
हाँ 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 हाँ. Yes, yes. This is the start of the opening, I think. E4, C5, knight F3, and now C3.
अच्छा, E6 के बाद C3 हुआ है, ट्रांसपोज हो
Yeah,
गया है एलेपिन
yeah,
वेरिएशन में।
yeah,
इसमें मैंने
yeah.
गेम भी खेला है शैंकलैंड के साथ। नाइट
Hmm.
B5, क्वीन D7, नाइट D4,
Knight
और
D4.
मैंने बिशप E7 ही खेला था। द पॉइंट
Hmm.
इज कि नाइट C6 अगर मारोगे बिशप E7 के बाद,
Hmm.
क्वीन टेक C6, क्योंकि यू डोंट वांट टू प्ले
Hmm.
पॉन टेक्स, क्योंकि पॉन स्ट्रक्चर खराब हो जाएगा।
Hmm. Hmm.
एंड क्वीन C6, नाइट E5, क्वीन E4, ये ट्रेडिशनली लाइन होता है। यहाँ
Hmm.
पे व्हाइट का बेस्ट मूव क्वीन D4 है। आई थिंक दिस वाज
Hmm.
मेंशन्ड इन द कोर्स ऑफ चेसेबल, promoting
Hmm.
chessable here. um, although I do not have any course, but I remember कासिम जराव एंड
Anish.
सूर्या ने बनाया था, तो
हाँ
इसमें ये लाइन रेकमेंड किया था। एंड आई थिंक शैंकलैंड ने मेरे साथ बिशप B5 चेक दिया था वो गेम में, वो
हाँ
पोजीशन
got
में।
it. Got it. Ah,
बिशप
that final
B5
position.
चेक,
Yes,
यस,
yes.
एंड किंग F8 मूव है,
Oh, wow.
एंड नाइट F3 टू ब्रिंग बैक, बट
Hmm.
knight D5 लेके you can attack the bishop on E3 ऐसे। So it's a complex
Hmm.
line. So Hikaru went for something else.
Yeah, bishop D3, knight D5, queen C2. He took the bishop, and now
It's a
queen to
very
C7.
interesting decision to give the bishop यहाँ पे ऐसे on
Hmm.
E3, क्योंकि अगर आप देखोगे इसके बाद if you reach an end game or something, this pawn structure is very favorable for black, क्योंकि
Hmm.
E3 का पॉन आइसोलेटेड है एंड ब्लैक के सारे पॉन्स आर वेल प्लेस्ड। तो व्हाइट इज काउंटिंग ऑन द डेवलपमेंट और
Hmm.
अटैक, लाइक ही विल गो लॉन्ग कैसल नेक्स्ट मूव, एंड
Hmm.
ब्लैक का कैसलिंग करना इतना इजी नहीं है अभी, क्योंकि H7 पॉन पे
Hmm.
अटैक है।
Hmm.
दैट्स द थिंग। सो इट दिस इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग गेम टू फॉलो, इट विल बी वेरी डायनामिक। आई थिंक ही इज ट्राइंग टू कैप्चर द नाइट ऑन C6
Oh, wow.
और
Hmm.
वो लॉन्ग कैसल। आई थिंक ये दो मूव्स में से कोई मूव होगा, कि शॉर्ट कैसल जाना सेंस नहीं बनता है मेरे हिसाब से। ही टुक ऑन
Hmm.
C6।
Hmm. Yeah.
वन ऑफ माय
I,
फेवरेट थिंग्स टू डू व्हेन स्ट्रीमिंग इज टू प्रेडिक्ट व्हाट दे विल प्ले। या,
I, but I think predicting Hikaru's moves is not easy though. I mean, his expressions also kind of give you a lot away, but कुछ भी हो सकता है उसका मतलब.
नहीं नहीं, अभी समझ जाते हैं, हम इतनी बार खेले, थोड़ा प्रेडिक्ट करना आ जाता है।
And
आई
meanwhile,
थिंक
we can yeah,
हिकारू हैड
politics
मेड
happening.
अ कमेंट ऑन अर्जुन राइट अभी रिसेंटली।
हाँ.
I saw somewhere
He,
कि he is very good, his style is very good when playing against low rated players, and he can win a lot of games, but against top players he has to learn to be more solid, something like this, right?
hmm.
That
Yeah,
was his
yeah.
comment.
Yeah, I think for top players, I think he has to adapt a bit and take slight less risks and something like that. It will work against lower rated players, but not against top players. Something
Yeah,
like that.
sorry,
आई
I'm
थिंक
just trying
कैमरा
to
मेल्ट
see.
हो गए थे वहां पे बीच में. प्लेयर कैम
हाँ,
हमारे प्लेयर कैमरास मेल्ट होते रहते बीच में, ऐसा चलता रहता है.
अच्छा अच्छा, मुझे लगा मेरा कुछ नेट का प्रॉब्लम है क्या, मैं फिक्स करने
नहीं,
गया था।
वो ऐसे ही होता है, बीच में हाइड करना पड़ता है. टेबल आजकल काफी खराब हो रहे हैं ना, तो इसलिए.
अच्छा अच्छा।
Yeah, and Hikaru, by the way, he has castled queen side. So clearly यहाँ पे, as you said, he's banking on the developer advantage. तो देखना
जैसे
पड़ेगा. Black will
if
he go
black
king
plays
side?
G6 तो
Yeah.
H4 आएगा,
हाँ.
H4 H5, that is not
Yeah.
easy to deal with। अगर H6 जाएगा to castle, then white will go G4 H4
Oh.
and then G5। तो
Hmm.
actually one option which could be good is to long castle with black।
Wow. अच्छा.
हाँ,
And
your king is safer there, but the thing is white will not allow, like bishop
hmm.
B7 खेला अभी।
Hmm.
I think white can even take on H7, मार दो pawn को, G6 आएगा तो
Wow.
bishop G6।
Oh
So
wow.
actually taking on H7 is a threat right now।
Wow, maybe this
It's
is what
very
Bobby Fischer
interesting
intended.
question. I don't know
Yeah, this is.
what he will play.
And Queenside Castles is crazy though, like, with the pawns opened up like this. But as you're correct, I think Kingside करोगे तो G4 H4 instantly आ रहा है.
By the way, there is some
And
lag. So is it
Arjun's choice
lagging
is
on
not
my end?
easy here. But कहीं ना कहीं he's been so well prepared. No, no, I think it might be the. Is it us or is it like the podcast?
Sorry, chat. अगर ये थोड़ा इधर है.
Ali back.
नहीं, because in the chat I read that there is some quality. I'm getting 120 Mbps.
Uh-huh. Meanwhile, Hikaru has just played. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Bishop D7 played by Arjun in about a minute with it. So he is
So,
prepared as of now.
पर अभी H7 pawn मारा तो क्या होगा? I'm curious. Yes, guys, the lag will be fixed in short time. Technical errors होते रहते हैं.
हाँ भाई, आई थिंक विदित इज स्ट्रीमिंग आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग व्हाइल. ये तो ट्रेडिशन होना चाहिए एट दिस पॉइंट. नहीं
ए, मेरे पे मत डालो भाई, मेरा तो
नहीं
सब
नहीं, मैं
सही
तो
चल
मजाक
रहा
कर रहा हूँ.
है.
नहीं, हमारे कैमरा मेल्ट हो रहे हैं भाई. देखो ना, नॉर्वे के कैमरा मेल्ट हो रहे हैं भाई. हर मेरा खुद का इंटरनेट इशू है भाई. सारे ही ऐसे हम लोग.
ये बिशप H7
And
को क्या हो?
meanwhile, as Arjun waits, I think Hikaru. हाँ, actually, I don't see a move with it. I think कहीं ना कहीं पे G6, as you said, we're just gonna take. So maybe he is preparing queenside castling, but white just wins a pawn.
Yeah, exactly. I'm confused. And he's playing fast also.
Hmm.
I would love to see if confession booth अगर यहाँ पे हो जाए and they would come and speak. Who is speaking the most in confession booth, by the way?
भाई last game Hikaru Gukesh, he came in like a million times and पूरा डेप्थ में, पूरा मतलब साइकोलॉजी से लेके मूव से लेके मतलब अगले हर चीज बता के गया हिकारू भाई. He spent more time in the confession booth than the actual game for the first like 30 moves, 25 moves or so. So आज भी I'm
Oh.
expecting, if he takes the pawn, you can expect a confession coming in.
Hmm. I think also engine is supporting it ना. H7 का pawn मार दो. और मुझे
हाँ.
अर्जुन का समझ नहीं आ रहा है what is his opening strategy. I'm very confused. He's playing fast, but the position doesn't seem that great. Like I'm really
Hmm.
confused.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Hikaru also
Hi
looks a
everyone
bit.
who has joined in, by the way. Thanks for joining in. Uh,
Chat, come on, let's go by. We need video up in the chat. हाँ, we are back. हाँ, we are back. We are back. Video up in the chat भाई बनता है भाई. We have a like Olympiad medley सिद्ध भाई. Crazy है भाई. We have never commentated together. पहली बार हो रहा है. And I still remember looking at you playing your games in Olympiad. Just wanna get into your mind भाई. कैसा फील हो रहा था भाई जब हम मेडल जीते?
भाई अभी तो इतना टाइम हो गया उसको, but that was of course like epic feeling.
हम्म.
मतलब cannot be described that euphoria which we felt
हम्म.
and the pressure होता है ना, इतना build-up होता है पूरे टूर्नामेंट में. One
हम्म.
mistake का cause सोचो. You're playing for
हम्म.
your country and everybody plays well. You make a mistake and you lose the game for the country.
हम्म.
उसका pressure एक अलग लेवल का होता है ओलंपियाड का. I
हम्म.
remember every game there is pressure also. Like एक गेम हुआ एंड चेस में ज्यादा ब्रेक का टाइम नहीं है रिकवर करने को. नेक्स्ट डे इमीडिएट खेलना है अगेन टू डील विद
Yeah.
दैट प्रेशर. And so many people had pinned hopes on us and we
हम्म.
are doing well, and that time if you make a mistake, oh my god, you will not be able to forgive yourself. So the pressure is very intense, and after that when you win, it's like इतना बड़ा relief and euphoria of winning the tournament. So that pressure actually makes it more what to say, enjoyable, क्योंकि after a lot
Yeah.
of hard you win it, right? Easy नहीं है.
Yeah. And वो लास्ट राउंड से पहले लाइक क्या थॉट्स थे व्हेन यू काइंड ऑफ न्यू यू हैड डन इट बट इट वाजंट लाइक 100% कंफर्म? तो उस टाइम पे व्हाट वर द थॉट्स गोइंग थ्रू योर माइंड?
No, the last round में we had already won the tournament ना, round to spare, but फिर
या
भी
या.
टेक्निकलिटी थी कि हमें एटलीस्ट ड्रॉ
हाँ.
करनी है मैच. बट हम वो
हाँ.
मैच भी 3.5 हाफ जीते और मतलब 4-0 होने वाला था वो. तो ओलंपियाड में हमारा फॉर्म भी मतलब, आई एम नॉट फ्लेक्सिंग बट दैट इज द ट्रूथ कि वी वर प्लेइंग एट अ क्रेजी लेवल इन ओलंपियाड. लाइक वी आर रियली गुड ऑल ऑफ अस. मजा ही आ गया था.
भाई फ्लेक्स करना बनता है भाई, इट वाज क्रेजी, लाइक मतलब इट वाज इनसेन टू वॉच, क्यों चैट भाई, आई स्टिल रिमेंबर कि क्या क्या क्रेजी वाइब्स थी भाई, एवरीबॉडी वाज विनिंग एंड इट वाज जस्ट अ स्पेक्टेकुलर इवेंट फॉर श्योर। मजा आ गया था भाई वो देख के सच में।
या आई एम एक्चुअली क्यूरियस कि मुझे ना कभी कभी पसंद आता है टू गो बैक एंड वॉच द स्ट्रीम्स या ऐसे। ओलंपियाड का आई हैव नॉट डन इट क्योंकि इतना
ओ।
बिजी हो गए उसके बाद इमीडिएट आई हैव नॉट सीन एनी ऑफ द रिएक्शन ऑफ हाउ एवरीबडी रिएक्टेड लाइव व्हेन इंडिया वाज विनिंग।
हम्म।
तो आई एम वेरी क्यूरियस टू सी कि क्या था। जैसे अभी गुकेश का मैग्नस के बाद एक कॉम्पाइलेशन बना है ना कि द
हाँ
रिएक्शन ऑफ एवरीबडी व्हेन दैट मोमेंट
हाँ
हैपेंड। I want to see the Olympiad का reaction moment.
बनाएंगे भाई, आई थिंक विल गेट इट डन एंड विल सेंड इट टू यू, डन, सो दैट दैट इज अ
भाई
सिंपल टास्क भाई।
चेस कॉम से बोलता है बनाता नहीं है मेरे को पता है।
नहीं भाई, चेस कॉम इंडिया करता है भाई, चेस कॉम इंडिया करेगा भाई, विल गेट द कंपाइलेशन डन, आई एम गोना राइट इट डाउन अभी के अभी, बड़े बड़े कैप्स लेटर से भाई, कंपाइलेशन। Oh man, I think Hikaru, by the way, I have. So, Vidit, would you say Hikaru is the most expressive player over the board?
Him and Nepomniachtchi,
Hmm.
both of them.
Uh,
Um, and both have very different kind of expression. But yeah, Hikaru is a very expressive, very, very expressive. Although for me, it doesn't bother Hikaru का
hmm.
expression. Um, sometimes Nepo के bother करते हैं, but Hikaru के नहीं करते for some reason.
Because maybe you expect it, yeah, like it's normal.
ऑल्सो मे बी बिकॉज आई हैव अ वेरी गुड स्कोर अभी
Hmm.
रिसेंट टाइम्स में तो फिर इसके वजह से और नेपो के साथ अच्छा गेम से मैं हारा हूँ या ड्रॉ हुआ था ऐसे तो
Hmm.
मे बी दैट समवेयर बैक ऑफ द माइंड इट प्लीज आई
Hmm.
नेवर रियली गिवन इट टू मच ऑफ अ थॉट
Hmm.
अनिश इज ऑल्सो समटाइम्स कैन मेक एक्सप्रेशंस बट नॉट सो मच
I think Anish के expressions भी awesome होते हैं, I think मजा आता देख के भाई, and I think your camaraderie with Anish is kind of something which the chess world enjoys so much now. Like हमने जब वो कंटेंट बनाया था जागरेब में, पता ही नहीं था भाई हर वीडियो के इतने सारे व्यूज आ जाएंगे भाई, रुक ही नहीं रहे,
ये
आते ही
तो
जा रहे, हर महीने देखता हूँ बढ़ चुके होते हैं लाख से।
चेस वर्ल्ड एंजॉयज एंड चेसकॉम एंजॉयज इट द मोस्ट बिकॉज आई हैव द व्यूज एंड व्यूज
but maybe we'll get a little bit of a chance again with by soon. But let's see, but फिर पर मजा तो आया था भाई, मस्त था वो कंटेंट, मस्त था।
whenever we meet something happens
Yeah.
so yeah, I think views itself are like what to say they reflect कि people enjoy it ऐसा
For sure, for sure. And with it, meanwhile, as you said, you don't enjoy this time control as much. I think it's very, stressful. And Gukesh also kind of started, keeping an eye on his clock. Arjun also playing very quickly. You can see Hikaru already around 14 minutes behind on the clock. He's still not taken the pawn. This is the current position. So what do you feel ki, let's say, what could be the strategy for the players कि अपने opponent से आगे रहो clock पे, कि मतलब एक certain time मुझे certain moves पे रखना है, like what is the strategy to manage their clock best?
I think Hikaru generally टाइम प्रेशर में नहीं आता है इतना तो फॉर हिम
Hmm.
आई थिंक ही इज इवेल्युएटिंग कि अर्जुन इतना फास्ट खेला है पूरा गेम तो और उसको ऑब्जेक्टिवली ही इज नॉट सीइंग द रेफ्यूटेशन ऑफ टेकिंग द H7 pawn so he is
Hmm.
probably just double checking triple checking is am I missing something.
Hmm.
Probably a line could be bishop h7,
Hmm.
g6 if you want to trap the bishop, and then
Hmm.
take the pawn on g6, f takes g6, queen g6, king d8, and now just queen e6 yeah, rook d7 also. So मतलब,
Hmm.
this looks deadly. So I think he's just confused कि bishop h7 मारा तो होगा क्या?
Hmm.
He's just wondering that, and I think he will eventually play bishop takes h7. He will call
Hmm.
the bluff if there is so,
Hmm.
if there is one. By the way, we are so close to having 2,000 viewers watching. Uh,
Chat, hit the like button. Let's get to 1K likes jaldi se. So what we're gonna do is, once we hit 1K likes, we'll have Vidit ask you a question, and the winner of the challenge gets a diamond membership. Let's go chat. 1K likes पे करते हैं जल्दी से भाई.
I will ask a question, okay? मुझे लगा people
हाँ.
will ask.
I think you can ask a question, and the correct, like first person to answer it correctly gets a membership from our side.
Oh, okay, nice. Also, I'm open to some interesting questions if people have. You can keep an eye out as well.
हाँ बिल्कुल, दीदी भाई, let us know any questions which I miss, कुछ भी होगा, you can let us know in the Zoom chat, yeah, by audio, and Vidit will love to answer them. And Hikaru ke expressions, of course. Can we go full screen for a moment? I think he's definitely quite confused with it, as you mentioned कि भाई Bishop H7 pawn मुझे क्यों मिला है ये अर्जुन की तरफ से free का gift. As you can see, Detective Hikaru again at work.
Yeah, he's really confused कि क्या हो रहा है बिशप एच क्यों उसने दिया एंड मुझे भी नहीं समझ आ रहा है
Yeah.
somebody asked बिशप एच f5 खेला तो क्या बट उसके बाद बिशप g6 चेक है
Hmm.
so that does not trap the bishop and मुझे नहीं समझ आ रहा है what's strategy of Arjun. I would be really curious to know. Also we
And
can maybe
जितना
also go back to Gukesh के भी
हाँ
वहाँ पे थोड़े moves हुए हैं.
yeah, let's have a look at the Gukesh game against Wei Yi as well, and काफी कुछ moves हो चुके हैं. So Queen D3 is where we left with it, and now we have
Yeah,
Knight D7, castles, Knight C5, and
yeah.
now Queen C4, and now Queen F4, and this is the current position.
Actually, अगर देखा जाए तो काफी लॉजिकल मूव्स हुए. मैं भी सोच रहा था टू अटैक द क्वीन ऑन d3 बाय प्लेइंग नाइट c5
Hmm.
एंड क्वीन c4 इंटरेस्टिंग मूव बिशप e6 अटैकिंग द क्वीन क्वीन f4 मतलब सारे लॉजिकल मूव्स हुए. d5 अभी
Hmm.
क्वीन d6 लाके the only problem which black has generally in this is the attack on the king.
Hmm.
Uh, one option here I'm thinking is कि bishop c5 मार के bishop d3 आना है or not,
Hmm.
but I'm not convinced क्योंकि bishop pair चला जाएगा.
Hmm.
Another option I see is to play c4, attack the pawn and try to exploit the d file. Um, another option is कि knight g5 खेले क्या,
Hmm.
so that h4 करके कुछ कर सकते हैं कि black wants to
Hmm.
play bishop d6 next move, attack the queen.
Hmm.
So we
And
have to
Queen
act a bit fast.
and the Queen has been attacked quite a few times. Yeah, Knight का tempo मिला, फिर Bishop का tempo मिला, Bishop का भी मिल सकता है. So where is the Queen planning to land up at the end? कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है.
Yeah, I think now this is a position where Gukesh is going to take considerable amount of time. He has 1 hour
Hmm.
53. I think at least 10 minutes he will think here because ये move बहुत important होने वाला है कि how do we proceed क्योंकि यहाँ पे plan बनेगा. It will
Hmm.
decide the direction of the game.
Yeah.
So easily 10 minutes he's going to take on this move.
Hmm. And with it, that's very interesting. So now we have a lot of players, Indian players, rising above 2,700. And among
Mm.
all the players above 2,700, let's say, if you like, let's say we have 7 players, 6 players right now, apart from you, who is the player who is usually best to beat for you? Like, let's say a player who's maybe very well prepared and just kind of makes it like very difficult to kind of beat them. They make very few mistakes.
Mhm. Indian players.
Yeah. Let's say Arjun, Prag, Gukesh में से if we had to choose.
क्लासिकल फॉर्मेट में
हाँ, classical.
I think classical format में the most solid player I would say is Prag. With
Hmm.
white and black, he's a very solid player, and his style is also similar to mine, where it's
Hmm.
like positional in general, and
Hmm.
that's why we end up making draws quite often. And yeah, I think Prag because Arjun and my style is completely contrast, तो उसमें कुछ भी हो सकता है. Gukesh also takes a lot of chances, so there also the game can go wild. But
Hmm.
Prague is more solid, more stable in general, though. I would say he's more annoying to beat, like not easy that way.
Yeah. That makes sense. And of course, he's also playing an event in Armenia right now. So, एक रेस सी चल रही है आई थिंक एंड फिलहाल के लिए वी कैन सी गुकेश कैलकुलेट एज यू मेंशनड ही माइट टेक सम टाइम बिकॉज बिशप D6 आने वाला है एंड मे बी वी कैन हैव अ ब्रीफ लुक एट द मैग्नस अगेंस्ट कारुआना गेम एंड विद
Yeah,
इट we've seen Magnus right now. He's expressed कि I'm not sure how much classical chess I want to play. You've seen the same statement from Hikaru as well. So, what's your prediction? Will we see Magnus play classical chess for how long, and what's going on through his inside his head? Based on your experience as a player.
so I think Magnus loves chess immensely. Like He's
Hmm.
obsessed with the sport. So for him, it's very hard to not play chess. That's
Hmm.
clear. Um, but classical probably because the drawish tendency is high,
Hmm.
and the preparation part is very much more important compared to rapid and blitz. It's annoying him, and उसमें क्या होता है, he feels कि उसका जो strength है, playing strength, that gets neutralized due to preparation, engine preparation
Hmm.
and modern databases, everything. So uh, he does not enjoy it that much because he feels that his strength is hidden, and it's the process of preparation is quite boring. He
Hmm.
to put engine, try to find ideas. Nowadays, it's very hard to find ideas in openings. If
Hmm.
against a well-prepared opponent, you cannot do much, especially also when you're black. For example, how Wei Yi played against him earlier in the
Hmm.
tournament and
Hmm.
forced a draw. Not forced, but kind of played less
Yeah.
ambitiously. Against a strong player, it's very hard to do something. So that's why he finds it a bit annoying. And s- he's not as motivated when it comes to this. So without preparation and this stuff, it's not easy to do. So naturally, his results might suffer over a period of time. But he's so good at what he does that उसका strength already high है बहुत. So if
Hmm.
it drops here. It's still, there's a huge what to say, room for him to play around. तो but at some point, एक point के नीचे अगर उसका level आ गया classical में, and he does not win every tournament because he's used to
Hmm.
winning. So for him, it will be very hard to take that. For him, finishing third or second is equivalent to very bad tournament for him
Hmm.
mentally. Like finishing third in tournaments is not good for him. So uh, that will be a huge what to say, suffering for him, and that's why he doesn't want to have that feeling. He would rather not play because if he would see it coming, he cannot perform at his best. He would rather not play rather than have like a third finish or fourth finish or whatever.
Hmm.
That's the thing. But he himself is not sure yet
Yeah.
uh, entirely. So, but he's on the cusp. And Hikaru has been quite vocal about it. Um, although for sure he will play candidates because by rating he has a very good chance to qualify. Then he would play classical chess. So uh, retiring to mushkil hai, even if he wants to. But not give it that much importance is what they mean by retiring. Like not
Hmm.
take it as seriously as they would earlier. Also, the pressure
Hmm.
is high. The preparation takes a lot of time. Whereas in rapid blitz, you don't have to prepare as much, especially blitz. It's more about playing. That's why
Hmm.
they also enjoy freestyle more. You don't have to prepare. More about
Hmm.
playing strength rather than preparation.
Hmm.
मेरा तो
And
मोनोलॉग ही हो गया है.
नहीं नहीं भाई I think we needed your opinion on that because the chess world will of course really miss Magnus and Hikaru if they stop playing chess. Yeah, so matlab it's kind of a sad thing because every player wants to play against them and every viewer wants to see like Indians beating them or them kind of dominating. I think depending on whom you are cheering for. So of course the world will miss them. Yeah, if they stop playing classical chess also.
Will they?
Yeah, yeah,
Will the
yeah,
world?
for sure.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't
Chat,
think.
let us know.
I don't think your world will miss because I feel people have short memories. Because
Hmm.
of that. Like people will get used to the new normal of them not playing.
Hmm.
For example, I when I was growing up, I of course wished that Fischer, why did he stop after winning the world championship? I wanted to see more of his games. But
Hmm.
then there were Kasparov and Karpov, and then you followed
Yeah.
it, and the world adapts. Uh,
Hmm.
मतलब बहुत ही डिप्रेसिव थॉट रहेगा बट आई वुड से nobody really cares deeply about, like they would care for small time, but the world moves on so
Yeah.
fast that it's kind of, what is the harsh truth कि
Yeah.
थोड़े टाइम के
Yeah.
लिए थोड़ा होता है बट उसके बाद people adapt, so I don't know if the world will miss.
I think no, I agree with you. I think that does make sense. Baki, I
I
think
mean,
chat, do let us
I'm
know.
saying
Huh.
I'm saying that even for the biggest leaders in the world and
हाँ.
stuff, like they have so much following and stuff, and some accidents have happened, and people, of course, have mourned it, but then they get back to their normal life.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of sad somewhere.
Yeah, yeah, I
कि
agree. I think
इतनी
life
कम
does go on. I think
importance
बहुत
है.
बहुत fast pace है आजकल. I agree. I think that is true. That is indeed true. And Vidit, I think chat कुछ सवाल तो पूछ रही है. And so पहला सवाल है Vidit, thoughts on RCB winning the IPL?
I I didn't follow a single game. I only watched the
High
highlights
five.
of this match at the end. So I'm not a hardcore IPL fan, or like if you asked me to name players in squad, I would not be able to do so. So I'm not the right person. I have no feelings, I would say. He asked me about my feelings. I have zero feelings of RCB winning or whoever would have won. I have no affiliation with any club, no soft spot for anything. So
Chad, I think
sorry.
chess terms में who would RCB be? I think that would be a great comparison. So let us know in the comments कि कौन सा होगा वो. And another question is, which event is Vidit playing next, and what are Vidit's future plans?
I'm playing Tata Steel. Sorry, Tata Steel. Automatic Tata Steel ही आता है जब भी बोल. Tata Steel के इतने टूर्नामेंट होते हैं. World Rapid and Blitz
Yeah.
जो होने वाला है लंदन में. I'm
Oh wow, it's in
playing,
few days, yeah. Hmm.
yeah, in few days. And Anish is my teammate.
Oh
So that's
wow,
going to be fun. Chesscom, if
wow.
you're watching, oh, they are hosting. So that's an opportunity to create content.
अवध भाई, you know who to message भाई तो देखते हैं कुछ.
Does Awadh watch this stream? I don't know.
I mean बेचारे मजबूर है देखने के लिए भाई. वो भी बेचारे.
Uh, so
Nice.
we are playing in the same team, and Levon is also there in our team. So it's a very decent team that we have. Hexamind.
Hmm. Hmm.
I'll be
Hmm.
there in London for like a couple of days. So if somebody from London is watching, I'm staying back after the tournament. I'm not saying for meetup. I'm just saying give me recommendation where I should go. So,
You should have led with that. लोगों ने उम्मीद मैंने खुद उम्मीदें बता दी, काश मैं लंदन में होता यार.
नो नो मीटअप नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं. जस्ट मुझे रिकमेंडेशन दे दो. ऑल्सो विच एरिया इज अ गुड एरिया टू स्टे, आई वुड लव टू नो. आई एम प्लानिंग माई आइटिनरी. तो या दैट्स अबाउट इट. एंड उसके बाद आई एम प्लेइंग चेन्नई ग्रैंड मास्टर्स इन अगस्त.
या या वहां पे आई थिंक वो कुछ हो सकता है भाई, रिकॉर्ड रिकॉर्ड मे भी चेन्नई में. मैं,
चेन्नई में भी
मैं,
अनिश आ रहा है.
हाँ
मैं अनिश
वही.
के पीछे छूटता ही नहीं यार. जहां जाऊं मैं आ जाता.
आई थिंक ऑर्गेनाइजर्स नाउ रियलाइज कि यू आर लाइक अ पैकेज डील, दोनों को साथ में इनवाइट जाता है मुझे लग रहा है.
No, the thing is, Anish used to be hesitant to come to India earlier क्योंकि
हम्म.
लॉन्ग ट्रिप एक तो. फिर ऑल्सो ही वाज वरीड कि विल ही एडजस्ट टू द फूड. बट जब से शादी में आया ही रियलाइज्ड कि इंडिया इज एन एपिक कंट्री एंड इट्स एन ऑसम प्लेस टू बी. सो नाउ ही डजंट हेजिटेट. ही इज लाइक ओके इंडिया लेट्स गो. ऐसा.
That's so nice actually. And by the way, I think Vidit bhai, you recently gotten married. How's been, life in the past few months compared to single life and marriage life? And if somebody is getting married, तो क्या advice दोगे आप उनको for married life now? Now you're an expert.
भाई 2 महीने हुए हैं. एक्सपर्ट तो नहीं हो, बट आई एम एंजॉइंग दिस फेज अ लॉट बिकॉज when I was playing a tournament, also when I had bad days, I knew that I had someone, who I can go to, and I would get out of this pain or loss much easier because I had something nice to look forward to. So it's a great कि एक अच्छी कंपनी है, and you have good support at home. तो मुझे तो लगता है इट्स लाइक प्लेइंग चेस, जिसको एडवाइस कर आप पूछ रहे थे कि आपको अच्छी मूव दिख गई है तो खेल लो. डोंट ओवर थिंक, मेक द मूव. जस्ट मेक श्योर इट्स नॉट अ ब्लंडर एंड इट्स अ गुड मूव, एंड देन कमिट हो जाओ.
कोई कह रहा है साहिल भाई आस्किंग क्वेश्चंस फॉर हिमसेल्फ. नहीं भाई, जनरल भाई, चैट में कितने लोग मे बी एट दैट स्टेज जहां पे दे माइट बी गेटिंग मैरिड, तो एडवाइस इज valuable in gold right now. And
Also she has
meanwhile,
taken a liking for playing chess, तो वो चेसकॉम
we
पे बहुत
saw her
खेलती
kind of play knight f7. I saw that video by Sagar, no, jahan pe she
थी.
plays
तब
that.
तब तो उसको चेस आता भी नहीं था. दैट वाज, आई
Wow.
डोंट नो हाउ शी फाउंड दैट मूव. बट आफ्टर दैट, व्हेन आफ्टर मैरिज वी वेंट टू पेरिस जर्मनी, शी गॉट अ लाइकिंग फॉर चेस. एंड वो भी खेलती रहती है, एवरी डे शी वुड प्ले लाइक 4 5 गेम्स ऑन चेसकॉम। एंड जीतती है तो खुश हो जाती है, हारने के बाद बोलती है यार मेरा रेटिंग वापस कम हो गया। सो शी इज नाउ गॉटन इनटू चेस, शी हैज एक्चुअली प्लेड मोर चेस इन लास्ट मंथ देन मी।
सो शी इज फेसिंग द सेम इश्यूज एज अ चेस प्लेयर ना, वही सेम कि भाई रेटिंग कम हो गई, रेटिंग नहीं बढ़ रही है भाई।
रेटिंग, हाँ
चैट अगर
रेटिंग।
तुम्हारी भी वही प्रॉब्लम है तो एक बार भाई चैट में हमें बताओ भाई, सेम प्रॉब्लम भाई, लेट्स गो।
आई डोंट नो क्या है ये, मैंने देखा था समय यूज्ड टू स्पीक अबाउट इट कि व्हेन ही विंस ही फील्स वेरी गुड, व्हेन ही लूजेस ही फील्स वेरी बैड अबाउट चेस, ऐसे मतलब इवन ऑनलाइन खेल रहा है तो। और रेटिंग का बहुत होता है ध्यान लोगों का, मैंने देखा है कि यार वो राउंड फिगर पे ना जो है ना, एक इतना 800 तो होनी चाहिए, 800 की नीचे कैसे गई है ऐसे, ये 400 थी मेरी यार, कैसे। And I think most of the people also play when they are bored. एक habit है कि
हम्म।
they end up playing and it's addictive for them because the
हम्म।
feeling of the win they enjoy so much जीतने के बाद that they want
हम्म।
to play more. एंड
हम्म।
अगर हार गए तो उनको होता है कि कैसे हार गए, और एक गेम तो फिर और हार जाते हैं बैड
हम्म।
मूड में, फिर वो फुल ये होता है ऐसे। मैंने देखा है ऐसा पैटर्न, लाइक कैन चैट रिलेट? आई एम वेरी क्यूरियस कि इज दिस द सेम पैटर्न दैट यू फील, एंड आई एम वेरी क्यूरियस टू सी।
वही लोग लिख रहे थे 1100 पे फंसा हूँ, 200 साल हो गए, 750, मैं 1400 पे अटका हूँ। अब किस रेटिंग पे अटके हो भाई, अपनी रेटिंग डाल दो भाई सबके सब, लेट्स सी किस रेटिंग पे लोग अटके हैं। एंड मे बी विदित विल चूज अ कपल ऑफ रेटिंग्स एंड गिव वन पीस ऑफ एडवाइस व्हिच विल फाइनली ड्रैग यू फ्रॉम दैट ट्रैप भाई। सो यू नो वो दैट ट्रैप से तुम बाहर निकलोगे। एंड वीडी भाई, आई थिंक, हैव यू एवर गॉटन स्टक एट पर्टिकुलर रेटिंग एंड हाउ डिड यू कम आउट ऑफ
I see lot of people are relating to it, yeah, like this
इट?
feeling in it's like epic. आई एम स्टक एट 27 20 भाई, उसके ऊपर थोड़ा थोड़ा जाता है, थोड़ा वापस नीचे आ जाता है, थोड़ा ऊपर जाता है, वही चल रहा है 3 4 साल से। तो
I think you
um,
played less also, na, like less frequently in the past year. So I think it can go up again.
yeah, but
Hmm.
I'm curious, what is the most addictive thing about chess that you guys have, like what makes you want to play it? क्या मजा क्या आता है किस बात पे, एंड उसके बाद व्हाट इज द थिंग दैट यू हेट द मोस्ट अबाउट प्लेइंग चेस, कि क्या
Why?
होता है कि उससे चिड़चिड़ हो जाता है फुल।
Why? It's crazy कि we have former India number one, TK, legend of the game, asking why do you play chess and what do you hate the most about chess? एक बार मुझे बताओ कमेंट से भाई जल्दी से।
नो बिकॉज स्पोर्ट चेस में ना जब लॉस होता है ना बहुत पर्सनली लगता है,
हाँ।
बहुत चुभता है वो लॉस, क्यों? क्योंकि एक तो तुम किसको ब्लेम नहीं कर सकते, कोई टीम मेंबर है नहीं, आर्बिटर्स का कुछ है नहीं, आप क्या ही बोलो, किसको ब्लेम करोगे? chess.com की लेटेंसी को कितना ही ब्लेम कर दोगे कभी। सो
I
यू आर
think
कंप्लीटली एट योर फॉल्ट कि
that's the thing, जितना hurt करता है ना, like you kind of take all the blame but you also get all the credit for what you do. Like, you know, if
या
you, even if you win IPL for example, you have to say कि विराट कोहली ने मैंने अकेले नहीं किया, but if you get that rating then it's all you. I think maybe that's why.
could be and also the thing is when it goes wrong you know exactly what went wrong, यार ये मूव
Hmm.
खेल लिया मैंने, ये ब्लंडर कैसे कर दिया, लाइक हाउ कुड आई मेक दिस मूव, एंड व्हेन यू मेक द ब्लंडर यू हैव आल्सो सीन द गुड मूव, एंड देन यू लाइक कि अरे
Yeah.
मैंने ये मूव क्यों नहीं किया, मैंने देखा था ये मूव, लाइक आई हैड सीन इट, दैट्स द स्टोरी ऑफ ऑल द चेस प्लेयर्स।
अभी वही चैट वही लिख रही है भाई, सेम चीज सेम चीज। एक बंदा कह रहा है विदित भाई मेरी लाइफ की स्टोरी बता रहे, सेम चीज भाई। एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी आर होपिंग वेई भी सोचेंगे इस गेम के बाद, बट ओके फिलहाल के लिए ओ वी हैव नाइट D4 विद इट।
भाई ये तो
सो
रील
ही,
बन गई, ये तो रील बन जाएगी इसकी। एंड देन मुझे जानना है लोगों का जो अभी देख नहीं रहे, इंस्टाग्राम पे देखेंगे,
आई
यूट्यूब
थिंक वो
शॉर्ट।
वेई अगर गलती करेगा ना तो परफेक्ट रील बनेगी उसके बाद।
अरे बट भाई
होपफुली।
चेस को हम बनाते ही नहीं रील यार, एक एक दो दो महीने लगा देते, जाने दो, मैं क्या बोलूं।
भाई कल ही आई थिंक हम 4 रील डाल देंगे भाई, डन भाई, कल के दिन में। एडिटर साहब तैयार रहना भाई, नींद थोड़ी कम करनी है
ये
आज बट कर
ये
लेंगे।
पार्ट क्लिप कर देना, और देखना ये कभी रील आएगी नहीं ना तब ये डालना, ये वाला पार्ट जो है ना टिक्कू ने बोला है, तो ये जरूर डालना। कल के कल और आएगी नहीं है रील।
कल संडे तो नहीं है ना भाई? नहीं नहीं, फिर कर लेंगे भाई। कर लेंगे फिर।
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है chess.com की कंटेंट टीम पे।
राकेश भाई देखो क्या बोल रहे हैं भाई आपको यार।
राकेश भाई को तो बोले मत, मैंने बोला था हमारा कुछ एक गेम हुआ था टूर्नामेंट में कि उसका कुछ क्लिप बनाते, वो गेम का अच्छा हुआ था, इंटरेस्टिंग था,
हम्म।
एंड फिर उसका कोलैब रील बनते। अरे सर, अगर करते भाई, लगेज करते। 6 महीने हो गए उसको, 6 महीने, अभी तक वो नहीं आया। रोके भाई को तो बोलो ही मत, जाने दो अभी, क्या बोलूं मैं।
राकेश भाई होपफुली स्ट्रीम नहीं देख रहे हैं, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर, बट वो मैं क्लिप,
अरे
चैट क्लिप एंड राकेश का आपको इंस्टाग्राम आईडी तो पता ही होगा भाई।
मैंने एक ओवरव्यू कर ले क्या गेम्स का।
हाँ, let's do it. So I think let's go game by game. And game number one, I think we start with Gukesh itself. Uh, with I think the time is kind of narrowing down, and knight d4 is the last move by Gukesh, and bishop पे थोड़ी नजर है.
तो आई थिंक
But
इसका
what
आइडिया कि
happens on bishop
बिशप
d6?
बिशप d6 को क्वीन f3, ही क्रिएटेड दैट स्पेस फॉर
Hmm.
क्वीन।
Yeah.
बट द प्रॉब्लम इज कि अभी व्हाइट के पास कोई थ्रेट है नहीं, लाइक यू वुड नॉट वांट टू टेक ऑन e6, पॉन से मार
Hmm.
देगा fe6 एंड इट वुड नॉट डू मच।
Hmm.
एंड ब्लैक के पास टाइम है टू मेक अ मूव लाइक even c6 to support the pawn on d5 looks solid, looks like an even game. mm. Also black could play queen d6, no, queen d6 अच्छा मूव नहीं है, क्योंकि you would
Hmm.
take and play knight b5।
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Nidhi bhai,
तो
yeah,
चैट
I
में
think
लिखा था मैं कट करके एडिट बना दूंगा, प्लीज बना दो भाई। और जितना आप ट्रोल करोगे साहिल भाई को, लेट्स मेरा
राकेश
तो लग
राकेश
जाएगा।
राकेश भाई आई थिंक वुड बी अ गुड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, काफी टाइम से काम कर रहे हैं तो ही कैन एनकम्पस
आई
सारी
विल राइट
मिस्टेक्स
दैट
पुरानी
रील,
वाली.
आई विल राइट द रील।
बाय द वे नील भाई, टू से किसका कन्फेशन है, तभी लाइक वी कैन डिसाइड कि प्ले करना है कि नहीं, बट आई वुड लव टू सी अ हिकारू कन्फेशन 100% अगर वी हैव वन एट एनी पॉइंट, बिकॉज थॉट उनके दिमाग में घुसने में मजा बहुत आता है.
क्या 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 हुआ, आई डेंट गेट इट।
या नी वाज आस्किंग कि मतलब कन्फेशंस प्ले करने हैं, मैंने कहा बिल्कुल ऑफ कोर्स, अगर हिकारू का होगा फिर तो बिल्कुल भी हाँ.
हाँ हाँ, लेट्स प्ले द कन्फेशन।
हाँ नील भाई.
Okay, thought I would come in one time today. My game is quite interesting. Arjun played this bishop d7 move. I know that I've seen this position with this g4 h6. I wasn't sure whether the order he played was precise or whether it was inaccurate. I spent a lot of time considering bishop takes h7. It's a situation where either it's probably completely winning for me or it's completely losing for me, and it's kind of just not what I was in the mood to go for, especially because Arjun's time usage, he was moving very quickly, so I suspect he's still in prep. Depending on how long he thinks here, will probably go a long way towards like being a sort of tell, to use the poker analogy, in terms of what he does, because I didn't see a clear way for black to be better after bishop takes h7. These queen a5, rook b8, and some rook h5, rook c5 type stuff. It looked optically, it looked scary. I really don't know if it was scary in reality, but it felt kind of iffy. So I chose to avoid that, and just play g4, and probably after h6, h4, we'll transpose back into some preparation. But it could be a very interesting game. Well, we'll see.
I'm really interested to see what Fabi has up his sleeve here, since what he's chosen here is like, it's not the most obvious continuation in the last few moves if he wants to kind of try and simplify everything. The way that he plays, I think I don't like, since this is not like the biggest problem generally that white has in this line, this is not something that I, off the top of my head, like know a lot about, more than that it's kind of not worse for white, and the game doesn't end here, which is kind of generally what you hope for in the opening these days. So maybe he's worked out some solution, he's thinking a little bit. That could be because he's just trying to recall something, but I would say overall it's been like moderate success so far.
Wow, so Hikaru clearly saw bishop h7. He couldn't see exactly कैसे defense आ रहा है, But kahin na kahin, he was like, okay, it's much of a mess. And he played G4 instead with it. And now Rook to B8 by Arjun played like he took some time and now Pawn to H4. So it's like, I mean, he's keeping that, under his sights, but उसने attack करना पहले ही चालू कर दिया.
राइट एक्चुअली इट्स इंटरेस्टिंग हिकारू ने वही बोला जो मैं बोल सोच रहा था कि अर्जुन इज मूविंग सो फास्ट कि वो प्रेपरेशन में है, इसलिए वो कंफ्यूजन है एंड ही डिड नॉट सी एनीथिंग कॉन्क्रीट कि बिशप में क्या गलत है बट उसको ऐसे हो रहा था कि ये जल्दी खेल रहा है कुछ ना कुछ प्रेप होगा एंड देन ही क्रिएटेड सम घोस्ट लाइक क्वीन एफ क्या अटैक आएगा अंडरस्टैंडेबल
Yeah.
बट मे बी ऑब्जेक्टिवली एंड अर्जुन इज वेरी ट्रिकी उसका प्रिपरेशन जो होता है वो थोड़ा ट्रिकी होता है he would bluff. It doesn't mean कि when Arjun plays कि engine is का best line हो, but it's very tricky. So he would be okay to get into objectively खराब position as long as he has some tricks and chances to attack. For him, that's
Hmm.
very important.
And I think it's a style, right? I mean, he's comfortable doing that, though, but it's not everybody's cup of tea to kind of say, okay, I'm going to give the pawn up on h7 and just play on. And it will require insane opening preparation, right, to justify it. Like to do it without preparation could be like extremely dangerous.
No, I think he is under preparation, and that's what he has created his style ऐसे also कि even when he's out of preparation, he plays fast. तो बहुत लोगों
Hmm.
को पता नहीं चलता है कि भाई प्रिपरेशन
Hmm.
में है या नहीं है. And that's what, as long as opponents cannot read you, that's a good thing. That's what a player wants, that the opponent cannot
Hmm.
understand what you're trying to do. Predictable नहीं
Hmm.
होना.
Hmm.
Although I
And
still like White's position, having said that, क्योंकि
yeah.
ब्लैक के जो बिशप है अभी तक एक्टिव नहीं है. एंड गेम में ब्लैक को अच्छा पोजीशन हो सकता है, बट इफ ब्लैक डज नॉट अटैक ऑन द किंग, व्हाट विल यू डू? व्हाइट का तो G5 आ रहा है एंड आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड. ब्लैक का लॉन्ग कैसल का तो प्लान चला गया, सो
Hmm.
ओनली किंग कैन गो टू शॉर्ट साइड बट देन इट्स वेरी डेंजरस. तो
Hmm.
probably center is where the king is most safe, but then the rooks are not connected.
Hmm.
तो आई एम थिंकिंग बिशप C5 करके किंग E7 खेलना है क्या टू कनेक्ट द रुक्स, बट थोड़ा आर्टिफिशियल लग रहा है.
Hmm.
सो आई डोंट नो, द पोजीशन सीम्स बिट टफ फॉर ब्लैक टू बी ऑनेस्ट. मतलब क्या खेले, C5 करके बिशप C6 निकाले, आई डोंट नो, देन द बिशप ऑन E7 इज ब्लॉक. मतलब
Yeah.
आई लाइक व्हाइट्स पोजीशन फॉर श्योर. अर्जुन का आई एम नॉट अ बिग फैन ऑफ हिज पोजीशन राइट नाउ. ऑल्सो आई वाज
Uh,
लिसनिंग टू मैग्नस का कन्फेशन है इसके बाद.
Yeah. Yeah.
I couldn't
I think
listen to it completely. What did he say?
या आई थिंक मैं मैं भी नहीं सुन पाया एक्चुअली. दिस तो हमारा क्या होता है ना कि बिकॉज इट वी हैव टू लिसन इट ऑन स्ट्रीम, तो हमारा भी छूट जाता है कई बार ऐसे लास्ट के वर्ड्स क्या बोले. तो मैं तो हिकारू का सुन के खुश हो गया. मैंने कहा चलो भाई, हिकारू का पता लग गया क्या चल रहा है.
I think
बट आई
वो
थिंक द
बोला कि
हाँ.
करवाने ने कुछ नॉर्मल वे में रिएक्ट नहीं किया, समथिंग लाइक दिस,
बट
एंड ही
but like it's
सरप्राइज.
काइंड ऑफ अच्छा है कि वो कन्फेशन दे रहा है, लाइक ही इज टेकिंग दिस सीरियसली. व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दैट? लाइक ही कुड हैव
हाँ,
टेकन अ
मुझे
क्विक
ये
ड्राइंग.
आई थिंक इट्स अ ग्रेट फीचर टू हैव एज लाइक एन ऑडियंस. आई लव टू सी प्लेयर के क्या थॉट है. Just the pity is that not many people use it, right? Only some people use it now often. Who is the player who gives the least confessions?
Gukesh actually. Zero confession so far.
Zero, yeah? Not even
Zero
once.
app. Not even once.
Arjun, he has given some.
हाँ, I think he is number 3 in this confession standings. Chat confession
Oh.
standings डाल दो यार. I think you will know them. But Arjun is number 3, I think.
वेई भी देता है.
Wei ने I think एक बार, I don't remember actually. I don't think Wei has given confessions, but he's given a lot of interviews, maybe something like that. So he's
अच्छा.
also a bit like Gukesh there.
By the way, it's an interesting question. What happens if queen G3 here?
Oh.
Pair question. I think, but bishop E4 आएगा.
Hmm.
And the bishop is so stable there. Black cannot capture on G4. Rook takes
Hmm.
D7 आके खत्म हो जाएगा
Wow.
गेम. King
Wow.
D7, knight E5.
Yeah, that is deadly. Wei 0. As expected. Yeah, Wei and Gukesh, I think, have given zero confessions. So Gukesh तो उठता ही नहीं है board से. And how has your experience been like when Gukesh was playing in the Olympiad? Like, was he like not getting up from his seat? Yeah, मतलब is it like a Norway chess thing?
Now, what he's famous for getting up from his seat. when he
Yeah,
gets a
in walking.
position में वो क्या है, नो क्या वो साउथ इंडियन म्यूजिक प्ले हो जाता है तमिल मूवी का, एंड देन वो सारे रील्स बन जाते हैं, तो वो तो ही इज फेमस फॉर दैट, बट in general, he's very intense when he plays. Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know if he gets up a lot or not. There are few players like Anish. He gets up a lot from the board.
Hmm.
A lot, a lot. Then Nepo also gets up a lot from the board. Very few players are there who sit a lot. Um, most of the players like walking. जितना मैंने देखा है. But
Hmm.
मुझे लगता है अर्जुन तो एक दो नैप भी ले लेता है गेम के बीच में. इतना टाइम रहता है उसके पास, ओपोनेंट सोचता रहता है हमेशा. ही मस्ट बी इजीली टेकिंग 1-2 नैप्स, पावर नैप्स.
ये कभी देखा है क्या ऐसा कुछ होते हुए? बिकॉज
मैंने तो
मैग्नस ये
बहुत,
क्लिप।
और मेनी टाइम्स व्हेन आई एम लाइक दिस, ऐसे गेम के टाइम पे आई एम नॉट थिंकिंग, आई एम स्लीपिंग. नींद नहीं मुझे बोलने तो वही थोड़ा 10 मिनट, और पता रहता है कि कौन से मुंह पे ओपोनेंट सोचने वाला है, कि भाई थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड
हाँ.
पोजीशन, ही डोंट थिंक 10-15 मिनट, तब मस्त ऐसे चले जाओ. और इधर से इससे प्रेशर भी आता है दिमाग को, मस्त ऐसे, एंड सो जाओ, किसी को पता भी नहीं चलेगा. नैप
नाइस,
ले लेते हैं.
दैट्स सो नाइस. But of course, इस पोजीशन में आई थिंक सोचना पड़ेगा अर्जुन को, बिकॉज दिस डज लुक डेंजरस एज यू मेंशन विद इट. आई थिंक प्लान क्लियर नहीं है, एंड द फैक्ट दैट ही इज थिंकिंग इज नॉट अ गुड साइन, राइट? दैट मींस ही इज काइंड ऑफ आउट ऑफ प्रेप मे बी नाउ.
Yeah, I think he's out of prep, and the problem is कि his moves are not so easy, like flow नहीं हो रहे.
Hmm.
And I don't know what is the best move, like how to proceed. I'm
Hmm.
confused, in fact. Um, Engine would say something, but for me, I don't
Yeah,
see obviously क्या है.
I think Engine
What
does
is the
recommend
best move?
your move c5 there a little bit and e5. ये दोनों moves recommend कर रहा है.
E5 तो बहुत मुश्किल है यार खेलना. बिशप
Hmm.
F5 आ जाएगा एंड यू वुड फील कि पूरे लाइट स्क्वायर्स की बैंड बज गई है.
Hmm.
C5 खेलोगे तो भी probably C5 is more likely to happen. Hard
Hmm.
position to play. I don't like Arjun's.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 true. And Arjun fighting right now, chat. जल्दी से भाई, जल्दी 1000 लाइक करो. विदित भाई को सवाल पूछना है भाई. डायमंड मेंबरशिप मिलने वाली है बहुत जल्दी एक बंदे को. एंड
करना है क्या अभी, सवाल पूछना है क्या? कितना मुश्किल होना चाहिए सवाल?
आई थिंक जितना भी मुश्किल हो सकता है. अप टू यू. इट कैन
लाइक
बी वेरी इजी,
ऐसा क्वेश्चन
वेरी.
होना चाहिए जो गूगल करके आंसर ना कर पाए, या गूगल करके कर पाए.
आई थिंक दैट इज बेटर. गूगल करके ना मिल पाए, दैट इज बेटर. बट देन यू हैव टू मॉनिटर कि क्या है सोल्यूशन चैट में, बिकॉज मुझे भी नहीं पता होगा वेरी लाइकली.
ठीक है, सोच रहा हूँ क्या पूछ सकते हैं.
हाँ. चैट रेडी लिख दो इफ यू आर रेडी फॉर द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. जल्दी 1000 लाइक कर दो भाई, लेट्स गो. एंड मीनवाइल अर्जुन भी तुम्हारे ही
फर्स्ट
लाइक
क्वेश्चन
करने का
मतलब
वेट कर रहा है चैट. हाँ विदित.
बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन पूछने हैं क्या?
नहीं नहीं, एक बस एक, दैट्स इट.
अच्छा. हम्म, खुद पे ही पूछूं क्या मैं?
हाँ बिल्कुल, ऑफ कोर्स.
हम्म,
चैट तो रेडी है भाई, चलो लेट्स गो. एंड मीनवाइल चैट एज विदित थिंक्स, वी कैन सी अर्जुन देयर आल्सो थिंक. दोनों डिफरेंट चीजें सोच रहे हैं बट इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड
सोच रहा हूँ थोड़ा मुश्किल पूछे, इसलिए मैं थोड़ा, इजी सवाल तो बहुत है.
Ah, by the way, we are doing like an AMA with Vishy sir. So, for example, 10 people who get a diamond membership by the time Norway chess ends, they get to ask Vishy sir a question. So, ऐसा हमने AMA किया हुआ है. So, chat, do get a diamond membership. अगर जीते डायरेक्ट तो बढ़िया, नहीं जीते तो भाई get one. Let's go.
Um, okay, I'll think. When I have a question,
हाँ
I'll.
हाँ, सोचो सोचो सोचो. हाँ हाँ, ठीक है ठीक है.
हाँ.
निधि भाई, let's go to the board फिलहाल के लिए. एंड हाँ
ओवरव्यू देख सकते हैं सारे गेम्स का.
हाँ, let's have a bird's eye view, Niri bhai. Let's have a look all the 6 games together. I think roughly अभी eval bars are in the middle for most of the games, but थोड़ा बहुत दिख रहा है कि white is pushing on a few boards. With it, how many results do you expect today? क्या लग रहा है देख के at first glance?
हाउ मेनी रिजल्ट्स?
Yeah, in the
रिजल्ट तो हर
classical.
गेम में आता है, क्योंकि फॉर्मेट ही वैसा है.
हाँ, in the classical for example, like how many results do you think कि आज हो
आई थिंक
सकते हैं?
नाकामुरा हैज गुड चांसेस टू
Hmm.
विन, एंड आई थिंक स्टैंडिंग पूरा चेंज हो जाएगा ना इफ नाकामुरा विंस.
Yep. I think he's
Like, will
number.
he become first if he wins and other games are drawn?
Nidhi, I think, can we have the standings? I think he will reach first, but I think Carlsen might still slip ahead if I'm not mistaken, because I think, and Fabiano as well. Actually, Fabiano is leading with 12 and a half. We can see the scores there. Actually, yeah, Nakamura is 11 and a half. So if he wins, he goes to 14 and a half, and then yeah, I think he'll be number one. He'll be number one. Absolutely.
तो आज का गेम काफी क्रूशियल है फॉर द
Hmm.
स्टैंडिंग्स.
Yep.
Also,
And it's
Caruana had such a good position यार कल against Arjun. How did
yeah,
Arjun win that game? मतलब complete खराब position था and very surprising, like very
yeah.
surprising. Arjun would have been last, no, if he had lost that game.
Yes. Extremely difficult. I think वो ये ना टाइम प्रेशर में कुछ भी हो जाता है. लाइन प्रेशर में you simply are not able to calculate कि वो all players I think who have managed the clock better somehow end up winning.
और ये फॉर्मेट का ऐसा है विद दिस टाइम कंट्रोल आई हैव नोटिस्ड कि इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू एस्टिमेट. लेट्स से यू हैव 5 minutes लेफ्ट एंड यू हैव टू मेक 10 moves.
Hmm.
Technically it's too easy to doable,
Yeah.
but you don't know ki which move you will have to take more time, and then you
Yeah.
start playing fast earlier, but then your position becomes worse and then you need more time. So it's a very complex thing to manage this time control. तो पैनिक
Yeah.
बहुत होता है ये when you're low on time because there is no increment. With increment, you know that okay, I can think, and even if I come down to seconds, as long as my position is good, I'll easily manage. But यहाँ पे
Hmm.
there is a fear if your position is good, you don't have time, you will lose.
Hmm. True. It is difficult, and I think बहुत सारे we saw like Vaishali win with a mate in one threat. Her opponent simply did not see it. So इतना
What?
like हाँ Queen B7 रखा, Queen F7 mate था, Armageddon था, and she won that game. So बहुत crazy blunders देखे हैं. And in the women's section with it, what do you, like, looking at the two Indian games there, we have Tinjali against Hampi and Vaishali against Sara Khadim. So kind of what's your kind of mind taking with there कि कहाँ कैसी किसके हाथ में गेम जा सकती है?
हम्पी का पोजीशन मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है because
Hmm.
it's simple to play. ये पॉन स्ट्रक्चर मुझे काफी पसंद है in general, but it's too soon.
Hmm.
But I can see Humpy is leading the tournament, so for her this game is very important.
Hmm.
वैशाली के गेम में I like white has chances, but I also don't mind black's position. Like knight g6 आएगा. Um, somehow I see कि women के games में there have been fewer moves played.
Hmm.
They are taking more time in the opening phase. तो अभी it's a bit soon to say.
Hmm. True. एंड भाई कैन वी गो टू गुकेश गेम आई थिंक कोई चैट कह रही है शायद गलत बता रहा भाई ये ब्लंडर हो चुका है कई लोग कह रहे हैं गुकेश ब्लंडर
नहीं वो
दैट इज
ब्लंडर
नॉट रियली
मतलब
पॉसिबल
0.2 से 0.1 हो गया वो भी ब्लंडर होता है चैट. इतना ये
आई
सीरियसली
मीन
मतलब.
बाय द वे his opponent actually oh he played c6 so this happened yeah queen f3 queen d7 and now h3 played I guess to prevent this and now pawn to c6 so still very solid for either side I guess.
Okay, I have a stupid question. Maybe I can ask it, but then only the OG followers will know.
Oh wow. I think that's fair. Chat, are you ready? Ready spam कर दो and Vidit भाई will ask the question. जल्दी से 1000 like भी कर दो and of course ideally you write your Chesscom username ताकि हम instantly membership आपको गिफ्ट कर दे वरना भाई बड़ा complicated हो जाता है भाई.
So
Vidit
I
भाई
played
go ahead.
a game online. एक chess league हुई थी which Samay had organized. I mean, Samay was part of it. And there was this one game where I drew under 30 moves and I was forfeited
Oh
because the
ah
rule was apparently, and then it became famous that I should read the rule book. That joke came into picture. So my question is, who was my opponent in that game? It's a tough
oh
question.
that's I think I remember but I don't want to guess it because chat वही नाम spam करेगी. I
बहुत
think I
मुश्किल
have
सवाल मैंने पूछा है.
I'm
बहुत ही
gonna write
मुश्किल.
it in the chat रुको. Let me know if it's correct.
काफी लोगों ने आंसर दे दिया है यार सही.
ये है क्या? जो मैंने
3
चैट पे
लोगों ने
लिखा।
सही दिया अभी तक।
ओ, हिकारू, लेवॉन, बोटेज, हाँ, सेथुरमन, बहुत सारे दिख रहे हैं मुझे। निहाल।
Tell me when I should reveal the name.
हाँ, यू कैन रिवील इट नाउ, यू कैन रिवील इट।
It was Sashi Kiran.
ओह वाओ।
Yeah. And only 3 people have guessed it जितना मैंने देखा था अभी तक. So you can figure it out.
हाँ, सो डू चेक इन द चैट भाई, जो पहला बंदा है, यू कैन लेट अस नो
But
योर
yeah,
यूजर आईडी।
I'm
हाँ,
impressed by the memory, हाँ. मतलब लोगों की that game they remember किसके साथ हुआ था and instantly reply किया. Impressed. जिन्होंने भी सही जवाब दिया है, गुड जॉब, गुड जॉब. मेंबरशिप मिले ना मिले, ओजी फैंस तो हो ऑफ चेस. दैट्स
या
इम्प्रेसिव.
या, आई थॉट गूगल भी नहीं कर सकते, सो दे डेफिनेटली रिमेंबर्ड
हाँ,
इट,
यू
सो
कैन नॉट
दैट्स
गूगल,
ग्रेट।
इतने फटाफट आएगा भी नहीं वो. इट्स
हाँ
दैट्स
हाँ,
व्हाई.
एंड आई थिंक इट इज रितेश चंद्रा, आई थिंक सो। भाई रितेश चंद्रा भाई, अपना आईडी डाल दो एंड वील गिफ्ट यू डायमंड मेंबरशिप भाई। सो दैट वाज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन विद इट। एंड ऑफ कोर्स यार, उस टाइम पे तो चुभा होगा, लेकिन आई गेस इट मस्ट हैव बीन हार्ड टू डाइजेस्ट ना उस टाइम पे।
या कंट्रोवर्सी हो गई, बट नाउ वी लाफ एट इट एज दे से,
या
बैड डिसीजंस मेक गुड स्टोरीज.
या, ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू। आई मीन, आई एम श्योर कि ऐसे जो कार्लसन का है, वील आल्सो काइंड ऑफ रिमेंबर दिस ऐसे 2 साल बाद कि अरे भाई क्या क्रेजी सीन हुआ था ना नॉर्वे चेस में वहां पे 2 साल पहले।
बैड डिसीजंस ऑलवेज मेक गुड स्टोरीज एंड गुड हेडलाइंस. मैंने अभी
कोई कह रहा
रिसेंटली
है।
ट्वीट डाला था
हाँ,
इंस्टाग्राम में. ऑल लाइक all even bad publicity is good publicity unless it's your obituary.
ज्यादा ही कुछ सीरियस हो गया
नार्क
मैंने।
नार्क. हिकारू के
या
साथ नहीं हुआ था. हिकारू के साथ मैंने कुछ ट्वीट का बोला था, बट दैट वाज नॉट द 30 मूव का गेम जो रूल बुक का था.
Hikaru, I think you had the famous illegal move. I think that was
हाँ,
the
वो इलीगल मूव इन दैट टूर्नामेंट ऑल्सो. कुछ वो हेडफोन पहन के खेल रहे थे, उसके ऊपर ऐसे कुछ हुआ
हाँ
था. सो दैट वाज अ
हाँ
डिफरेंट थिंग.
हाँ
Whose game? I think maybe we have not
या
given enough attention to Carlson Caruana.
या अग्रीड। लेट्स गो टू कार्लसन्स गेम। आई थिंक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग गेम है एक्चुअली। अब पोजीशन इतनी आई वुड से अनऑर्थोडॉक्स है टू से द लीस्ट, कि भाई तीनों पौन है एंड ये रुक ए3 पे ए1 पे। रिमाइंड्स मी ऑफ दैट टाइटल ट्यूसडे ड्रामा, ओपनिंग ही प्लेड विद ए3 रुक ए4 बिशप टेक्स ए3 सम रैंडम मूव्स देयर। वैसा कुछ लग रहा है
हाँ,
यहाँ पे।
मुझे तो कैटलान का याद दिला रहा है. आई डोंट नो अबाउट दैट.
यही डिफरेंस है 2200 2700 में चैट, यही डिफरेंस है। एनीवे, हाँ विदित भाई, टेक इट।
So c5 is very interesting move क्योंकि he could have kept the pawn, let's say with c6 एक मूव पहले, and a5 का
हम्म
pawn protect होता था. But उसका
हम्म
प्रॉब्लम है कि अब bishop becomes really bad and then white will play e5,
हम्म
knight d5, and then knight will come to e4 and
हम्म
c5 square d6 square पे easy access है. white का moves बहुत easy है and he has full compensation. So
हम्म
black doesn't want to suffer passively. That's why he's like, I'll
हम्म
give the pawn of c pawn, I'll protect the
हम्म
a pawn, but अभी इसमें तुम्हारी थोड़ी coordination बिगड़ेगी. Let's say
हम्म
knight takes, if you take, then I'll capture back, knight takes. If you take d c5 or anything, maybe I can do bishop c6 or b4, bishop
हम्म
c6, and then
हम्म
I have a very stable position. Like white ka knight on d2 is not well placed, etc. So chess, when you cannot take an isolated incident. It always is like cumulative. c6 will defend the pawn, but positionally it will ruin your other pieces. That's the
हम्म
beauty of chess actually. It's not very simple.
हम्म
You have to weigh in different possibilities and then combine and think कि यार overall क्या अच्छा रहेगा. क्योंकि सिंपल तो नहीं ऐसे रूल है कि हाँ 2 bishops are good तो हर पोजीशन में 2 bishops are good नहीं. So that's the complexity gives the beauty to the game of chess, and that's why
ट्रू
it's hard to master, and everybody's in pursuit of that. But that's a tough task, but you can get better, but you cannot master it completely. And that's why
हम्म
computers also पूरे solve नहीं कर पाए. They became
हम्म
very good, but they cannot solve the game. That's why it's so beautiful.
And now c5 at least bishop open hai, yeah? So you at least can put pressure here, d4 pay. And now how should white take now? So we have dc5, we have knight c5. Which capture here looks more logical to you with it?
Both are fine, like, but I would play the same dc5 के बाद भी bishop c6 maybe.
Hmm. Hmm.
And bishop c6 is not a good move. Maybe e5 आ रहा है क्या यहाँ पे? And then knight
Apparently b4 here is
b4.
strong.
हाँ b4. So first b4 खेल के फिर bishop c6
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
pawn structure improve हो गया, या फिर queen c7, दोनों में से कोई सा भी move
Hmm. Yeah.
in counter play. So I don't know, knight takes c5 or pawn takes c5. Both look possible. I'll let Magnus think. And
That's the advantage now. You don't have to commit to one decision.
yes, exactly.
Wow.
Um,
Huh. And as
which
Magnus
game should we go
thinks,
to?
yeah, I think maybe we can let me see which game is sharpening up. So I can see कि Hikaru game में Arjun is still thinking, by the way. He's not played, I think, so far. Yeah, he's still thinking. So I think this is worrying me a little bit with it now. कि इतने time से सोच रहे हो, and that means कि he's also not seeing a clear solution.
Yeah, I told you it's not an easy position for Arjun. All his pieces are stuck. So even Gukesh has an equal position. So mm, not much is
Hmm.
happening. But I have one question for the audience.
Hmm.
What is the one thing about chess that you want to, let's say, get better at?
Hmm.
बहुत लोग क्या होता है ना कि मुझे इसमें मतलब बस ये आ जाए. Like what is the one thing that you want to get better?
That's a good question, actually. I think, but उसके लिए ये भी समझ में आना चाहिए कि maybe what's my weakness? Yeah, maybe people need help with that also first. कि भाई, what's my real
हाँ.
weakness there?
Yeah, exactly. कितने I'm curious to see
मे-
क्या what do people have? One
एक
is
बंदा
like winning.
एक बंदा कहता slamming tables. So I don't know why. Oh, lots of answers. Middle game, vision, calculation, GM title.
You know what I've noticed between players is like many people play on Chesscom or like I say online, and they don't try to learn from their mistakes. Which
Hmm.
and in the next game also they'll make the same kind of mistakes.
Hmm.
Like मैं देखा
Yeah.
है कि some people have a tendency, let's say, of hanging pieces, but in a certain way. उनको bishop का, for example, they'll always end up losing piece to a bishop attack, and they don't see
Hmm.
it, but they'll never work on it or train on it. But I also
Hmm.
understand क्योंकि playing is more fun. Training
Hmm.
is not that fun, like, or to
Yeah.
do that. But वो same mistake होता है. And
Yeah.
patterns, like in chess मैंने देखा है लोगों का, even at lower level or higher level, everybody has a pattern of mistakes. सेम
Hmm.
लेवल की होती है. अनलेस यू फिक्स दैट वैसे ही गेम हारते हैं.
I
बट
think
आई
one
अंडरस्टैंड कि
one
इट्स नॉट फन टू, लाइक व्हाट्स द मोस्ट फन वे फॉर यू गाइस टू ट्रेन, जितने मैंने देखा है लोगों को. व्हाट्स द मोस्ट फन कि इसमें इट डजंट फील लाइक यार यार ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं, मतलब ट्रेनिंग इज अ वेरी ऐसे हैवी वर्ड, ऐसा लगता है ओलंपिक्स के लिए कर रहे हो, बट जस्ट वर्किंग ऑन योर स्पोर्ट, लाइक ऐसे कुछ सीख रहे हो.
maybe listening to Vidit Gujarati commentate is one of them with it. I think that could be really helpful.
I feel of course getting exposed to good games or good commentary उससे तो हेल्प होता ही होगा कि यू लर्न पैटर्न्स एंड
Hmm.
स्टफ ना.
Yeah.
बट उसमें
Yeah.
क्या है, वो पैसिव लर्निंग होता है.
Hmm.
दैट डजंट मीन कि यू गो अवे, देखो स्ट्रीम, पर ट्रेन भी करो और एक्टिव ट्रेन भी करो. पजल्स.
Uh,
हम्म.
yeah.
दैट्स ट्रू.
Yeah.
पजल्स में एक गेम का फीलिंग आता है, यू व्हेन यू सॉल्व पजल्स. It does give you, but it also has to be close to your strength. If you get too hard
Hmm.
of a puzzle also, then you're like, अरे यार, chess is not for me. ऐसे. It has to be very close to your strength.
उसमें भी कई बार लोग 3,000 2,000 पजल सॉल्व कर लेते हैं, बट रेटिंग कई बार 1,000 की होती है, सो दे ऑल्सो हैव टू काइंड ऑफ गो फॉर ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट उसके बाद। लेकिन मेरी पजल रेटिंग 2500 है, व्हाई एम आई स्टक एट 1200 और 600?
होता है क्या ऐसे? ओके।
हाँ, ऐसा भी कई लोग सा होता है।
But puzzles I also enjoy a lot. That's the most fun
हाँ।
way for me because I don't know why it is like this. कि उसमें एक मजा आता है सॉल्व करने के बाद. It feels like a
हाँ।
game,
हम्म।
like a trivia. Like you
हम्म।
solved a trivia, ऐसे.
हम्म।
But also it's also one of the most effective ways to get better. The more
हम्म।
puzzles you solve, the more patterns you develop, and then you can apply in the game.
या या एंड आर यू ट्रेनिंग लाइक निधि एज वेल फॉर चेस, लाइक योरसेल्फ? She said
मैं
she's
कोशिश
playing.
करता हूँ बट शी डजंट लिसन टू मी वो ट्रेनिंग शी जस्ट वांट्स टू प्ले मैं उसको ऐसे वीडियो लिंक भेजा कुछ ये वीडियो या ये ऐसे इधर सॉल्व करो नहीं नहीं खेल के खेलना ही है बस but if I teach her one to one, then she will listen. कि अच्छा, like this
Hmm.
is the idea. Why you are making this move? You should. But video जाके खोल के देखे या कोई ऐसे इंटरैक्टिव प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके करे, वो अभी
Hmm.
तक उसको नहीं. उसमें सिर्फ खेलने में मजा आता है. और पर उसको लकी शी हैज वन ऑन वन कोचिंग विथ मी लाइफ टाइम के लिए
True.
तो फिर उसका तो
Lifetime.
भी फायदा है ना तो शी लाइक मैं क्यों जाऊँ ऑनलाइन क्यों इधर उधर देखूं मैं
I think 5 साल के अंदर she's gonna cross me and 10 साल के अंदर साहज. So ये तो बड़ा.
So
Oh,
only from my coaching she listens, but my interactive tools she's like जान दे मैं खेल लेती हूँ. I'd rather play a game because for
yeah,
her it's also fun ना मतलब मजा आता है उसमें.
yeah,
और
true,
इवन इन
true.
फ्लाइट जब नेट नहीं होते तो मार्टिन से पहले खेलती थी वो बॉट्स डिफरेंट बॉट्स अब मुझे नाम भी याद हो गए सारे बॉट्स के 400 के 600 के 850 के ऐसे.
Nice, nice. That's so sweet actually कि मतलब you're kind of helping her learn, and I think कितना मस्त है actually ये story overall. I think she
हाँ
will
मुझे
improve
अच्छा
for
लगता है
sure.
कि she'll be able to follow my games तब ना she'll also have
Hmm.
more fun.
Hmm.
Let's say if she plays chess herself and अभी बोल नहीं सकती कि इतना क्यों सोचा एक मुंह पे
Now
जल्दी
she
क्यों नहीं
gets
खेला.
कितना मुश्किल है, हाँ actually.
जल्दी क्यों नहीं खेला नाउ दैट इज नॉट दैट. अरे अर्जुन ने खेला है कुछ मूव H6.
32 minutes with it, 32 minutes 11 seconds. What do you think is that time no, maximum time that you should ever take in a game of chess for a particular move? 32 minutes, is it too much?
I should not comment on this. I take 50 minutes also on one move. I'm known for thinking a lot. So I cannot
But that
comment.
was with it 2.0. Now with it
अरे
3.0 has
भाई
solved that, no?
1.0 2.0 3.0 सबने बहुत टाइम लिया. टाइम तो मैं बोल ही नहीं सकता. बाकी सब पे ज्ञान दे दूंगा टाइम पे नहीं दूंगा. बट या अर्जुन के लिए अनकैरेक्टरिस्टिक है टू थिंक फॉर 30 मिनट्स दैट जस्ट शोज कि उसका पोजीशन टफ था. अभी
Hmm.
G5 is one automatic move that I would consider. Let's say अब अगर H takes G5 मारा H takes
Hmm.
G5 rook takes rook takes rook. The problem is black king के पास safe heaven नहीं है बट ऐसा सोच सकते हैं कि नाउ किंग एक रुक एक्सचेंज हो गया तो सेंटर में ही अच्छा है बिशप C5 किंग E7 करके
Hmm.
किंग सेंटर में ही काइंड ऑफ सेफ है ऐसे.
Hmm. भाई, मेरे को तो देख के ऐसे लग रहा है कि मतलब दिस इज हाउ इज इट ओनली लाइक +0.5 with it, like this looks scary as black. Yeah, your king has no
But
no
this is
place to go.
better than having two rooks. मुझे तो I don't want to exchange rooks with
हाँ.
white. I would not
हाँ.
prefer. I would rather play something else like rook G1 करके G5 करो.
Hmm.
ऐसा मैं सोचूंगा या फिर कोई दूसरा मूव.
Hmm.
I don't
Hmm.
want to
Hmm.
exchange rooks.
Hmm. By the way,
और
Nirivai just tweeted and कि मतलब Vidit is sharing some philosophical takes on chess improvement, and Anish replied, "Oh boy." Like, right now, 2 minutes back or something.
I think
Nice.
Anish is just having FOMO. He
Ha,
wants to
maybe.
join. Yeah, he's just having FOMO. Uh, poor guy is joining through Twitter. He would join the stream if you call him, but he's like थोड़ा अरे क्या यार मुझे नहीं बुलाया.
Although, what's
काश
your
मुझे
like
हिंदी आती है.
what's your funniest Anish Giri story? Yeah, like something which you look back and अरे भाई क्या scene था वो?
Anish Giri, funniest Anish Giri story. Um, there have been so many ऐसे I cannot recollect, but I remember जो ये वीडियो हुआ था ना उसमें that lie detector test that we did. One
हाँ
question answer surprised me. Like I had asked like if I'm guilty of something, and Anish is, let's say, the witness or something, would he save me
हाँ
or not? मतलब आई
हाँ
एम नॉट सेइंग मर्डर या ऐसा कुछ, ठीक है, वो इतने लेवल का नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, स्मॉल कुछ छोटा मोटा मैंने कुछ किया है, एंड वुड ही सेव, इज लाइक नो, ही वुड थ्रो मी अंडर द बस. एंड अनिश ऐसा भी नहीं कि एकदम सत्य, लाइक यू नो इज वेरी ट्रूथफुल ऐसे इन जनरल, बट यहाँ पे मैं जा रहा हूँ तो एकदम सच का साथ. तो that surprised me that time in the video. I'm like, what?
and he also said कि online cheating bye bye. Remember?
ऑनलाइन चीटिंग में तो ठीक है यार, बट कुछ छोटा मोटा किया होगा मैंने तो, मुझे तो नहीं, ही विल नॉट टेक माय साइड. आई वाज लाइक शॉक्ड.
Oh man, I think you are playing in the same team soon, तो maybe उसमें थोड़ा सा collude कर सकते हो. I think there is time to collude now.
Yeah, but it's good that I'm Anish is there, because there are not
हाँ.
many people in the chess world who I can say hang out with and like
Hmm.
spend a lot of time. क्योंकि there is so much uh, rivalry in general, because you are going to play against them. They don't want you to win and etc. So
Hmm.
that feeling is there, but it's good to have some friends in the chess world, even if
Hmm.
they mock you on Twitter, even if they troll you, even if they throw you under the bus. Despite all of that, it's still good to have some friends.
Yeah, I think only best friends do that with it. Yeah, I think they enjoy trolling you and then also stand up for you at the end. But yeah, and Hikaru हमारी सारी conversation सुन रहा है clearly. It's very obvious he can hear us right now. Oh man, I love his expressions. Yeah, he's so visually ऐसे. Uh, oh man, with it, I think H6 played. So you mentioned कि G5 पे I think maybe White might not even prefer exchanging rooks. So what
Yeah, I
other
would.
moves could he play?
Um, I was thinking rook to g1 is one
Hmm.
option, but then I did not like कि यार bishop c5 के बाद e3 will be attacked and the rook will also be attacked. Then queen
Hmm.
b6 is another idea. So I was a
Hmm.
bit hesitant. So
Hmm.
I would rather put the rook on f file maybe.
Hmm.
It's more useful it seems. And then play g5 next move. This move I
Hmm.
like.
Hmm.
Um, Also, I would love if my king is on a1. Then it's
Hmm.
completely safe. But the problem is if I take king b1, then bishop a3 or some trick might be there,
Hmm.
which I'm not like a big fan. It will give some attacking chances. So rook f1, I like the most. Although it's not easy. ऐसे लगता है कि rook h file will be useful if he castles and h
Hmm.
file will open, then the rook is good there. But I think engine also approves, right? What's the evaluation? 0.7.
Yeah, it's plus point 0.7. Yes,
Is it the best move or is there
it
some
is.
better?
It is the best move. The best move in the
Oh.
position. Yeah, Rook H1. G5 is
I
also
should play
right up
chess,
there.
yeah, from time to time.
Yeah, you should play chess for a living, भाई सच में. Wait,
From
that's a
time to time.
very nice move, right? Because I would also think कि H file open करते हैं, attack करते हैं, but this is such a great idea.
My rating, if it was just in analysis or commentary, would be very high. But while playing, I don't know what happens. Brain fog हो जाता है, and there is confusion, and then you don't take the best decisions. The pressure and everything
Hmm.
is there. But just pure analysis terms, I think I perform better.
Hmm. I think Rook HF1, Hikaru is definitely thinking about that move, and F7 point की तरफ थोड़ा pressure है. And Black again is in a dilemma with it, right? कि मतलब do I castle? What do I do? And if he doesn't castle, then how does he create any attack? Because फिलहाल White has enough protection on the B2 weakness. तो इतना आसान नहीं है. Maybe your move C5 again with the idea of bringing the bishop out, but it feels a bit slow, and White is already breaking with G5.
Also, the another idea could be like to castle
Hmm.
g5 and then to play h5. But
Oh.
this looks really shaky. मतलब
Hmm.
डर ही लगेगा ऐसा खेलने में. Because there's huge attacking potential.
बहुत
Yeah,
डर लग रहा
it
है भाई देख
would
के
not
Black
feel
से.
good. The bishops are not optimally placed. I'm not a big fan of Arjun's position.
Yeah, yeah. So Arjun not at the seat right now, but Hikaru definitely contemplating a lot of attacking options here. And एक नजर हम गुकेश की गेम पे जाए विदित भाई, we've also
Yeah.
seen G4 there. So H3, C6, and now G4. So is he also
And
planning to launch some of attack here?
I was thinking, is F5 an option? कि black से
Wow,
counter attack कर दो.
wow.
Maybe it's not a good move because he will take on F5,
Hmm.
exchange everything, and then the queen goes to G4.
Do you take
Let's
with
say
the
rook
rook or the
F5,
queen?
queen
Rook
G4,
F5. Queen
queen
G4.
G4.
Hmm.
And at least white के pieces थोड़े stable हो जाएंगे.
Hmm.
But it's a move for sure that I would consider with black. Because if not F5, then what is the plan that I can do?
Hmm.
Um, one idea is to play B5, A5, B4, just
Hmm.
expand and attack
Yeah.
करो. But इतना slow लगता है, and after that also C4 आ जाएगा white का. So not
Hmm.
totally convinced about this B5 plan.
Hmm.
Maybe rook to E8, bring the rook in the game is an option. But again, it doesn't really threaten something, so not sure.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks difficult actually for both players. Very complicated actually. It's not clear exactly कि कौन better भी है at all, to me at least.
Mhm. Maybe we should also show standings once to the
Hmm.
audience, like, so that they know
Yeah.
what everybody stands, and you can give an
Yeah.
overview of the tournament. Ki, those who have not followed also, who is
Yeah.
leading, how many rounds left, etc.
The other standings, and of course, Magnus not in first place so far. आधा point पीछे है. So Caruana on top. In fact, he would have been further ahead, yeah, if he had won against Arjun. So he would be almost guaranteed first, but Arjun kind of held him there. And now we have the Indians in number fourth and number fifth place. But because बहुत कम difference है points का, and you get 3 points for a classical win with it, I think it's anybody's, anybody can take this match. I think this entire tournament. Maybe Wei Yi has less of a chance, but उसके अलावा एवरीबडी कैन.
आई थिंक अर्जुन का पोजीशन आज देख के मुझे नहीं लग रहा है कि ही हैज चांसेस ऑफ विनिंग, ऑल्दो कल भी सेम फीलिंग था कोरोना के साथ, ही हैड लॉस्ट. थिंग्स कैन चेंज, बट अगर अभी का सिचुएशन देखे तो अर्जुन इज वेरी अनलाइकली टू विन फ्रॉम दिस पोजीशन. सो दैट इज आउट. एंड गुकेश का वेई कैन नॉट विन, एंड गुकेश इफ ही विंस he has very good chance, but position is not so promising, although it's too soon to say, but more likely equal or draw at the moment. Magnus Caruana, I also predict a draw because Fabi has reacted well to the surprise of Magnus. And Hikaru, I think, has the best chances as of now, position wise. Because if he wins, he goes to 14 and a half.
या
And if Caruana and Magnus draw, then it will be 13 for Magnus, and Caruana could be 13 and a half. And then Armageddon पे depend करता है, right? It's 1 point in Armageddon, na, if you win.
half a point extra. So one, if you lose, then 1.5 if you win.
Wait, so if I draw
Yeah. And you
in
win the
classical,
Armageddon,
I
you get
get
1
1
point.
point.
Ha.
And if I win in Armageddon, I get 1.5.
You get 0.5 extra. Yes, 1.5.
0.5 extra. Okay,
Ha.
okay. So still Hikaru would be leading.
Yeah.
So
Hikaru
right now, I
definitely.
would say Hikaru
Yeah.
has a very good chance.
Yeah.
Um,
Oof. And with by, all these players, like I think world के top 5 है हमारे पास, Wei also in the top 10. And I don't know if you were stuck on a random island with these guys, who do you think
oh
would
no.
panic who do you think would panic the first, and who would you
Me.
think would get you rescued?
I would panic the first. Why am I stuck with all of them?
But बचाएगा
I
कौन? Who would
would,
get you
I would
rescued?
really rethink. I think nobody would save me. I think everybody would just push me over in the water. जाओ भाई, चला जाओ. So
Oh man.
that would be a really unfortunate situation if I'm stuck on island with all of them.
But
I don't even
chess
know if
players.
anybody knows swimming that good to save. So,
But chess has an advantage, right? So they can at least play chess like in their minds to not get bored. So that's the advantage if you like get stuck on an island or something like that.
What is the advantage?
कि मतलब you can play chess for passing your time, right? You don't need a board to play, so you have an easy time pass, no?
You're not making the situation any better. Like at all. No. And don't give me nightmares. I don't want to be stuck anywhere. I'm very happy where I am.
I think stuck to I think दोनों players are with it by because the position is not easy and they're taking up a bunch of time. So, uh, yeah, I
Maybe
think
we can show the
bars.
women boards
Yeah,
till so
yeah.
that
So let's go to Tingjili against Koneru Hampi, and we saw this structure I think briefly. उस time पे Queen was on D1. So Black played Queen C7, Queen A4 from Tingjili, and now Hampi puts the bishop back to D7.
Bishop to D7 का क्या आइडिया हो सकता है? It's a strange move in fact to play Bishop D7 because White was not threatening anything.
Hmm.
It's very strange decision.
Hmm.
Probably I think Black wants to play G4 now if given a choice. Knight will come to D4 and then you can capture the pawn on E5. So that's the idea.
Yeah.
And if you had done this one move ago,
Hmm.
knight d4, queen takes e5, c6 pawn would be hanging.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
True. That's a great
And
point.
Li Tingji has played h3.
H3.
So see, guys, chess में ना logic बहुत होता है. Like if you had just seen the position, you would be like h3 क्यों खेला? But now you know because black was threatening g4 and it was aimed against it. So when chess is explained, I feel chess can be a very beautiful game because you understand the rationale कि ये क्यों किया गया है. And when you understand something, of course, you like it more. Like it can be anything, as in general, you're trying to learn. Once you start understanding, okay, this because of this, then you feel like, oh, you're improving your understanding of the subject. So yesterday, for example, I was trying to learn some maths के formulae. And initially मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा था, but chat GPT से खेल खेल के I got a better understanding. तो फिर तब मुझे लगा हाँ, okay, I'm getting better. So I feel nobody is actually bad at anything. It's just that you have to develop the skills. The more time you spend, you get better at that. Like I don't think chess players are like strong chess players are like geniuses. They have just devoted a lot of time to understand this craft.
That's a great
Also, we
point,
are
actually. And
intelligent, but I would not say that.
that's a great point. But why were you learning math formulas with it?
It's just एक random मुझे ट्विटर पे एक कुछ आया था कि easy ways to find formula of any 3-digit number or 2-digit number
हाँ
ऐसे. तो then I
हाँ
got hooked onto it. I tried it. Then I realized वो scam video था. And then I actually went to learn if there is a formula. And then I got okay, it is possible to mentally calculate square of any ऐसे 2-digit number fast. But there are some formulas you have to be good at it. ऐसे.
Hmm. Hmm.
वो ए स्क्वायर प्लस 2ab प्लस बी स्क्वायर वो सब
नाइस. सो
and when
चैट
do
तुम
you
बताओ
do
भाई, क्वाड्रेटिक इक्वेशन का रूट निकालने का फॉर्मूला क्या होता है भाई? कम ऑन चैट. जो मैथ्स वाले हैं भाई, लेट्स गो. सो चैट फॉर्मूला निकाल रही है वीडी भाई. आई थिंक नाइट G7. सो मे बी दैट वाज आल्सो अ प्लान देयर टू काइंड ऑफ मे बी ब्रिंग
knight
द
to
नाइट
e6?
हियर.
Yeah, makes sense. But I think the problem with this is white will push e4 and break open. So is black in time to counter that? Oh, it's a very bad move apparently.
Apparently D4 pawn sack is
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. d4 I was thinking क्योंकि knight से नहीं मार सकते, e5 is hanging and queen
हाँ
takes d4, c5 maybe, yeah, or 96 just.
96. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Wow.
पूरा control आ गया. So e4
Yeah.
maybe what do you cannot play h4 because g4 आ रहा है. Maybe rook c1
Hmm.
and knight d5 का threat दे दो.
Hmm.
भाई लोगों ने कुछ तो लिखा है यार, फॉर्मूला करेक्ट है कि नहीं?
लिखा है क्या एक्चुअली? अच्छा. Oh wow. Oh, people actually know this. भाई साहब. Oh
What
yeah,
is this?
you're right. You're
I
right.
don't know this.
So minus b plus minus square क्या 2a नहीं 2b plus square root of something b square minus 4ac by 2a something like that जो मुझे याद है भाई.
Imagine somebody just joins in the stream and they hear you b square minus square root of b2 4ac. लोगों को लगता था E4 E5 ऑलरेडी टफ है, ये कुछ अलग ही लैंग्वेज हो गया।
कोई नई चेस ओपनिंग है लगता है, मुझे ही नहीं पता है बस। बाप रे।
But I
वो
have
एक बंदा।
noticed also a lot of engineers or tech people play chess or follow chess. I've seen there is some parallels.
हम्म।
I don't know why it is. Because
इंजीनियर
once I
भाई।
had posted a story of like I want to work with some software
हाँ,
developers, and I got so many inquiries. I was like, भाई इतने सारे developers देखते हैं क्या chess?
आई थिंक वो स्किल से थोड़ा सा सिमिलर है, लाइक कैलकुलेशन एंड, तो आई थिंक मे बी देयर इज सम ओवरलैप फॉर श्योर।
पता नहीं, but it was very interesting. Also, coding once you learn उसमें एक you see the world in a different way. When you
हम्म।
learn coding, then you can think यार ये सब कुछ programmable है. Like
हम्म।
with proper logic and reasoning, everything can be programmed. So you also change your thinking a bit.
That's very interesting. So with it, I think you have a lot of interests apart from chess as well. So which is the one that has been bugging you recently, like in recent times, जो which you're following? Yeah.
AI. Like, this is crazy.
मुझे
What the world
लग
we
रहा था।
live in. My AI is insane. Like Chat GPT, Nidhi calls it, it's my Sotan. Because I spend so much time with Chat GPT. Like, I keep talking to it. I keep texting it day and night.
Vidit bhai, you will not believe this. I saw a tweet जहाँ पे एक there was somebody who had tweeted an image of a guy in a subway who talks to ChatGPT like ऐसे पार्टनर की तरह with hearts. Thank you for the beautiful answer. Heart ऐसे करके भाई. I saw that
मैं
on
ऐसे
Twitter.
नहीं करता हूँ, बट मेरा थोड़ा नॉर्मल होता है कॉन्वर्सेशन। हाँ,
But yeah, AI is definitely, yeah.
AI is interesting. Like there are so many tools and that you can use. And for me, surprising thing is many of the people still don't use these AI tools. That's the most
Yeah,
surprising for me.
yeah.
Oh, by the way,
I
Lei
think
Tingji did make a mistake. We'll
no,
come
actually,
back
it's
to this.
yeah. Gukesh actually made a mistake. Chat पहली बार सही कह रही है Gukesh blunder, yeah. So
Gukesh
apparently
played
F5
G5.
with it. Your move F5 with it on the board, and now G5 from Gukesh.
G5 is a very surprising move. I'm like shocked because it's obvious that it's a positional mistake. Because F4 and then where bishop goes to D2 and black has kitna space hai? Like he can do any move like bishop F7, rook E8, bishop F5, I don't know, knight E4, like just any move, I don't know. I'm spoiled for choice here. Maybe just yeah, I'm really spoiled for choice. Like G5 is surprising. Very, very surprising. But I think black को F4 तो खेलना ही चाहिए. Like no
Hmm.
doubt Wei Yi will play F4 because white will play bishop F4 otherwise. So very
Hmm.
surprising move by Gukesh. Um, Strange positional mistake.
I think he's been doing this in this tournament, right? I say we kind of doubt some decisions in the opening, like he's been playing some moves and then somehow he comes back from them. I don't know how.
I think Gukesh is a player who wants to keep things interesting, like keep things
Hmm.
complex. So he realized that maybe after taking on F5, there will be a lot of exchanges. And he's like, how can I keep complexity? So he thought, okay, I'll keep more pieces. Yeah, Wei Yi played F4 instantly.
Wow.
Uh, and bishop will go to D2. Yeah, now Wei Yi will think because he has many options. He can play rook E8, he can play B5, um, bishop F7. Pata nahi, spoiled for choice here.
Yeah.
Gukesh is counting on the fact that probably he wants to take on E6, the bishop, and then go H4.
Hmm. Because you can't even go h4. There's bishop g4, so it's not easy for white to
Yeah.
move forward.
Yeah, and bishop F7 पे H4 आएगा. So I'm not a big fan of bishop F7 move.
Hmm.
I'm thinking what is a useful way? Maybe B5 to
Hmm.
stop कि C4 का threat ना आए कभी. But then
Hmm.
he will take on E6 and play H4 or some kind of move like that.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking even if you get all of this, it's not clear. Like knight E4 आएगा. Black is very well placed. Um,
Hmm.
Rook E8 is also a move, but again you would be worried ki what does it do? Does it solve any problem? H4. And then again knight E4 black can put. or queen e4 even, exchanging queens. A lot of possibilities. Strange decision by Gukesh, I must say.
Yeah, and he took, I think, 3.5 minutes for it. So didn't think too long, but G4 ke liye he thought for 15.5 minutes. So it's kind of agree there, I think, कि थोड़ा सा G move है. And man, we need the Indian players to win with it. I think top two आ जाएंगे तो मजा आ जाएगा यार. That will be crazy if we win ahead of Carlson and Hikaru. Man, that will be insane.
But today's games are not going
Yeah.
their way. What has happened in Arjun's game? Maybe we can check. Has it improved?
Yes. Yes. And Rook HF1. So probably the answer is a short no with it. And now C5 played from Arjun, and this is the current position.
I feel good that I was able to predict all the moves that happened, and I'm not
Yeah.
using it, of course.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. Feels good. So G4, G5 is a move
Hmm.
now. I think Hikaru will play it. Like
Hmm.
otherwise, what Bishop E4 is the other move. कि
Hmm.
Bishop C6 रोकने के लिए.
Hmm.
But G5 feels so natural that how can you not play?
Hmm.
Um, and the evolution is what, 0.6? Okay.
It's plus 0.68, but somehow ऐसे optically देख के डर लग रहा है. Chat डर लग रहा है क्या position देख के? Like, because the problem is कि G6 भी आ रहा है. If you take H5 opens up anyways G6, Rook is pressuring F7. डर तो लग रहा है. I think this is the kind of position. एक गलती जो chat हम लोग करेंगे, like one move could cost the game. या ऐसी position लग रही है देखने में.
Yeah, for sure. It's a tough position for Arjun. And also, as you said, the nature of the position कि यहाँ पे bad move का cost बहुत हो सकता है. Like
Hmm.
0.68 से it can become plus 1.5 instantly. So
Hmm.
the margin of error is quite low. Also,
Hmm.
Humpy's game, did she play D4? Because Lei Tingji did go for the mistake E4.
Oh yes,
She
she
has
played.
played D4.
Yeah, she played
Nice.
D4. Wow.
This is the good news for Indians today. Like Humpy is in a good position
Yeah.
and she is leading the tournament. So Humpy recently is having a very good year and time, right? She won Grand Prix also
Yes,
and she
Pune.
won the World Rapid.
Yeah.
So recently she has been in excellent form.
Yeah. I think she's also been good at clawing back at games where she's kind of struggling. Actually, me and Rakesh were in Pune when she won, and she was dead lost. Somehow came back, set up some great traps. I think that's kind of the skill of the year. Yeah, somehow like Gukesh doing that, Arjun doing that, Humpy doing that. कि भाई worst position बचानी है.
Why Indians are resilient people, you know. You can see it in our history also. So we have endured so many attacks and we have
Right?
resisted. Our civilization has survived.
True. True.
So by genes only we are resilient people.
True. Absolutely. And Mardia, I think Lene and now 96, I think will be played in the next few minutes by Humpy.
Okay, guys, I think I'll be here for not so long. So if you have any more questions, I'll be
Ha.
happy to answer as long as
Chat.
they are reasonable.
Let's go भाई. If you have any questions for Vidit, do ask VD भाई. जल्दी से chat में डाल दो and VD we'll choose some questions for you. Nidhi भाई, you can type it again in the Zoom chat. I'll also keep an eye. And yeah, as
So
Humpy decides to
there have been some
hmm,
questions. Okay, I missed out on it. Okay. I will be playing the next freestyle qualifier. Yes, it's on 18 June.
hmm.
Blasphemy had asked. Um, and there is one thing which came to mind. I forgot. I was thinking, yes, this thought I had was that Caruana has been under the radar in most of the tournament. Like
Hmm,
the most of the news has been about Magnus and Gukesh, and then
hmm.
Arjun also surviving. And the funny thing is, Caruana is leading. Whereas in the media or in the news, he has been the most, like ऐसा पता ही नहीं चलेगा कि फैबी खेल भी रहा है टूर्नामेंट. न्यूज से अगर सिर्फ ट्विटर टाइमलाइन से देखोगे ऐसे पता भी नहीं लगेगा लोगों को कि फैबी खेल रहा है बट ही
Yeah,
इज लीडिंग टूर्नामेंट. हिकारू का भी आता है क्योंकि ही डज सम कन्फेशंस समथिंग एंड इट्स सो स्ट्रेंज हाउ द वर्ल्ड वर्क्स. Like
yeah,
it's
yeah.
interesting. By
I
just by
think
news, if you watch, it
yeah,
would people would assume, especially Indians who are not playing, कि Gukesh is winning the tournament because he won against Magnus.
Yeah.
ऐसे. That would be the perception. It's very interesting how the world works.
Yeah. And some questions from the chat, by the way. What are the strengths of Arvind? That's a good question, actually. Arvind rising up very quickly recently, I think. So I think since the Chennai GM maybe last year, he's kind of risen rapidly. So what do you feel
Yeah.
has been working for him?
So he was, of course, a very good player, but I think when he was stuck in 2600K strength, mein, like some 2650 or something, I think after that he started to take chess more seriously, work more on his openings, which was kind of his weakness. At top levels,
Hmm.
his style was not really working out. And he has a very unique playing style. Like he's tricky,
Hmm.
unique way of thinking. And he just worked on his weakness and worked a lot on chess, I feel. And that started reflecting in the results. So it was a gradual process rather than overnight. And now he's just reaping the rewards. I've not seen his recent games as much, but I've seen a lot of his games earlier, so I know what works
Hmm.
for him.
One more question is, what are you doing in your leisure time these days?
Oh, I, for example, I finished when in my leisure time as when we are having meals, sometimes we watch a TV show or TV series. So I finished watching Family Man, two series.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, it's a good series. I really like suspense and mystery and drama and thriller. Although I don't like many times the language which is used, but it's
Hmm.
hard to find PG-13 language nowadays. But but the series is excellent.
Yeah.
It's and it always leaves on a cliffhanger. The only problem is you
Hmm.
can end up binge watching and then
Yeah,
have the
yeah.
regret. कि अरे यार, I wasted so much time. But अभी देख ही रहे तो पूरा ही देख लेते हैं. And then that vicious cycle of
Yeah.
getting stuck in this loop. That is one
Yeah.
thing that I've done. I've not played my guitar so much, so that's my um, like
Yeah.
one of my pleasures which I've been missing out on.
I think both have. Once you watch one episode, and if it's like a if it hook you, you cannot stop till the end. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think chess
Other.
का भी कभी ऐसे होता है. Like when you want to know the next move, what will happen? It's like a movie show, movie or TV show. What will happen next? What will happen next?
Hmm.
Just the problem is like in rapid, it happens faster, so you can watch it more. But classical is longer, so you need more patience and you need more drama. So that's why I really like if people come in confession. Have they come recent times, maybe? Yeah, well, that was the last confession which we heard of.
I think that was the only one. Maybe Hikaru, is not sure yet. कि खेलना क्या है. Once he's sure, he's confident about his position.
Yeah,
Now
when
he
he's
will come
winning, yeah.
in. Yeah. One more question. A nice one actually. So when can we see your next video slash stream on your channel?
I'm actually thinking of restarting my YouTube again, and I'm
Hmm.
just figuring out what will I do on the
Hmm.
stream. So I have a lot of ideas like um I can do some chess streams like I used to do, but
Hmm.
I'm not feeling that motivated to do a chess stream of playing games online.
Hmm.
But then I used to vlog, but I'm out of touch with vlogging. Also, it kind of is hard to enjoy life because you're always thinking of content when you're vlogging. So that's not
Hmm.
ideal. I
Hmm.
love tech, so maybe around something around tech also I will explore. And
Hmm.
as they say, build in public. So something just share what I'm doing in my
Hmm.
life. I'm open to ideas actually. Like if somebody can give me a good idea, otherwise I'll go to ChatGPT. But if you have good suggestion,
So chat,
uh,
say save with it some time so he can spend time with Nidhi. Please tell him some ideas in the chat ताकि वो पढ़ पाए. Let's
yeah,
go.
I mean, chess.com doesn't make this edits fast, so maybe I can do that. Post those edits, hire an editor
भाई
on my
आज तो एडिटर को नींद नहीं
profile.
आने वाली भाई. आज वो पूरी रात जागेगा. आज वो 4 बजे तक एडिट किया भाई. और कोई ऑप्शन नहीं उसके पास.
Also, I thought of podcasts which people are saying, but then I was thinking ki so many people do podcasts, so what will be the differentiating factor? Although I do like speaking with interesting people and getting to learn more. And of course, every person will have their own individual taste. So that is a possibility. But unless you start, you won't know. But podcast is definitely something that I would explore. Like, I would love to know if you would want to see something like that.
Absolutely. I think Indian audience specifically, I think थोड़ी different भी है. Like for example, Fabi has a podcast. He tackles a global chess audience. So you
नहीं,
can
मेरा
have your
चेस
own.
पॉडकास्ट नहीं होगा.
हाँ,
Not like
exactly.
Fab.
हाँ,
Yeah,
exactly. So
Fabi
it
is
can be an
like,
Indian
he
audience.
speaks about chess events. Na, I would be
हाँ,
speaking about diverse topics.
yeah. Absolutely. I think that's a great idea, of course. I think that's a great idea. People, क्यों chat बताओ भाई, would you love to hear a podcast by Vidit? I think मैं तो देखूंगा भाई, definitely. Thumbnail अच्छे बनाने पड़ेंगे. I think बाकी तो सब बढ़िया है. Content तो बढ़िया होगा ही होगा. I'm pretty sure.
Thumbnail तो आजकल, like there are many talented people who do. I
हाँ.
think content creation में many people have come in, so there's no dearth of good people.
आजकल तो चैट जीपीटी जनरेट कर देता है लिटरली. यू कैन इवन
Yeah,
उससे भी हो जाता है. उससे भी हो जाता है.
only if chess.com was using it.
अरे यार भाई, हर एंगल से चेस को रोस्ट हो जाता है भाई, कहीं ना कहीं से. भाई कुछ भी हो भाई.
चेसकॉम रोस्ट का भी एक कंपाइलेशन हो सकता है, बट क्यों बनाएगा एडिटर?
सो हो गया भाई एडिटर. लगता है उसको लग रहा है आज कुछ नहीं होना. Oh, by the way, we have Rook E8 and Rook G1 on the
Yeah, Rook
board.
G1 is because he wants to play H4, and then
Hmm.
if he had gone one move earlier, Bishop G4 would have come.
Hmm.
So he's preparing um,
Hmm.
with Rook G1. And
Hmm.
now I think Wei Yi will start generating counterplay. Maybe knight to E4 makes a lot of sense.
Hmm.
Improve the knight. What else can he do? He can force white to take by playing bishop f5 with knight f5 aega, but I'm not convinced by that move. Maybe
Hmm.
bishop e5 is a move to threaten to take the knight on d4.
Hmm.
B5 is one move which was there earlier.
Hmm.
Um, Engine seems to like b5, yeah?
Yeah, B5 is a
Let's say
hot
h4
preference.
khela,
Hmm.
b5,
Yeah.
h4. What's
Hmm.
the next move? a5,
A5 and now
h5.
H5. Wow. It's like a race, yeah?
It's a very complex position strategically.
Hmm.
Not sure. Knight e4 maybe. b5, h4, knight e4 instead of a5.
Hmm.
Yes, sir.
Looks
h5.
extremely complicated. H5, yes.
अभी फिर बिशप e5 खेल के नाइट को अटैक कर सकते हो मे बी.
Hmm.
इंटरेस्टिंग,
Apparently,
कॉम्प्लेक्स है.
the Indians love a move Queen C8, which is ridiculous actually. Wow. What is Queen C8? Is it
He's played
this?
queen c8. No, no,
No,
oh,
that's
queen c8 is a very strong move, yeah. क्योंकि बिशप
yeah.
d7 का भी strong threat आ गया to keep the bishop
Hmm.
and forcing you to take on e6 without compromising the position.
Hmm.
Oh wow, it's minus 1.2, yeah.
भाई डर लग रहा है यार, बहुत डर लग रहा है भाई ये तो. यार लास्ट में सेलिब्रेट भी करना है फाइनल डे यार, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा मेरे भाई. बहुत स्ट्रेस हो रहा है यार.
What happens in Arjun game? Is there
Yeah.
some hope there? कुछ move हुआ है?
Yeah. So Arjun game, we had Bishop C4 from Hikaru actually. So no G5 yet. And now Rook to B6 from Arjun. So we have, and he's behind on the clock by like 10 minutes.
Rook b6 because if black had gone bishop c6, then
Hmm.
I think bishop takes e6 was the idea.
Oh, wow.
Queen g6
Wow.
check, and this would be dangerous to say the least. So that's why
Yeah.
rook b6 a useful move, so that you can maybe play rook d6, also exchange
Hmm.
the rook, have the pressure reduced. But somehow I'm not inspired by Arjun's position here. Matlab, Arjun, it looked like Hikaru was about to make a move, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, will he play rook d2? So that if rook comes to d6, he'll go to f2. Was it something like that he was trying to move? I'm curious.
Definitely possible, I think. Definitely possible. If
But
Hikaru senses.
like 2 सेकंड पहले he tried to move some piece. I forgot to see, like, I mean, I couldn't see what he was trying to do.
It's not possible to see why. He does like a wave of with his hand. It's not possible to see वो कहाँ जा रहा है wave. Actually, it could be any of the pieces on the
नहीं
d5.
समझ
It could.
जाता है. In candidates, when I played against him, he was about to make the blunder. ठीक है? He came with his
Oh.
hand and then he moved back. And तब मुझे poker face रखना था. कि मुझे पता है वो blunder है. And I was like, the best thing in that position is like कुछ भी hint नहीं देना है मुझे. क्योंकि अगर उसको समझ
Hmm.
गया थोड़ा सा भी, then of course he would change the move, right? And I have to
Hmm.
not change my expression at all and like he be
Hmm.
completely poker faced. And he made that move. And then I was like, oh, चलो बच गया. But उसने वही मूव
Wow.
खेला जो he was trying to make. But he was
Wow.
hesitating. Probably, you know,
That.
subconsciously your brain knows कि it's a mistake. Like, कुछ
Hmm.
तो is off. And that's why you
Yeah.
come and then you take away that. Or sometimes when you're nervous, you do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Vidit bhai, I think you will have to leave in 5 minutes. So I have a question for you, ठीक है? तो and this is something which I wanted to ask you तब चेन्नई में, but अभी पूछ लेता हूँ. And this was कि I think you've had a like great successes over the years, but गलती से if tomorrow you woke up as the following people, तो what is one thing you would definitely like to try? ठीक है? सिर्फ 5 लोग हैं, ठीक है? One is Gukesh.
World Championship trophy. I'll go see how it feels, you know, to be a
True,
world champion. That would be nice.
true. Magnus Carlsen.
To see hundreds of trophies. How does it
उस
to have hundreds of trophies? टाटा स्टील जो भी टूर्नामेंट का नाम बोलो वो ट्रॉफी रहेगा वहां पे जाके देखो. हाउ डज इट फील टू बी नंबर वन फॉर सो मेनी इयर्स.
but ओलंपियाड नहीं है भाई.
बात तो सही है.
And then Samay.
समय. आई चेक माय बैंक अकाउंट एंड मेक मी हैप्पी.
आपको आइडिया है नंबर ऑफ जीरोस कितने हैं उसमें? सिर्फ पता
हाँ
है, आइडिया है नंबर ऑफ जीरोस कितने हैं उसमें?
वो इतने कि समटाइम्स पता नहीं चलता गिनना पड़ता है ऐसा इतना.
नाइस. एंड
और
देन
उसका
सागर.
इंस्टाग्राम डीएम भी
हाँ,
चेक करूंगा मैं. बहुत क्यूरियस हूँ क्या आता है उसको डीएम्स.
और
अलग
वो
अलग
लाखों
रेंज
आते
के
होंगे ना.
डीएम्स. नहीं अलग अलग रेंज के डीएम्स आते हैं ना उसको. मतलब फैन से लेके हेट से लेके एकदम अजीब अजीब डीएम्स आते हैं. मैंने उसके कभी देखे तो वो भी एक एक घंटा तो डीएम्स देखेंगे उसके मजा आएगा.
भाई उसका अलग ही वीडियो बन सकता है. आई थिंक हमारे एडिटर को दे देंगे भाई, वो करोगे कभी बताना.
जाने
एंड
वो अपलोड नहीं होगा. जाने दो.
एंड देन सागर.
सागर.
हम्म.
भाई सो जाऊंगा मैं मस्त. भाई वो बंदा सोता ही नहीं है. सागर डजंट स्लीप. मेरे को इतना बुरा लगता है उसके लिए. अगर मैं बना तो आई बी लाइक स्लीप लेके उसको दे दूंगा भाई वापस सागर बन जा. एटलीस्ट यू विल बी नॉट स्लीप डिप्राइव्ड.
But I think I
बेचारा.
remember like during 2020 he used to do like 5 streams in a day भाई. That was insane. अब तो तब भी रिलैक्स्ड है.
नहीं ऐसा लगता है ही कीप्स वर्किंग नॉन स्टॉप. फॉर हिम आई वुड जस्ट स्लीप. इफ आई एम सागर आई विल गो टू स्लीप.
Nice. And then finally yourself from 10 years ago.
What will I do if I am myself 10 years
Ha,
ago?
the first thing you will have to do.
First thing I'll do 10 years ago is then I would call Nidhi and be like क्यों इतना टाइम वेस्ट करना है. अभी मिल लेते हैं.
Nice, nice, nice. That's I think the best answer. यार इससे better answer कुछ हो नहीं सकता मेरे ख्याल से.
Yes. चलो I think on
Amazing.
this note, on this beautiful note, I'll
Yeah.
take a leave. Maybe you want to just summarize the games,
Ha, ha.
and if you
So
want any
let's,
last opinions on any
yeah.
games.
Idra, can we have the bird's eye view एक बार विदित से opinion लेते हैं कि what does he expect the results, because हमारे Indian players confident बहुत लग रहे हैं body language से, but I'm not sure about the actual results as of now. So Vidit, going from the top left game, Gukesh against Wei Yi, what's the expected result and what are you feeling about the game?
So Wei Yi is better for sure, but it's not like obvious obvious ki how to progress. So maybe a draw, but I think Gukesh will have a tough time improving the position. Although there is potential,
Hmm.
likelihood is low.
Hmm. And then Magnus against Caruana.
I think it will be a draw. I think Fabi will hold this.
Got it. And then finally, Hikaru against Arjun is a tough one.
No, I think Hikaru will win because his
Ooh.
position is so good. Um, and he enjoys such positions where there is a lot of stability. So
Hmm.
I think very good chances for Hikaru.
Hmm. And then we have Tingjili against Humpy.
Humpy will win because I think
Hmm.
she also has a very good position and her style, very stable position,
Hmm.
good chances to win.
And then finally, I think Vaishali against Sarah.
Um, I'll pick black. Although Sarah has not had a good tournament, so I'll say draw because the form
Hmm.
is a factor
Hmm.
which will play
Yeah.
a role in confidence and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I think let's see.
Awesome.
So, with
Yes, thank you, Sahil, for having me. Maza hai aaj. 2 hours went by without even like knowing. So it was good. And thank you, chat, for being here. I streamed after a very long time. So I had fun. I'm motivated now to start my YouTube channel
nice.
again. We started. And if you know what to do, you can make edits and then post yourself because you're not getting any, but you can like the stream anyways. So that more people get to know about this scam.
तो इतना
And
इतना इतना वो स्प्रेड कर दो कि विदित इज बैक टू स्ट्रीमिंग की फिर मजबूरी हो जाए बंदा करने के लिए ऑप्शन ही ना बचे भाई इतना वो स्प्रेड कर दो
नहीं, but honestly, genuinely मजा आया आज. Had a good time.
yeah thanks a lot Vidit it was amazing to have you
Yes.
and I hope कि all your predictions come true apart from Hikaru's win बाकी आपकी लाइफ बहुत बढ़िया हो जाए
Awesome.
love you man
Love
thanks a
you.
lot for joining
Bye.
today and
Bye.
we'll see you soon bye bye Vidi एंड चैट दैट वाज विदित गुजराती एंड उनकी आपको दिख रहा है जी वो कॉल की डीपी में भी नीडी थी सो क्लियरली Oh, Hikaru mistake. So thanks a lot, VD, for joining. It was so amazing to interact with VD. I think काफी time हो गया था. Glad to see he's enjoying life. And yeah, it's going to be amazing as we go to the games. So chat, भाई हिकारू ब्लंडर भाई जा रहे हिकारू ब्लंडर है भाई तुम्हारे कहते ही ब्लंडर पे आ गए भाई मजा आ जाएगा भाई लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट द गेम भाई सो रुक b6 एंड नाउ हिकारू प्लेस क्वीन 2f2 भाई ये मूव काफी लॉजिकल है इनफैक्ट विदित मेंशन दिस विद द रुक राइट रुक डी एफ टू कहा उसने कि मैं रुक लाऊंगा एफ फाइल पे डबल करूंगा एफ से बेशक करूंगा बट अपेरेंटली क्वीन से वो सही नहीं है हिकारू गॉट द राइट आइडिया बट ही बेसिकली काइंड ऑफ डिड विद द क्वीन यार हर पीस का अलग पर्पस होता है लाइफ में उसका पर्पस फुलफिल करना बहुत जरूरी है एंड राइट नाउ चैट क्वीन एफ टू के बाद क्वेश्चन फॉर यू चैट व्हाट डू यू थिंक इज द बेस्ट मूव फॉर ब्लैक कम ऑन चैट व्हाट इज द बेस्ट मूव एनीवे लेट्स गो फुल इन आई थिंक जूम इन करते हैं मुझे लग रहा है अर्जुन यहां पे जल्दी खेलने चाहिए बिकॉज इट डजंट रियली हैव मेनी चॉइसेस आई थिंक ज्यादा ऑप्शन है नहीं एंड यू कैन सी इज मूविंग हिज हैंड ऑलरेडी बाद में कोई लोग कह रहे हैं सहज भाई कहाँ है सहज भाई का मैंने पिछली स्ट्रीम में बताया था किस किस को याद है भाई कौन है वो हमारे क्लियरली मेमोरी के जीनियसेस जो अबैकस 10 सेकंड में सॉल्व कर लेते हैं कौन है वो लोग भाई बेसिकली सहज भाई का एक पता नहीं बोलना चाहिए कि नहीं एम्बैरेसिंग है थोड़ा सा यार नहीं मजाक कर रहा भाई विजडम टूथ निकल गया उनका तो एक्स्ट्रा दांत है उनके पास थोड़े से तो वो थोड़ा सा उसको निकालने गए थे एंड ही विल बी बैक सून उनको थोड़ा सा दर्द है अभी दर्द में है भाई साज भाई थोड़ा सा सो ही बैक एंड चैट बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस तुमने बोले बट आई कैन सी सम पीपल दे आर बीइंग एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट इट इज द रिडिकुलस मूव जो हम तब से इग्नोर कर रहे थे दैट इज कैसल्स बट यू नो व्हाट इट डजंट फील नेचुरल टू प्ले दिस फ्रॉम माय एंगल बिकॉज अब कैसल करोगे अगर तो यू आर ऑलरेडी काइंड ऑफ अलाउइंग g5 एंड यू नाउ हैव टू प्ले h5 so up socho as a human let me flip the board for you chat would you play this as black against Hikaru Nakamura it's not really easy it's not really easy so I'm going to say even though the bar says it is roughly balanced it is not going to be easy for him to make this decision of castling but the problem is alternative kya hai like what else can he play the problem is let's say कि आपने queen of 2 खेला maybe you can play bishop to c6 yeah but now I can even play knight e5 I'm attacking your bishop and I'm threatening queen f7. For example, queen e5 मारते हो तो queen f7 भाई ये scholars mate हो गई with some extra pieces on the board. टिक्को को wisdom tooth कभी आया है नहीं भाई मेरा wisdom tooth आया था मैंने उसका सारा इस्तेमाल कर दिया wisdom खत्म भी हो जाती है बहुत जल्दी साले पैसे तो बहुत गरीब गरीब साले भाई, हम सब गरीब है एंड गरीब साथ में स्ट्रीम देखेंगे, बट क्वीन F2 के बाद अर्जुन की चॉइस इतनी सिंपल नहीं है, is already 8 minutes behind on the clock. What do you think chess was invented in India, Persia? I think it was absolutely India भाई, इसमें तो कोई डाउट ही नहीं है. अर्जुन थोड़ी नाक खुजलाते हुए स्ट्रेस में लग रहे हैं, कुर्सी भी हिल रही है. Hikaru not even sitting at the board right now. It's not going to be easy, chat. My man Arjun will find the move. I'm hoping he does, but do you want him to find it, chat? That is the bigger question, right? If he does castle, you have to allow G5 H5 खेलना. कितना लॉजिकल है ये? First of all, white can simply go back now and again keep an eye on this diagonal. कल को ये G6 move आ रही है which can break open the king side, so it's not going to be easy for Arjun here. साज के टीथ हैं, बोल भी कौन रहा है भाई? टीथ तो हैं भाई, साज भाई के टीथ है, चमकते हुए टीथ हैं. अभी डेंटिस्ट से आएंगे तो भाई बिल्कुल ऐसे शाइन करेंगे. वो शाइन ही रोकने के लिए आज वो ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाए, दर्द तो भाई बहाना है. एंड मीनवाइल अर्जुन थिंकिंग वन लुक एट द गुकेश गेम, मीनवाइल जहां पे रुक जीवन के बाद वे यी थिंकिंग, यू नो, मैं कह रहा हूं थिंकिंग जोर से थिंकिंग क्या होता है भाई, बट ही इज थिंकिंग एंड ही अंडरस्टैंड्स कि ही इज ऑलरेडी बेटर. बट चैट मेरा आपसे सवाल है, ठीक है? विदित मेंशन कि गुकेश हैज बीन like kind of getting worse positions. We also saw this. So my question to you is, will he be able to survive today? He survived for like 3-4 games in a row. He almost survived against Hikaru, but that was just too bad, too difficult to survive. So do you think he survives today as well? And of course, this is not as bad. Of course, minus 0.69 होता है evaluation, but do you think this is really bad कि यहां से Gukesh नहीं रिकवर कर पाएगा, और do you think कि Gukesh is going to recover and maybe even win? Who has, oh बाप रे मेरा माइक गया. हाँ आ गया, माइक आ गया. Arjun, do short castle. By short castle is gonna be difficult. Yes, even without ear gambit. That's a good question, by the way. आज हमारे पास ear gambit का weapon नहीं है. So, Indian players have to survive without it. Pooja gambit है, but usually it's been tested with ear gambit. अकेले वो काम कर पाएगी, नहीं कर पाएगी, not sure. Gukesh is the clutch king. Yes, even without ear gambit, he'll win. By let's hope so. Wei Yi को लेकिन गलती करनी पड़ेगी. Of course, there are two benefits, chat. Number one, Wei Yi still in the last rank in the table, right? So he has motivation to win and he has motivation to push. When he pushes, iska matlab ki dono ko winning chances मिलेंगे. That's the good sign. Good sign number two, chat. Uske clock pe jaake nazar maro. Look at his clock right now. It is 45 minutes. He's 20 minutes behind. And we have seen that the only way he comes back, Gukesh, is when he actually has more time on the clock. So full pressure there. Let's see what happens. As of now, soch rahe hain, Wei Yi trying to come up with the best move. Not gonna be easy, absolutely. And he comes into the board. Gukesh without his suit right now, keeping his hands free to play some brilliant moves. This is strategy to make complex position and have more time. I agree. I think that is definitely the idea. लेकिन क्या वो idea काम करेगा भाई? You could have an idea कि मैं Mount Everest climb करूंगा and then मैं photo खींचूंगा, मेरे दोस्त chill करेंगे. My crush will say yes and then I will, flaunt my accomplishments. But now, when you go to Mount Everest, तो कई बार avalanche भी आता है. So I think it's one thing to have a plan. It's the main thing is to execute it. That's going to be difficult, of course, with like a very, very strong player in front of you. And as of now, time lekin Wei Yi ka niche jata hua. He needs to play quickly. Otherwise, I think Gukesh is, riding this game. Do I have noticed Indian players mostly stay on their chairs? Really good professional. Looks like they're putting on full effort. Magnus Hikaru often use it. I think Magnus Hikaru are more of, if you look at Hikaru, he's a content creator, right? ये तो उसका side hustle है भाई. Imagine being so good at a side hustle कि तुम world number 2 हो. But it is his side hustle. तो वो जाता है वहां पे, he streams. So it's an obligation in his mind to his audience to kind of tell them what he's thinking, right? So he entertains them and he understands the importance of confessionals. Magnus, of course, also streams. He's also kind of a part-time content creator, right? Stream karta hai Title Tuesday on Take and so on. So these both players, of course, in the latter half of their career, could be very close to the end as well in terms of classical chess. I mean, they kind of also want to enjoy a bit more. They understand the value of visibility. But the youngsters, they are bloodthirsty for wins. Yeah, Gukesh, 18 साल का world champion बना, 19 साल का है अभी. He crushed Magnus on and he literally won on his birthday, right? I think the first game he won was on his birthday. So Parag, of course, by the way, also reaching world number 7 now, almost the same rating as Gukesh Arjun. Arjun, of course, also there were India number 3, 4, 5 में oscillate करता रहता है world number 3 में. So all these players are bloodthirsty for wins. That's not the case maybe for Magnus and Hikaru, yeah? Motivation wise, it might be a bit more for them. Arjun played rook d6. So we'll go to that move in a second. So Gukesh thinks, I think as he thinks, Wei Yi का time नीचे जाता रहा है. So we'll come back to this. Let's go to the game of Erigesi Arjun against Hikaru. So Vidit mentioned that this was the game he was worried about. And I think he's correct there because कहीं ना कहीं पे the black king has no home. And chat, I don't know आप में से कई लोग, कभी, I don't know if you don't have a place to stay at night. I don't know, maybe you went to a new town, booking करके नहीं गए, hotel नहीं मिल रहा है, whatever it is. If you've ever been in that situation, bhai, you know how difficult it is. And this is exactly the case for the Black King. It has nowhere to go. And फिलहाल आता है भाई यहाँ पे rook d6 आता है, and now rook d1, Hikaru, as VD mentioned, avoiding trades altogether. I once watched Sahil Tikku's 7 hours long confession. ये तुमने कहाँ देख लिया भाई? Crushed Magnus. Yeah, matlab, crush is the wrong word. Yeah, that's the first word I go to. But of course, it defeated Magnus. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. यार इतना तुम इंग्लिश एक्सपर्ट कब से हो गए चैट है? इतना इंग्लिश सीख लिया तुम, हाँ? क्रस्ट को भी डिटेल में ऐसे कर रहे हो. And meanwhile, chat, Hikaru still in his signature posture. He's still trying to calculate the subtleties. He knows he's better. He knows 95 आ रहा है. He knows G5 आ रहा है. And he knows कि black, if he castles, is very, very, very risky. Just to point out, chat, let's say you take, let's say black plays the best move of the engine, and that is castling. Let's say मैंने castle किया. And you play G5. फिलहाल के लिए engine की first preference. And एक गलती करता है black, that is taking the pawn. Look at the bar. It's over. So एक move and it's gonna be over. So now h takes d5, and you can imagine rook h1, queen h4, queen h8, and there is absolutely no defense without giving up significant material. So इसलिए chat, I think this is gonna be difficult. Please analyze Magnus' game. We'll go to that soon, I think. But I think at the end, this is the important game, the Indian players' games. That is Arjun, Gukesh, Hampi, and Vaishali. Arjun under pressure. He's behind on the clock as well. And we are hoping कि Indian players जीतेंगे आज. Magnus is already crushed by Hash Neiman. भाई Hash Neiman क्या होता है? पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ मैं जिंदगी में. I think Hans Neiman मैंने सुना है. हिकारू लूजिंग स्ट्रीक पे है क्या? भाई हिकारू ने पिछली गेम में गुकेश को हराया भाई. सो ही इज इन एब्सोल्यूट हाई कॉन्फिडेंस. ही इज ऑन हाई कॉन्फिडेंस राइट नाउ. मैन, अर्जुन भाई बचा लेना यार, बचा लेना प्लीज गेम. फुल प्रेशर भाई. मेरा फोन गिर गया भाई अर्जुन के बचाने के डायलॉग के बाद. बाप रे, that's not a good sign भाई. अगर कोई अपशगुन की बात होती तो अपशगुन तो हो गया. Chat, do you believe in Shagun? Oh, he's about to play. He's about to play. What did he play? What did he play? He played rook to b6 back. What? Wait, what? So we were in this position, rook to d6, rook e1, and now rook b6 back. That is quite interesting according to me. Like, I feel ki it's not the way you play, right? Usually it's very difficult. Because chat, dekho, if Hikaru plays rook d1, it is basically a draw repetition. You're offering a draw. But will Hikaru take it? I don't think so. This was the position, rook d1, rook b6 now. I don't think he's going to repeat. I think he's going to play g5 maybe. Maybe it's time to launch with g5. Come on, come on, come on. What? There is no way. There is no way Hikaru just repeated the move. What? Okay, it's pretty obvious Arjun is gonna play rook d6. And it's pretty obvious Hikaru will play rook e1. Right? I think. So let me see how many times we have repeated. This was once. This is twice. Oh, so he can't go rook d1 after this, yeah? Wait, kitni baar repeat hui? Why queen f2? This is once, twice. Yeah, he can go rook e1. No, yeah, he can go rook e1. Then Hikaru will have the option to repeat or not. But regardless, Hikaru repeating once is very, very interesting. So, question to you, chat. Do you think Arjun goes for a draw? Pehla sawal. Yes or no? And second sawal up, do you think Hikaru goes for a draw? Because if you ask me, I think Arjun will definitely go for a draw, and Hikaru will definitely not go for a draw. I think he's trying to basically show, एक यूट्यूबर का नाम है, अगर आपने सुना हो, टेक रिव्यू करता है, who's the boss. सो आई थिंक बेसिकली वही करने की कोशिश कर रहा है हिकारू, एंड ही इज गिविंग हिम साइकोलॉजिकल किक. अगर आप रशियन स्कूल ऑफ चेस के बारे में सुना है तो यू माइट बी फ्रेंडली विद दिस टर्म कि यू वांट टू रिपीट वंस and put pressure on your opponent. And that's what Hikaru is doing. And he's forcing Arjun to say, do you want to repeat or not? And Arjun को repeat करके concession देना पड़ेगा कि I am actually playing for a draw. कौन कहता है chess sport नहीं है भाई? Psychological play at its peak. So Arjun right now with a dilemma. Does he want to go for a draw? बाय द वे कई लोग चैट में कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, अर्जुन विल नॉट गो फॉर अ ड्रॉ. दैट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. आई थिंक ही विल. एंड जब तक वो सोचता है, लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट द वेई गेम, बिकॉज़ वहां पे कुछ हुआ है. ही हैज मेड अ मिस्टेक. Oh wow. So he has played bishop to f5 chat. And this means कि this is a huge break for Gukesh because he can now chop that bishop on f5. And if he does, I think the game is again even. And I don't know, I even prefer white a little bit now because I have the bishop pair. Maybe black is okay, yeah? Knight e4 hai, queen e4 hai. But white is not worse now. I can imagine c4, h4 ideas looking great for white. In fact, equal चाहिए तो bishop d3, yeah? That should equalize on the spot. Okay, rook e2 are actually, maybe not. You take with the pawn then, and this should kind of equalize. Next rook e1, and this should be completely equal, I think. So maybe Gukesh getting a lucky break there, and but okay, it was complicated to find the best move, but Gukesh, I think, has equalized. Bishop d3, bishop h7. Yeah, the thing is, whenever you play bishop d3 ना, आप जब भी ये बिशप लाओगे, जैसे मैंने कहा, ब्लैक का नाइट का लाइफ का पर्पस है बिशप को मारना. दैट्स इज ओनली पर्पस. जैसे तुम्हारा काम है इंजीनियर बनना, पेरेंट्स को प्राउड करना, मे बी लाइक मेक $1 billion, व्हाटएवर. इसका पर्पस है बिशप मारने का, तो ये छोड़ेगा नहीं भाई, ये मारेगा ही. Gukesh effect is real. That's a good question, good thing to think about. Do you think just being the world champion really puts extra pressure on your opponents? Honestly, I'm not sure because उनको पता है Magnus गोट है. Gukesh, even if he had not been the world champion, he would still be a strong contender to challenge in every game. तो मुझे पता नहीं यार, I'm not sure. Do you think the Gukesh effect is real because he's the world champion? Yes or no? By the way, our hard-working mod Avadh Shah saying that like stream. Let's go chat. Let's get to 2K like. भाई मेरा माइक गया. Ha, I'm back. So, Arjun moved. Oh, by the way, let's go to Arjun ki bishop khela, by the way. So we'll come back to this. Arjun has apparently moved and they have repeated the moves there. So yeah, so after rook b6, this is the position chat. Queen f2, rook, this is once, rook d6, rook e1, rook b6, rook d1, rook d6. And now Hikaru has to choose. Does he repeat and accept the draw and go into Armageddon, or does he kind of say, you know what, I'm going to attack you? Chat, Hikaru takes a draw, yes or no? Arjun का तो clearly yes है, जैसे मैंने कहा था. समोसा खाओगे यार? समोसे खाए हुए जमाना हो गया है. पता है, मैंने टचवुड, आई एम ऑन अ डाइट भाई. पिछले एक हफ्ते में मैं 1.5 किलो लूज कर चुका हूं. सो आई डोंट वांट टू जिंक्स इट विद समोसास भाई. नो समोसास, आउट ऑफ माय हेड. आथू, लेट्स गो. Sahaj bhai, who can become third Indian to become a 250? Sahaj bhai कॉल करते हैं, बताते हैं who can third Indian 250 भाई. Let's go. Sahaj bhai का विजडम टूथ निकल रहा है भाई. So अगली बार जब Sahaj bhai आएंगे, so उनकी रेटिंग और घट चुकी होगी बिकॉज विजडम तो गई भाई आधी. So I'm worried now. रेड चटनी भाई, ग्रीन चटनी समोसे यार, रेड चटनी भी अच्छी है वैसे, दैट देयर इज अ पॉइंट टू बी मेड, बट एज ऑफ नाउ चैट, चटनी तो बोर्ड पे निकलेगी। क्वेश्चन है कि इज हिकारू गोइंग टू रिपीट? चैट में मैक्सिमम लोग नो लिख रहे हैं जो मुझे दिख रहा है, बट आई स्टिल फील कि इट इज पॉसिबल कि ही माइट जस्ट रिपीट दैट, बिकॉज अर्नल्ड पसंद है उसको। आई थिंक ही इज गोना थिंक फॉर लेट्स से 5 minutes. Oh, he has more time actually, that time. So he'll think for like 6 minutes, 10 minutes, and then he will either not find anything and repeat, or if he finds anything, he's going to repeat. For example, knight d2 is a move. And this is a great move. Why? Because queen f7 ka threat hai. And queen f7 marne wala hai, so you have to defend it. How do you defend it? You don't want to play f6 because ye dekho baar gaya upar, e6 weak hai. I would even just push g5, knight e4. Nah, this is not going to happen. So castle karna padega, and now g5. You force black to castle basically because black will not go rook f8, right? That would be ridiculous to play rook f8. So मुझे लग रहा है कि knight d2 is the move Hikaru could consider. So Hikaru putting on the pressure on Arjun, and now he has to make a choice. Does he have the confidence to play this game on? I think he will because he has more time on the clock. हिंदी में बोल भाई, अरे हम भोजपुरी में भी बोलत रहे, तुम सुनत नहीं रहे। बिशप d3 कैसा है? बिशप d3, यू नो, बिशप अभी बढ़िया है, वो ऑलरेडी एक्टिव है। जब ब्लैक कैसल करेगा ना, देन वी कैन ब्रिंग इट हियर, बट नॉट टू फॉरगेट बिशप d3 के बाद, या अब यार मुझे नहीं होता यार, लात खाना मुझे पसंद नहीं है यार, इट्स लाइक आई मीन मे बी यू आर इनटू इट, बट या बिशप को एक दोबारा चलना पड़ेगा, फिर यहाँ पे ब्लैक कैन डबल b2 प्रेशर, फिर दोबारा चलना पड़ेगा यहाँ से डिफेंड करने के लिए। बार बार चीजें नहीं चलनी यार, एक ही बार चलेंगे लाइफ में, डिसीजन एक बार लो एंड स्टिक विद इट। Sure, Mangesh game. So one look at the Magnus game. I think we can have a look, one quick look. This is where we left it, and this is the current position. I think Vidit predicted a draw here, which is very, very likely. Although, of course, Magnus is 37 minutes ahead. That is a huge boost. So knowing Magnus Carlsen, having a passed pawn and having f4 ready in the correct circumstances, I think there is some hope for Magnus here. So thoda pressure karenge wo, but of course Fabi, if he plays well, he should be able to hold this comfortably. So but yeah, Magnus, I think only Magnus can win this, or we head into Armageddon. So देखते हैं क्या होगा यहाँ पे। Meanwhile, heading to the Gukesh game quickly because वहां पे कुछ हुआ है, and congrats to Gukesh, he found the best move by, and he had to play it by the way, yeah, because ये बिशप हमारे किंग की तरफ नजर रख रहा था भाई, इतनी जरूरत, इतनी जरूरत। So knight f5, queen f5, and now again Gukesh doing what he does best, playing the best moves out of a worse position, pawn to c4. And chat, यहां पे होता है, मैंने चैट तुमसे एक सवाल पूछा था 5 मिनट पहले, 10 मिनट पहले, सॉरी, याद है क्या पूछा था? मैंने कहा था कि भाई गुकेश ये गेम टर्न अराउंड करेगा कि नहीं एंड जीतेगा कि नहीं। तो उस टाइम पे कई लोगों ने लिखा था नहीं, कई लोगों ने लिखा था यस। तो यस वालों, तुम भाई खुश रहो भाई, अपने आप को पैट ऑन द बैक दो, बिकॉज यहां वेई को क्वीन e4 खेलना था, दैट वाज द बेस्ट मूव, बट ही प्लेड knight to e4, and now apparently Wei is even, I wouldn't say worse, but maybe tiny bit even worse. And now Gukesh can play bishop d3, bishop c3 ideas, and अब उसके bishop activate हो सकते हैं। So Gukesh की position धीरे धीरे करके थोड़ी better लग रही है। Gukesh effect is real. Even Magnus was very conscious in wanting to beat him, and in that anxious energy he blundered. बिल्कुल सही पॉइंट है वासुकी जी। द थिंग इज फॉर मैग्नस इट्स एन इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, राइट? इन हिज हेड ही इज द बेस्ट प्लेयर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, एंड ही इंडीड इज इन रियलिटी एज वेल, एंड ही subconsciously might want to prove it, and he couldn't that day, and that's why I think it is completely winning. Yeah, so that's why that anger came out. It wasn't against Gukesh exactly, it was against himself. And so फिलहाल के लिए knight e4 आ चुका है, bishop d3 could be a great idea. And chat, question for you, यहां पे मुझे लग रहा है गुकेश जीतेगा, but the main idea is not just the position. Look at the clock. 20-minute edge for Gukesh. Now, Wei Yi has been the Armageddon king of this tournament, I have to admit, in terms of comparison. अगर आप classical results देखो और Armageddon देखो, I think सबसे ज़्यादा differentiation Wei Yi का रहा है. He's played very well, defeated Carlsen, Gukesh, Hikaru, मेरे चाचा जी को, मेरे को सबको हराया उसने. But the point is कि if you look at his classical chess, maybe he's missed out a few wins, and that's why he's at the bottom of the table. And यहाँ पे Gukesh should beat him in the classical, because तभी वो first place के लिए fight कर सकते हैं. And you can see right now कि 20 minutes behind is not a good sign. By the way, 20 ही चाले हुई हैं, so 20 चाले pending हैं अभी. So full pressure on Wei Yi. Gukesh in the driver's seat. Chat question for you. कितने प्रतिशत भारत देखो कितने परसेंट चांस हैं you think Gukesh wins this out of 100? बाकी would be draw or a loss. साज के विजडम टूथ निकल रहा है भाई. एज वी स्पीक उनका दांत आधा निकल चुका है, तो बाकी आधा निकल रहा है. सो ही विल बी बैक आई थिंक फॉर द नेक, आई डोंट नो व्हेन बैक, बट ही विल बी बैक सून. उनका दांत पहले निकल जाए पूरा. डू यू थिंक डिंग लेलन विल कम बैक स्ट्रांग? आई डोंट थिंक सो यार. डिंग आई थिंक इज पास्ट his prime in terms of age and in terms of how much tournament he plays. I think यार चाइना में he couldn't play during those 2020 22 23 years जो कोविड के साल थे, तो इसलिए he just lost touch of the top level chess, and that's why he's not played that well. Even though Gukesh barely won, I still think he's not going to come back at his peak. Peak Ding used to beat Magnus and convincingly, even in rapid. That's not going to happen now. By the way, 90, 100, 50, 89, 65, 67. पहली बार कोई मैंने चीज पूछी या कोई 69 नहीं दिख रहा है भाई. चैट तुम सुधर चुके हो भाई, शरीफ लोग है भाई चैट में आज. So glad to see that, bye. But yeah, I think good chance of Gukesh to win. Meanwhile, one look at the Arjun game. If we have any moves, Rook D. What? Baap re. So Hikaru repeated. Can we go full screen, Levi? So Hikaru has repeated. That is very, very interesting. So let me go back and see. So this was the position, chat, right? Queen F2. Rook D1, Rook B6 once. Repeat ho chuka hai. Rook D6, Rook E1 once repeat. Rook B6, Rook D1 twice repeat. Rook D6, Rook D1 twice repeat. And if now you play Rook B6, and Rook D1, that's a draw, right? That's an instant draw. So ये draw बहुत जल्दी हो सकता है यार. This could end a draw very quickly. I'm quite surprised by Hikaru taking a draw there. I'm actually shocked, to be honest. I'm actually shocked that he agreed for this. Wow. So Hikaru may be not able to find that breakthrough. And Arjun instantly repeats with Rook B6. And chat, question for you. Does Hikaru play Rook D1 and agree to a draw? Oh, it's about to play. Chat, question for you. Hikaru, draw, yes or no? Spam kar do bhai. Spam kar jaldi se. Because if they draw, chat, and there it is. I think it's a draw, right? Wait, why are they not? They have repeated thrice now. They have repeated thrice. Nobody is claiming a draw. Okay, now they've called the arbiter. I think they've called the arbiter, chat. Hikaru भाई अपनी moves में भी takes कर रहा है. अर्जुन asking भाई draw हो गया ना भाई, कर लेना. हाँ, इस लाइक हाँ हो गया भाई. Arbiter को बुलाना है क्या? अच्छा, arbiter को बुलाते हैं. We have repeated thrice. The arbiter agrees. And there it is, chat. It's a draw in the classical section. And we are going to see Armageddon. So I'm very happy with this result because, the thing is, ये game बहुत difficult थी. We were close to lost at one point. And Hikaru basically accepted a draw. So great result for Arjun. Arjun OP बनता है भाई. Arjun OP in the chat बनता है because he saved that, very difficult game. And now we have a chance to go into Armageddon. एक बार spam कर दो Arjun OP भाई. And I think Armageddon बहुत जल्दी चालू हो जाएगा. And we can see the players analyze कि भाई, कभी बिरयानी ट्राई करिए आपने. हाँ भाई, जो मसाला उसमें होता है भाई, हैदराबादी बेस्ट है. पर चेन्नई की ट्राई करनी चाहिए. नहीं यार, तेलंगाना की खाओ. नहीं, ऑफ कोर्स मूव्स की बात कर रहे हैं, बट द पॉइंट इज कि यार, आई थिंक there would have definitely been something for Hikaru there, but he missed it. Okay, both players. This is so nice to see, yeah. Matlab, chat, not to forget, Hikaru is also close to retiring from the game, yeah. We're not going to see him play too much. Maybe he will play the candidates this year, as we mentioned earlier, because he will qualify for the ratings likely, but we might not see him play too many classical events. It's so great to see, the current learning from, I would say the future learning from the present. Yeah, Hikaru world number 2, discussing with Arjun world number 4. This is a treat. Yeah, so as Arjun and Hikaru analyze, chat, do not forget, can we have both the games for a second device? So Hikaru analyzing on one side and Gukesh's game on the other, because Gukesh has actually played. Okay, they have left chat. We can go full screen on Gukesh now. Gukesh has played the best move, chat. Bishop to d3 on the board by Gukesh. Beautiful. Beautiful. So he is piling on the pressure now. And Wei Yi को भाई stress हो रहा है. Look at the clock, 21-minute difference. And it feels like आज का दिन suddenly has turned from a bad day for the Indian players into a great day for Indian players. Arjun drawing that almost, really worse game. Gukesh grinding out a slightly better position out of a worse game. Ek taraf se, of course, we saw Humpy was clearly better. We saw Vaishali as well having a decent position. So आज का दिन बढ़िया लग रहा है भाई. We could have some great results today. Oof. Hey, Gukesh, by the way, looking at something. Maybe he's looking at Arjun's result. Like he's wondering कि क्या हुआ भाई, इतना जल्दी game usually खत्म नहीं होता है. Timid chess by Hikaru. That's very interesting. Would a Hikaru 5 years back have agreed to a draw? I don't think so. I don't think so. So it's also part and parcel of where he is in his life right now. And of course, like I think it works out. And I think he missed a couple of opportunities. So it was not really out of the blue. Hey, Gukesh ko kya hua bhai? He's constantly looking somewhere. Is there some disturbance? Like कुछ आवाज आ रही हो? Reminds me मैं जब बचपन में ट्रेन में आता था तो बंदे आते थे सोने के टाइम पे भाई चाय 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 वैसी फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे भाई डिस्टर्ब हो रहा हूँ मैं. Hikaru savings rating for candidates. By that is also a good point. He's maybe taking less risks because he wants to qualify for the candidates. But the question is, do you think he'll play the candidates? I'm not completely convinced. Like I'm like 75% convinced he plays it, but 25% if his couple of tournaments don't go his way, he might not even play. कोई कह रहा है याप याप भाई. I agree भाई. याप करना I think आज का trend है and I love yapping भाई. Is just my way of commentating. But फिलहाल के लिए, by the way, what? Okay, chat. I think the tide is turning. The tide is turning and it is slowly moving in the favor of the world champion. Queen e5 is an active move. You're looking at the Gukesh king side. You're bringing the rook into defending this pawn. And there are some ideas. For example, let's say you play a random move like a3. Bishop takes a3 is now possible. And if you take queen a1 is mate. So there are certain ideas you can already see. In fact, let's say you play h4. Chat, question for you. What is the best move for black? Can you find the best move, chat, for Wei Yi in this position? Just to show you queen f ka idea kya hai. Why did Wei Yi actually play queen e5? That's very important to understand, right? So the idea is still bishop a3. And you see how it's almost lost. If you take, it's queen a1 mate. If you play b3, you can't play, it's pinned, you can't play b3. And the only move to even hold the game now is c3. Otherwise, you're lost. And now knight d2, rook d2, and queen takes c3 check. Bhai sahab, this is a deadly threat. Don't hype too much. Sagar bhai, ye variation dekho bhai, threat kya hai? Threat is bishop a3. That is a killer blow in this position. So, I think Gukesh, of course, will see it, yeah? And now he can play rook d e1. Let's see the idea. Now, if you play bishop a3, you have c3, and there is, and 92 here, I can take with the king. Why? The queen is hanging and the bishop is hanging, and you win the game. So see how suddenly, the knight being pinned just kind of gets a better position. So rook d e1, a bold move if Gukesh plays, but it is the best move in the position. Sahil bhai, you are skibidi. अच्छा आपने skibidi बोला, आगे toilet नहीं बोला तो फिर ठीक है. भाई skibidi toilet है क्या वैसे? मुझे पता ही नहीं. I always was curious. What is this crap भाई? कोई समझाएगा मुझे भाई? What was this crap? So meanwhile, chat, as we look at this position, I think Gukesh has a golden opportunity to gain the edge here. Question for you, chat. What will Gukesh play? So rook d1 is the best move. You could also actually maybe take on d5. The idea being pawn se marte ho, to your pawn structure is now isolated pawn on d5. I can attack it later. If you take with the queen, now I can play moves like bishop c3. And I put my bishop on this diagonal. And if you were to take, question for you, chat. What is white's best move? Because if I take the knight, there is bishop a3 and queen a2. And I'm lost. White to play. Just a बेकार ट्रेंड है ना भाई. इसका नाम ही टॉयलेट हो, क्या ही ट्रेंड होगा भाई. Sure, Mangesh, we'll go to that game soon. यार बहुत जल्दी जाएंगे I think, but this is a critical moment in the Gukesh game chat. We'll go to the game soon. मैग्नस में कुछ crazy नहीं हो रहा है, वो draw ही है. um, Bishop takes h7, absolutely correct. वेनिस भाई, आप तो वेनिस में बैठ के सुंदर जगह बैठे हो तो सुंदर मेरे से बोलोगे ही. King h7, rook takes d5, knight takes d5, and important by the way, you play queen d3 check, एंड किंग के पीछे जाने के बाद यू प्ले पॉन टू c4, एंड दोनों में से एक पीस मरेगा. लेट्स से नाइट b4, नाउ यू प्ले क्वीन टेक्स d6. सो यू आर ऑल करेक्ट चैट. तुषार भाई ऑल इन वन भाई. रितेश देशमुख भी चैट में है, बहुत बढ़िया भाई, यू करेक्ट. जनीला क्या बोल रही है बताना भाई. सो क्वीन e5 इज द मूव, एंड नाउ आई थिंक वाइट हैज टू टेक हिज टाइम, बट आई थिंक रुक डी e1 इज अ ग्रेट आइडिया फॉर गुकेश. बट कैन ही, वही कैमरा को देख रहा है, हल्की सी उबासी ली उन्होंने वहां पे. होता है वही भाई, मैं भी कई बार स्ट्रीम पे ऐसे उबासी आती है, कई बार एक्सेप्शनल केसेस में कोई बोरिंग सी गेम चल रही है, बट आज वो दिन नहीं है, आज बहुत एक्साइटिंग गेम है. यैप गॉड टिकू भाई, रैप गॉड सुना है, यैप गॉड क्या है भाई? आई वुड टेक द टाइटल एनी डे भाई. And meanwhile, chat, as we know, Hikaru Arjun have drawn. So one look at the game. Arjun पीसी सजेस्ट कर रहा है क्या भाई? तब से अर्जुन हमारा वेट कर रहा था भाई कैमरा पे आने का. देख तुम कितना मस्त आदमी है. And one look at the Magnus game. This is the current position. Chat, it looks like at first glance Magnus might just squeeze out a win. Now the only problem for Magnus is उसका king थोड़ा कमजोर है. You can see the king is open. ये diagonal थोड़ा सा open है. The knight can come to g4. Rook can at some point come to a1. So maybe at some point he has to go h3, king h2 just to safeten up his king. But overall, if you have to look at it objectively, yeah, I think Magnus is indeed better. So thoda pressure hoga, but I think if he plays his best game, his A game, what we know Magnus does so well, I think he very likely will win this. Not to forget e5 pe, there are the queen and the rook pieces on the same diagonal. So lots of pressure on Caruana here, who, by the way, if he loses again, I think it's going to be really bad because he lost the last game to Arjun. He will lose again, and he was in first place. He will go to third or fourth place. So Fabi under pressure. So going back to the Gukesh game, one look at the Vaishali game. Who's worse now against Sarah Khadim? Look at this. Bishop takes b2. Brilliancy by Sarah there. Nice move, by the way. Chat, question for you. If queen takes b2, what will black play? Queen takes b2. What was black's idea that I think Vaishali probably missed? Beautiful move by Sarah there. Okay, the game is still holdable. Of course, Vaishali didn't, because the idea is knight d3 check, checking the king and winning the queen. So Vaishali, I think, missed that. Or maybe it was just underestimated by Vaishali. And now rook d1, bishop a3, and knight f4. Some compensation, I think, because black castle nahi kar sakta. There is h6 hanging, and knight h5 aa raha hai, f6 aa raha hai. There's some pressure here, but Sarah maybe is slightly better. Yeah, 93, bilkul sahi baat, chat. Also, not to forget Humpy's game, who is indeed better. This is where we left it with it. 96, queen c4, knight f4, bishop f1. And now queen side castles by Humpy. So things looking great for Humpy there. And just to point out, यार ये pawn मर रहा है टिक्कू भाई. यार देखो, मैं बहुत भूखा हूँ. Late night snack का मेरा मन है. So can I just chomp on this pawn on f7? You can. But queen a5, and suddenly this knight is pinned. Bishop b4 aane wala hai. There are a lot of threats, and this can get extremely difficult for Li Tingji. And if I'm mispronouncing her name, mujhe maaf karna bhai, maybe I should look up the exact pronunciation. So I'm going to call her Li for now, but this could be dangerous. The black king is safe, the white king is not. So Humpy, I would say, it's such a position which could end in the next 5 moves. That's how dangerous this is. So Humpy looking great. Hikaru Arjun have drawn, going to the Gukesh game. Now, by the way, Gukesh has played rook d e1. Let's go. Let's go, bhai. टिक्कू भाई, आप कोचिंग लेते हो क्या? भाई मैं कोचिंग ना लेता हूं ना देता हूं. मैं ले काम नहीं करता भाई. मैं बस अपना काम निपटाता हूँ भाई. फिलहाल के लिए साहिल भाई, जीएम के बंदे अच्छे नहीं होते. नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है भाई. So yeah, Gukesh plays the best move rook d e1, and Wei Yi, to his credit, plays the best move bishop to c5. And Gukesh is still better, but this puts up a challenge कि there is some pressure on this pawn. For example, again, if you play a random move like h4, then I think bishop takes f2 तो है ही. there is also a freaky move, chat. Can you find what is another move apart from bishop f2 that gives Wei Yi a better position if Gukesh were to play h4 or a random move? एनएम क्या होता है? एनएम होता है भाई नेशनल मास्टर. So देश का जो मास्टर होता है ना, उसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म हमेशा एनएम होगा. If you look at the leader of the nation, the short form will always be NM. So NM को इज्जत देनी बहुत जरूरी है भाई. लीड टिंग जीतो, वही तो मैं बोल रहा था अंशुल भाई. और क्या बोल रहा था मैं? Wei had a couple of yawns, I must admit. I think maybe he's not had a good night's sleep, and that can happen sometimes. If you're preparing all night, it can totally happen. Bhai, it is bishop d4. Pressuring this, and if you, this is not easy at all. c3 khelna padega, and now I can take this, and now I've also weakened up your king even more. So bahut sare options. So white has to be careful here and actually take on d5. After queen takes d5 agar marte ho, to that is a free piece. Bye bye, good night Wei Yi. Aap so sakte ho, lekin pawn se marega wo, and now I can play a simple plan. Rook e2, defend the pawn, and on a good day after h4 I could also double up rooks, put my king on b1 on a good day, and on a good night Wei Yi can sleep well. So फिलहाल के लिए chat, Gukesh looking in the driver's seat, 14 minute आगे हैं. That's a huge plus in this position, because at the end you have to remember कि यार it is not going to be easy when you have no increment for either player, by the way. So it's going to be really, really difficult. Wasn't Vishen tired 10 minutes ago? Why Gukesh in bad position? He's not in a bad position, yaar. He's in a better position, actually. He was worse earlier, actually. So he's doing really well, I would say. So things looking amazing for Gukesh, but can he convert this? I'm not so sure. I think that's the main question. Will he be able to kind of win this game is the idea we need to understand. ठीक भाई, आप शादी कब कर रहे हो? सलमान खान के फैन हो भाई, शादी करेंगे भाई. वीडियो से सवाल तभी मैंने पूछा था कि भाई कोई एडवाइस हो तो बताओ. सो डेफिनेटली करेंगे वो भी शादी बहुत जल्दी. ही सेइंग टिक्कू मेड मी वरिड फॉर नो रीजन. अरे एब्सोल्युटली भाई, मेरी बातों पे स्ट्रेस मत लो भाई. गुकेश तो जीतेगा ही. एक बंदा लिखा, आई नो शादी इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट, आई ऑल्सो रन अवे इफ आई हियर मैरिज वर्ड. भाई साहब, लोग इतना कांपते हैं क्या? Time wrong. I don't think the time is wrong. I'm going to refresh it just to be sure. But I don't think the time is wrong, Chad. I think Gukesh is ahead by 13 minutes. So it's a healthy lead for Gukesh. Yeah, there you see it. No issues with the clock there. Where is Prag? Prag is playing in another tournament, chat. So Prag is actually very close to Arjun and Gukesh's rating now. And I checked, he had a draw today, so his rating is 2771. And Arvind won today. So he is now world number 10 again. Wei Yi se aage nikalte hue. And if he wins tomorrow as well in the final round, he'll be world number 9. So we again have 4 players in the world top 10 who are Indian. Saj, by the way, has his wisdom tooth being removed. I think that's why he's not available today. So he'll be back soon. But meanwhile, ठीक है, अर्जुन का ब्लिट्स कब स्टार्ट होगा? आई थिंक इट शुड स्टार्ट एनी मोमेंट एक्चुअली. गुड टू कीप दैट इन माइंड. या, इट शुड स्टार्ट सून. सो वील हैव एन आई ऑन दैट, बट इट शुड स्टार्ट सून फॉर श्योर. ब्लैक बिशप टू a3 Gukesh मैच. सो इफ यू प्ले बिशप, ओके, पहले तो वाइट की चाल है. सो आई एम गोना अज्यूम कि वेट व्हाट हैपेंड? या, दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन. या. So c5 is one option. दूसरा option एक और है bishop c3, and the idea is to attack the queen, and you can't take with the knight because I will pick up the queen again. So आपको यहाँ पे queen को move करना पड़ेगा, and then I can continue my plan. I don't know how do I save this pawn because knight c3 भी है. Okay, I'm not a big fan now of this move because bishop c3, queen d6. I now have to stop the bishop hanging. I have to stop the pawn hanging. उसके लिए मुझे अगर मारना पड़ेगा, then I'm not really happy with it. So maybe I think यहाँ पे cd5 seems like the best way. या निधि भाई, किसका इंटरव्यू? Oh, let's play it.
Hey, Hikaru, was that Arjun finding some good defensive resources there?
It's very hard to judge. I mean, we discussed a little bit after the game. I mean, it's a shame that we this Armageddon, because otherwise I think we could have discussed that for half an hour. The first thing is when he played bishop d7, as I mentioned in the confessional booth, I wasn't sure if I could take h7 because I looked at lines, and I mean, I think by transmission I'd seen h6, g4, bishop d7 like in the game, but then I spent 20 minutes and I trusted him, which I mean, he said there was a move queen a5, so probably it was fine. And then somehow I thought I was better, but I was a little bit worried towards the end as to whether I could really do a whole lot and whether the bishops wouldn't become better in the long run. I mean, we discussed the line at the end with rook b6, knight d2, like rook f8, bishop d3, and I thought king c8, knight c4, rook b8, and I mean, again, it looks very funny in terms of black's placement, but the bishops are actually very good on like d7 and e7. I have this weak pawn on h4. There's no attack. The center's closed. I mean, I didn't know, so it was very difficult. And I mean, also, I was looking at the other games, of course, and it's no secret that I've had a good tournament, and everybody else has been like doing okay, but nobody's really come close in rating. So it looked to me like Magnus was much better, and then I just thought, I mean, what's the point of going insane? You know, it was quite difficult to make the decision to take the draw, but I just thought it'd be practical.
Yes, you feel like Magnus has a chance in his game against Fabio right now?
Well, he's up a pawn. I mean, if Fabiano has something immediately to save the game, he'll be fine. If he doesn't, he's going to lose. So I think we'll know within the next 5 to 10 minutes what's going to happen. Obviously, I mean, people are probably wondering, like, you know, why does it matter if Magnus wins? What's the big deal? You should be playing for first place in the tournament. But my argument would be that, you know, at the end of the day, the candidates is the goal. I mean, it was not a goal even 3 months ago, but now it is definitely a goal, and it's on my mind. And so I'm basing it off of that, and we'll see if it works out or not.
I really appreciate that honest feedback. Thank you, Hikaru.
Sure, no problem.
And there you had Hikaru actually saying that he took the practical route there, taking a draw with Arjun. And that's very interesting because usually you would expect Kiar, you know, he would just go for the kill as white, as it did against Gukesh. But that was a one-way street. Gukesh had no counterplay. Yeah, Arjun actually had counterplay. So, you know, Hikaru thought कि भाई ठीक है, draw लेते हैं. Let's go to Armageddon. And you know what, chat, सही बताना ठीक है. मुझे लगता है Hikaru को ना Armageddon खेलना भी पसंद है यार. I think that's one of the reasons he went into Armageddon. Like, Armageddon खेलने मजा आएगा भाई, क्या classical खेलें, चलो chill करते हैं, Armageddon खेलते हैं भाई. I think that's one of the reasons he went for it. But anyways, I think that's great for Arjun's perspective. By the way, Gukesh again finding the best move. So he is on a roll in the last few moves. Wei Yi, of course, takes with the pawn, the only move. But now is the crucial move. He has to find a move like rook e2, which is not easy, but it does make sense once you realize it as an option. टिकू भाई छुपा रहे हैं, क्या छुपा रहा हूं मैं भाई, मुझे ये भी नहीं पता क्या छुपा रहा हूं भाई. Gukesh will win candidates again this year. Bhai, candidates क्यों भाई? Gukesh is already and he finds rook e2. Wow. Wow. Look at the hype क्यों कर रहा है भाई? That was not an easy move. I'm actually genuinely shocked he found that move. Yeah, it's such a wholesome move. You defend the bishop. If ever, let's say queen move karti, you take. I can now take with the rook. My king doesn't have to step out into the open. I've also defended my pawn here. I'm setting up for doubling up these rooks. And you know, there are a lot of options. So I think this is a very, very interesting move, rook e2. And Gukesh now showing why he's the world champion here. इट्स एन इजी मूव कह रहे हैं. एनिमल गेमर की रेटिंग भाई 420 से ऊपर हुई तो भाई मेरा नाम टिक्कू नहीं भाई. देख लेना भाई तुम. तो साहिल टिक्कू हो जाएगा भाई, ये डिफरेंस है. Guki on fire. That is an impressive move, I must admit. And Wei Yi, of course, now he has to create counterplay, right? So let's kind of understand कि what happens if Wei Yi does nothing. Let's say Wei Yi chill करता है and he plays a pawn move bishop to b6. Let's say which has no point. You can already see कि ये movement drawback है. I now have bishop b4 attacking your rook. And if you play rook f7, then I can continue with my attack h4, h5, g6 aa raha hai, and this is very, very deadly. So not bishop c5. Let's say I play a6, which looks like a logical move, right? h4. And look at the bar. It's +1 already. And you might play b5. I'm going to maybe even go continue with h5. I have even rook g e1 to take and win a pawn. So lots of options available. So Wei Yi को अगर यहाँ पे challenge करना है Gukesh को, he has to go instantly. He has to go. He has to go. Go मतलब अभी उसको attack करना है. He has to play a move which causes Gukesh to doubt his intentions. Like, is Wei Yi going for an attack? So chat, question to you. You have no time as Wei Yi. You have to attack. What is the move you would choose, chat? अपनी move spam करो and then we'll reveal the answer. कोई कह रहा है Gukesh accuracy. So accuracy wise, it is 94.5 for Gukesh and 94.3 for Wei Yi. It is roughly balanced, but I think in the last few moves, Gukesh's accuracy has been 100%. So in the last I would say 6 moves, he has played 0 mistakes. Like absolutely first preference of the engine. Sahil टिक्का भाई स्कूल में मेरा फेमस टिक्की बुलाते थे मुझे स्कूल में, तो that was just pretty common. So not a new name by Tiki was the go-to name. Arjun game started. Really? We will jump to the game quickly, but chat, you are correct. B5 is the move for Wei Yi. He has to play it. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very difficult. Meanwhile, the Armageddon has started. Let's go. It is going to be Hikaru Nakamura versus Arigacy Arjun. Let's go full screen. It's going to be insane battle मेरी भाई. Wei कह रहा है भाई मेरी गेम देख के चाह रहे हो तुम लोग ऐसे कैसे भाई? There it is chat. पहला सवाल. Who wins this chat? Hikaru or Arjun? Hikaru has 10 minutes on the clock. For anybody joining in, Arjun had 7. He had 3 less minutes, but a game draw hoti hai, then Arjun wins. So who do you think wins this match? Come on chat, naam spam kar do. It's going to be crazy. Pawn takes for maar diya hai, and filhal ke liye A5. What? I thought A5 he wants to, okay, got it. I thought aces khelega. Okay, A5, A3. Bhai Hikaru dara sa khel raha hai. What is A3? I think he's not playing in his fluent self. Mujhe laga Arjun jeet jayega bhai. I think Arjun will win. Maximum log, by the way, he wins. Arjun wins. I have that hope as well. Very blundered chat carry. Bhai, we're gonna check that instantly afterwards. By the way, you are correct. Chat, I'm sorry, just 1 second ke liye, can we switch? We have to switch for 1 second. Bhai, it's insane. Knight takes D2. Look at this move by Wei Yi. Blunder. And the idea is, if you take the queen, your queen also hangs. So you can't really, can you have the full board? I would love to look at the full board right now. Bahut important hai. So you can't really take the queen, but you have multiple other moves. You can actually play king takes d2 here. Wei in trap mein phas gaye. King takes d2, not rook takes e5, knight f3, but king takes d2, queen b2, queen d5 check, king h8, and now rook takes e8, rook takes e8 agar marte ho to queen c5. So you have to give this bishop b4 check. King, look at this variation. f3 check, king e3, rook e8 check, king f3, and now queen to c3 with some ideas. Bhai, this could be a crazy game. This could be an insane game, chat. Oh my God. Either this... Bye. Switching back, I think we'll come to this soon, chat. But अभी आर्मगेडन देखना है, वहां पे टाइम नहीं है मुकेश, थोड़ा कैलकुलेट करने के लिए बहुत क्रेजी वेरिएशंस है. बिशप h7 भी आ रहा है सुपर्णा, you are correct. So lot of variations possible, but as of now we're going to stick to this. And now, by the way, knight g6 pressure. Hikaru is better now. He has more space on the queen side, pushing his pawns, space gain करते हुए. Elon Musk के fan है सारे chess players. Rook did another mistake. Now bishop c3, b5, bishop b4, attacking the queen could be a deadly try as well. Arjun has to be careful. A5 also good move. Full pressure on Arigacy Arjun. He needs a draw. That's all he needs. Oh man, this calculation is very easy for Gukesh. I know, but he will take some time there. Queen e8, by the way, Arjun holding on for now. And Hikaru ko main cheez dekhni hai, final blow kahan se aayegi? Where will the final blow come from? Because as of now, you can see there's pressure on the queen side, but और pawn आगे नहीं जा रहे. King side भी आपने advance कर लिया. If you play h4, there is knight g4. You play g4, there is knight f4. Center भी pawn block. Okay, what next? That's not so clear. So he plays g3, nice move. But Arjun can now just wait, yeah? Queen e7, rook ac8. B6 opens up the A file. किसके favor में होगा ये opening of the A file? It's not clear. I know Bishop Saka chat. We're going to go to that game quickly because Gukesh is still thinking, I think, in that game. So that will take some time for Gukesh to calculate. Meanwhile, Rook B8 played. Wait, Brilliancy played. क्या बात कर रहे हो? Wow. भाई बंदा वर्ल्ड चैंपियन तो है भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन तो है भाई. Let's have a look. So apparently, as we left the engines on, it slowly realizes that bishop h7 is the best move. The engines don't realize it at first glance. That is crazy. So bishop takes h7. What a move by Gukesh. भाई साहब क्या बंदा है यार. And let's look at this idea now. King h7. बाय द वे हमारा पीस मरा है अभी, ठीक है, वी आर कंप्लीटली इग्नोरिंग इट. एक पीस डाउन है, नाउ टू पीसेस डाउन. वी आर टू पीसेस डाउन बाय द वे. पहले बिशप मरा भाई. बिशप पेयर फैंस, आई एम सॉरी, थोड़ा ट्रॉमा लगेगा आपको. आई नो यू विल फील सम ट्रॉमा देयर कि दोनों बिशप मर गए, बट आएंगे आएंगे वापस आएंगे. सो बिशप डी नाइट D2, बिशप H7, king H7. Now queen H5 check, king G8, and now the queen has moved out from the knight's path, and you can take the queen. Rook takes e5, king takes d2, bishop f2, and rook f1. The variation goes on. Bishop e3 check and king d3. And chat, I think this position is winning, but it's gonna take a long while to convert. वैसी पोजिशन है जहां पे, because it's an imbalance. It's rook, bishop, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and pawn against queen. So technically, it's even balance. Rook worth 5 points, 3 points, 1 point, it's 9 points. Queen worth 9 points. But the black king is kind of in a mating net. So that's why I think white is better. And also, ye pieces king ko attack kar payenge. It's like a myth. It's not gonna happen. So does that mean Wei Yi missed bishop h7? Wow, he missed bishop h7. Because if he had seen it, he would play it instantly, right? He would play it instantly. And also, by the way, not to forget, taking is not forced. He can play king h8, but now you can't go queen h5. Because now queen takes c2. And you would think कि यहाँ पे mate होगा, but queen can now take on h5. So, after instead of king h8, you have to now take rook takes d2, king h7, and now you can play rook takes d5, and you actually get the piece back. Even that is winning. So Wei Yi is actually losing to Gukesh. Gukesh might just win this, bhai. Let's go. So let's go to Arjun. We'll come back to this as he plays. As of now, Arjun is struggling. This is not a good position for Legacy Arjun. Rook takes b5. Look at the passed pawn on a6. He needs to grab that pawn, and then the game should be a dead draw. But will he be able to chat? It doesn't feel like it right now. 3 minute है, by the way. 3 minute का edge हिकारू का अभी भी clock पे maintained है. Oh, and now chat, apparently rook e3 is the best move in the position, and he will play it. Hikaru will find it, I think. ओह टिक्कू भाई की गर्लफ्रेंड है भाई, होती तो मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा था क्या, अभी मैं देख रहा था, पॉपकॉर्न खा रहा था उसके साथ यार. बट एनीवेज बाद में बात करेंगे. रूक e3 प्लेड, अटैकिंग द क्वीन, डिफेंडिंग द नाइट, एंड अर्जुन इज एक्चुअली लूजिंग द आर्मागेडन. On the other side, chat, I think Arjun was maybe even worse in the classical, so at least 8 point to milega, and that will help him to keep his chances of finishing in the top 2 tomorrow. So I don't mind. Even if he loses, I think he still has chances. So it's not the end of the world. But of course, ideally, if he can somehow grab this pawn, ये pawn अगर मिल गया ना, तो we can actually just save the game. बस एक pawn यार, एक pawn तो है. Bhai, this is knight going to f8, but it's a, ये नाइट जा कहाँ रहा है. आई मीन यू e6 आएगा, बट द e5 pawn also, द क्वीन इज लिटरली डिफेंडिंग अ pawn. क्वीन को भाई बड़े बड़े काम करने चाहिए लाइफ में. आई शुड अटैक, नॉट जस्ट डिफेंड अ pawn नाउ. हिकारू को हिचकी आ रही है भाई, बड़ी खतरनाक हिचकी है, बिकॉज इट सीम्स टू बी वर्किंग. हिकारू इज 2.5 minutes ahead. Arjun still struggling. The only way I see is one of the knights has to come to c7 and just take this pawn. So maybe that's what he's trying, yeah? Knight e6, knight c7, knight a6. In a dream world, that might... And he's trying that path, by the way, but white has rook b7 simply, preventing the knight coming to c7. Oh, that is difficult. Chat stream like करो, those are like जल्दी से कर दो भाई. Come on chat, let's go भाई. Both plays. Arjun defended that worst game. Gukesh winning by the way right now. Let's like the stream. Let's get to 2K likes. उम्मीद 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 पे दुनिया कायम है, उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है. If Maggie and Nerd Guy draws Gukesh, we'll have story. Nerd Guy कौन है भाई? Queen d6 played. Okay, decent move, attacking the e5 pawn. अगर knight c7 यहाँ तुम for example खेलते हो, there is also rook a3 now. Oof, defending the pawn. That's a good move by Hikaru. भाई छोड़ नहीं रहा बंदा यार, छोड़ दे हिकारू भाई, गलती कर दे. ईयर गैम्बिट पूजा भाई, ये ईयर गैम्बिट नहीं बचा सकती भाई. दिस इज पूजा गैम्बिट. दिस इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट एक्चुअली, वेरी डिफिकल्ट. ये तो गया. Oh, king h7, but now I can just pick up the pawn. एक और प्यादे को गुड बाय कहते हुए Legacy Arjun. सहज का विजडम टूथ निकल रहा है भाई, तो वो टूथ निकालने गए हैं अभी, तो वो आएंगे सून. बट रूक b7 नाउ प्लेड. एंड चैट, इफ यू टेक हियर फॉर एग्जांपल, इसको मत भूलना भाई. यू नो, एट फर्स्ट ग्लांस आई फॉरगॉट दिस बिशप. ये यहां बैठा हुआ है, तो इट्स स्टिल डिफरिंग द पॉन. या कीप दैट इन माइंड. साहब भाई आप हिलाओ वो जीत जाएंगे. नहीं भाई, साहब भाई के हिलाने में अलग ही मजा है, उनके कान में स्पेशल पावर है भाई. 98 प्लेड नाउ. ओके, अटैकिंग द क्वीन, बट व्हाइट कैन जस्ट टेक ऑन e5. आई डोंट सी द प्रॉब्लम हियर. व्हाइट कैन जस्ट टेक ऑन e5. Maybe Arjun needs to pull off a Carlsen भाई. Boom भाई, सारे pieces board के बाहर. नहीं नहीं, of course, just kidding, yeah, just kidding. And by the way, Queen e5 मार दिया है. Hikaru is now completely winning, and this should be over soon. लेकिन Gukesh is winning, so we'll jump to the game. Hikaru knows it's over, yeah. He's now relaxing. He's 3 minutes up on the clock. Game winning है. Queen e5 played, by the way, and 95. Rook b7. But chat, look at the past b pawn. A bishop a6 and then knight d7, and that is resigns for Eddie Garcia. So Arjun gets 1 point from this. That's still a plus, I feel, because he was really, really worse. In fact, Vidit made this prediction, yeah, when he was on stream, Arjun might lose this, and it felt like he was losing, but somehow Hikaru didn't push as much, and Arjun also found some good moves, and they held. So now I think this should be a decent enough result for Arjun, getting 1 point out of this. And he maintains his chances, by the way, of finishing the top 2. So Hikaru, of course, waiting, finding the best way. He can also play moves like rook b3. I think that's also a simple way. But there is knight c5, forking both pieces. So I think bishop a6, or knight c7, and now simply knight c6, and the game is over. I think time to resign for Arjun now. Yep, hard luck to Arjun. Rook c3, rook c8 is completely played on the board. Knight f or knight d7 he wants to play. भाई क्या पतले थ्रेड से अर्जुन होल्ड करके बैठा है गेम. हल्का सा पकड़ के बैठा है अर्जुन. बस बोलते ना, इतना सा पकड़ा. बस ही इज जस्ट होल्डिंग द टिप ऑफ द आइसबर्ग राइट नाउ. बट द प्रॉब्लम इज ये पॉन्स आ रहे हैं, पास पॉन निकल रहा है. g4 स्टॉपिंग द किंग फ्रॉम मूविंग फॉरवर्ड. f4 किंग सेंटर में आएगा. द किंग कैन लिटरली वॉक ऑल द वे टू c7 एंड टेक दिस नाइट. He can literally walk to c7. There is nothing stopping the king, and this is over, chat. हिंदी में बोले तो, अबे हिंदी में तो बोल रहा भाई, आपके कश्मीरी में बोलूं? कश्मीरी में बोलना रिस्की रहता है आजकल यार. ओके, g4 खेल दिया है, किंग आ गया. आई थिंक अर्जुन विल रिजाइन नाउ. This and it is Arjun resigns. Hikaru wins, but Arjun does get an important 1 point from that game. Now jumping to the Gukesh game quickly, because bishop h7 brilliancy was played by Gukesh. We saw this move 92, but it was not really a blunder. It was some interesting idea by Wei Yi, but objectively it was bad. Bishop h7 brilliancy Gukesh ke liye. By the way, he just took like how much time? There's limited time for this move. King h8. So Wei Yi does not go for king h5, queen h5, and king g8 and rook e5. उनको endgame lost लगी, तो he plays king h8, and now Gukesh again plays the best move. Rook takes d2, king h7, and now rook takes d5. And chat, what up? Oh! Wei Yi plays the best move, the only move, queen e2, and now Gukesh is the only move. What? This is the move Wei Yi missed. g6. I think this is what Wei Yi missed. White will not take the bishop. White will not trade queens. This is beautiful. Chat, पहले देखते हैं important moment. If you take the queen, rook takes a2, rook takes e5, black takes on f2. Black is actually better. His rook is on the 7th rank, and his pawn is close to queening. Going back, you cannot take the bishop because the queen hangs. So you need to do something. So g6, what a move. Can he find it? Let's look at the beautiful idea here. g6 check. Let's see chat. Question तुम्हारे लिए. King के पास 3 square है. ठीक है? First, what happens on king to h6? Come on chat. What is the move? ये तो तुम सब लोग निकाल दोगे. Come on यार. हर किसी को निकालनी है भाई. कम ऑन, ये तुम्हें निकालनी पड़ेगी. आई विल बी जेन्युइनली डिसअपॉइंटेड तुमने वो नहीं निकाली. कम ऑन चैट. ठीक है, इट इज सिंपल भाई. रूक h5, बाय द वे नॉट क्वीन h5. नॉट क्वीन h5. कोई ना कोई पक्का लिखेगा चैट में क्वीन h5. लिखो 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 क्वीन h5. नॉट क्वीन h5 because black can now take. You have to play rook h5, and that is mate. So that's the idea. And if king h8, there is rook h5, king g8, and now queen d5 check. That is over. because of course यहाँ पे rook को बीच में आना पड़ेगा, rook e6 and then pick up the bishop. And if he plays king g8, by just played, he has played g6. Bhai, fully deserved, bhai. That was not easy. And now we see the beautiful idea. कई लोगों ने क्वीन h5 लिखा. I knew it, भाई. तुम लोग फंसोगे भाई. तुम लोग भाई देखा. तुम्हें डायमंड नंबर की जरूरत है भाई. इसलिए लाइक करो भाई. 300 लाइक करो जल्दी. ठीक है. So g6 check is the idea. So king is forced to go to g8. And now look at the move. Now look at the move. You don't take the bishop. This is God level calculation by Gukesh. This is literally God level calculation by Gukesh. I cannot believe it. Going back, just imagine this was the position. While playing rook e2, he had to see all of this. And there were a million other variations he could have played. Wei Yi could have played. Wei Yi could have played b5, a5, bishop d4, g6, rook e7, rook c8. I mean, kitni variation hai? Nine, I don't know. But he saw all of this here. Now, knight d2, bishop h7, king h8, battery mein check. I full screen divide, मैं battery change कर रहा हूं. And now queen e2, and now g6 check, king g8, and now he needs to find queen to b3. Chat, सवाल आपके लिए. Does Gukesh find queen b3? The only move in the position. Now, queen e2 अगर हम मारते हैं, that's also slightly better. But अगर winning position चाहिए, so queen to b3 is the only way. And I'm sure Wei Yi has also seen it now. But chat, yes or no, does Gukesh find queen to b3? Chat करिए yes, no, yes, definitely, absolutely. सहज भाई कमी थोड़ी पूरी हो गई. Yes, yes, yes. Arjun has, by the way, drawn the classical and he has lost the Armageddon. So that game is over. Rook e5 threat. I think we'll go to what you mean there, but mate कहां से हो रही है भाई? Mate अभी नहीं हो रही यार. Mate तो तुम करना चाहते हो. Mate नहीं हो रहा भाई अभी. Okay, camera is back, Niri bhai. If you want, we can go back now. So let's have a look, chat. So king g8 ke baad, the idea is actually queen to b3. Yeah. So we play this move. Let's pull it up like this. And now, question for you, chat. I'm not gonna give you any hint, okay? And this is purposeful, okay? Black to play. Come on, yaar. Ek cheez kar do bhai. Come on. Black to play. So yahan pe, if you play a random move, let's say a6, ठीक है, पहले कोई आइडिया नहीं है इस चाल का. There is rook to e5 check. अब किंग के पास स्क्वायर है नहीं. अगर किंग यहां पे आता है तो rook takes c2 and your queen is gone and there's nothing else. या क्या, rook e6 पे queen e6, so you're lost. So you can't play a random move a6. So if you play queen e6 now, that's the thing to unpin that, right? That's the only way, by the way. By the way, important, if you play king h8, for example, pehle se, then I just pick up the bishop. And I'm still threatening rook h5, rook g5, whatever, and you're completely lost, right? So this is not holdable. I think my king is safe. You are completely busted. That's completely lost, okay? So queen e6 is the other move. And now you just pick this up. Queen b3, and important, you can take with about cb3, and this is completely different now because there is no rook e2 possible. But rook e2 agar aap khelte ho, I'm going to play rook c2. And suddenly f pawn nahi mar raha. Count the number of pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 pawns up. He's completely with the endgame. Over. For example, rook e2, king c2, king comes up, and pawn g6 pe, bhai, it is over. So, after queen b3, queen e6 is lost. The only moves chat में जो कई लोगों ने निकाली है, by the way, you are, भाई, if you found it yourself, भाई तुम genius हो भाई, तुम मतलब IIT crack करोगे या फिर भाई CEO बनोगे. It is either bishop e3 or rook e3. Oh, that is so difficult. So let's look at them one by one. First of all, bishop e3 check. Idea है अगर आप pawn से मारते हो queen e3 and I trade queens. Now even this is better for Gukesh. So even if he plays this, by the way, Gukesh is on absolute fire right now. Absolute fire. You know, Magnus mentioned that I think Gukesh is like a calculator, right? He goes for force calculations. Like intuition kamzor hai. But here, that calculation is a huge, huge boost. And I think his intuition is also telling him the best moves because he's also playing very quickly. Look at the time. Look at the time. That's crazy. Look at the time. He has 31 minutes. Opponent has 18 minutes. And by the way, Chad, if Gukesh were to win today, I think he reaches like 278 something again. So, बार-बार ऊपर से चल रहा है, but that's going to be crazy. And if Fabi loses, oh wow, could he be world number 3? Wait. Will he be world number 3? Because he will cross Arjun. Fabi could lose 5 points today. Oh, it could happen actually. It could happen. Fabi will go. Oh, Fabi is 2783 already. If Gukesh wins, Fabi loses, Gukesh will be world number 3 today. Chat, has Gukesh been world number 3 ever? I don't think so. Maybe for once on a good day, but not for long. So he could be world number 3. And chat also, if you, for example, Queen E6 काम नहीं कर रहा है, हमने देखा, Bishop E3 check is the move you're considering. Here, let's not trade anything. हम मजबूर है क्या भाई? Checkers थोड़ी है. King B1. And now we have still the same threats. And if you play Rook E3, by the way, chat में कई लोग कह रहे थे, this is the crucial move, yeah? Chat, question for you. Rook E3. What should white play? I think he was only for a day, I think. He wasn't world number 3 for long, if I'm mistaken. For a month क्या? But वो इसलिए होगा because tournament खत्म हो गया होगा. I don't think he's been for a long, मेरे हिसाब से. तो world number 3 हो सकता है. 2794. But what was Arjun's rating then? Wasn't it a 250? So wouldn't he be world number 4 still? I think it'd be world number 4, if I'm not mistaken. So anyways, I think Rook E3 is the move. And yahan pe you cannot take this Rook. You cannot take this Rook. Look at the bar actually. Queen E3 check. Queen E3, Bishop E3, King B1 and Bishop G1. Pace up, pass pawn, black wins. So, King B3 ke baad, if Rook E3, you have to play C3, the only move. But Wei Yi does not find Rook E3, which was the best move, and would have forced Gukesh to find C3. He plays Bishop to E3 check instead. Checks, captures, threats. World 3 tha, badhiya hai. So again, he'll be world number 3. That's great to know. And Arjun, of course, hoping, he also held that draw, yeah? So he saved some rating points there. And we could also have Parag join them tomorrow because he might win the final round in that Armenia tournament. So बहुत crucial हो रहा है. तीनों Indian ऊपर बढ़ते हुए बहुत interesting times for Indian chess. And Chad Bishop direct played. And now we know we can take this if we want to. We can also play Rook D2 check. ये check है भाई. Actually check है. But I think the best way to play is just to put the king on B1. And if black were to try some fancy, hanky-panky stuff here, there is no time. Rook E5 check and the queen is gone. So, king B1. All 3 moves may win. All of them are possible. But I think king B1 is the smoothest. It just gives the win on the spot. So question for you, chat. Will he find king to B1? You can see him thinking. He's in deep thought. Do you think he finds king to B1, chat? Important move to ensure victory there for Gukesh. Right now, he's in the driver's seat. Magnus is still playing Atharva and it feels like he's better, but he's pushing. Fabi is defending. Arjun drew the classical, lost the tie breaks. King B1 chat carrier, he will play. By the way, look at his chair, yeah? It's shaking like crazy. Look at his jacket. I think he senses that he's winning now. भाई एक बंदा सिर्फ नो लिखा भाई. Oof, full pressure. मैं पिछले आधे घंटे से स्ट्रीम 20 मिनट लैग पे देख रहा हूं तो भाई वो आपकी गलती हुई ना भाई. 20 मिनट पीछे आप आगे आओ भाई. मूव फॉरवर्ड. 80-50 कैसे भाई? 80-20 हो सकता है ना भाई. हाउ कैन इट बी 80-50? Okay, come on, Gukesh. And he has time, chat. Look at how important. Come on. Which is next tournament we'll cover? I think वो बहुत जल्दी पता लग जाएगा. There is also the Bullet Chess Championship coming up this month. By the way, he played something. He found King to B1. Let's go, Gukesh. What a move. Simple, calm and composed. कुछ hanky panky नहीं करना. And Rook E5. There are multiple threats in the position. And chat, this position is objectively lost for Wei Yi now. Look at the bar, plus 2.72. This is lost. Let's have a look. What is the best move for Wei Yi now? Oh, look at that stare. Look at that stare from Gukesh. I hope you saw it, chat. I hope you picked it up. Gukesh knows it is actually over. Of course, the game is not over. You still have to convert it. Do not count your eggs until they're hashed. But yeah, he seems to be up on the position, seems to be up on the clock, and badhiya stare mil rahe hai. By the way, Wei finding the best move in the position, king to h8. And now Gukesh has only one move in the position, but it's literally the most obvious move. By bishop hai, isko hum pata log bhej dete hain. Now our champ will win. Absolutely, bhai. The world champion could win yet again. And can he convert this is the question. It's still not over, chat. Very bade खतरनाक trickster है. Not to forget, एक time पे he was the Gukesh of the chess world. I don't know कौन लोग 2015-18 से chess देख रहे हैं. I think it was Tara Steel 2019 or 18 when Wei Yi came in. He was a Taiso. He was like the next big thing, and he was considered as the potential world champion and the guy to challenge Magnus. किसी को याद होगा वो time before 2020, before the COVID era. But yeah, he got stuck at a particular rating for a while, and now he's still world number 8, but he's not been able to make it to the world top 3, top 5, and so on. So yeah, Wei, I think still pretty strong, but it's as of now, Gukesh seems to be completely dominating this game. Why can't he play rook? He could have played rook d2 as well, but I think he wants to maintain maximum chances of opponent going wrong. तो उन्होंने, as a player, your task is to make your opponent make mistakes. ऐसे लोग कहते हैं मैग्नस ने ब्लंडर किया जी, गुकेश थोड़ी जीता. बट वो कैसे ब्लंडर किया मैग्नस ने? भाई गुकेश forced him to make choices. वो जो मैग्नस की किंग वॉक थी, he literally had to play king f6, king e5, king d5, king d4, king e3, king e2, king f2, and he forced him to bring his king out where it was likely he makes a mistake. So it's more about creating those chances, right? And that's what Gukesh did against Magnus, and that's what he's doing right now. He's 19 and he's goated. Absolutely agree with you, Atri. Rook to h5 is over. Say, if I could play rook h5, it would be mate in 1. But there's a problem with this move, chat. If you play rook h5, black ki Rani actually थोड़ी सी, she has some defensive resources actually, and you will end up losing the game. So बड़े ध्यान से देखो भाई लोग कौन सी check कहाँ दे रहे हो. यहाँ पे एक ही चाल है, and that is f takes e3. And of course now black can't take with the queen because rook h5 would be mate in 1, and this doesn't control the h5 square. So यहाँ पे f e3 is the only move. Gukesh should not try anything else. Everything else is at least a draw for Wei Yi. या आई एम बैक. थोड़े ड्रामे हो गए थे भाई. नाटक चलता रहता है चेस की स्ट्रीम्स में एज यूजुअल भाई. इंटरनेट इंडिया में इज नेवर ग्रेट. चैट को पता भी नहीं लगा, मैं चुपके से आ गया भाई मैं. एंड चैट, वी आर स्टिल बैक टू द गेम. नथिंग हैज चेंज्ड. King h8 the last move, and it's gonna be very, very interesting. So let's see what happens. Gukesh still thinking he has an 8-minute edge. So I think it should be a comfortable sailing for the world champion. Chat, I am going to give you a challenge. If you're ready, let me know when you are ready for the challenge. ठीक है? Ugly diamond membership का challenge incoming soon. And okay, oh, he has a look at the clock, by the way. So he is feeling some pressure from the clock, right? Because chat, do not forget, we still have 10 more moves to go. And even though Gukesh has enough time on the clock, the position is so complicated that he has to be correct. Like one mistake, as we saw, this is the only move, right? So he has to play this. So chat, challenge here. It's 11:51, midnight होने वाली है, 12 बजने वाले हैं. एंड 12 बजे तक इफ वी रीच 2500 लाइक्स तो एक बंदे को 3 महीने की मेंबरशिप मिलेगी. 2K होगा तो एक बंदे को 1 महीने की तो मिलेगी एज वी यूजुअली डिस्कस. बट 2500 लाइक हो गए तो एक बंदे को मिलेगी 3 महीने की डायमंड मेंबरशिप. 3 महीने तक आप जितने चाहे गेम रिव्यू पजल कर सकते हो. जल्दी से स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो. 2500 लाइक्स बिफोर मिडनाइट. लेट्स गो. What's happening in Rook D7? So Rook D7 looks like a normal move, yeah, but the problem is कि आप करना क्या चाहते हो? Black can simply take this pawn, and now he's threatening even Queen E1, Bishop G1, multiple ideas, and you're completely lost now. Piece down ho, and there is no counterplay. कोई कह रहा है why not Rook G5? भाई, this would be great. This would be great if there was no Queen E1 and checkmate. So that's not the best move. I think you need to pick up this bishop now at all costs. You cannot risk it. There's no time. You want a3 first. यार पहले bishop मारना पड़ेगा. Direct a3 खेलोगे तो black will take this pawn. Maybe you have a draw here with rook g5, and then black has to give this check. King a2, queen e6. Some sort of draw here, but I would say the best is just to take the bishop. Winning position है. सिंपल सॉल्यूशंस भाई. जब बोलते हैं कि भाई हेडफोन्स पहनो कान में, तो ऐसे पहनते हो क्या भाई? ऐसे पहनते हो ना भाई. सिंपल सिंपल सॉल्यूशंस चाहिए भाई. वी डोंट नीड कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सॉल्यूशंस टू सिंपल प्रॉब्लम्स. You get 3 membership. First Petrov answered Sahaj got 1 month only. Really? How is that possible? नहीं नहीं भाई, वो likes आपकी पूरी नहीं होगी. उस टाइम पे likes इतनी चाहिए थी, वो पूरी नहीं होगी भाई. भाई हंस क्यों रहे हो भाई? हंस कौन रहा है यार? सेलिब्रेटिंग भाई गुकेश की विक्ट्री. और क्या रीजन है भाई हंसने का? तो एक ही रीजन हो सकता है. ही विल प्ले इट. आई एम श्योर ही विल प्ले इट. देयर इज नो डाउट. Other games, chat, other games में no crazy updates as of now. So as we know, Hikaru won the tiebreaks against Arjun. Vaishali is slightly worse against Sara Khadam, and Wenjunju is worse against Anna Muzichuk. And now Humpy is still better against Lee Tingji. So I think फिलहाल के लिए Humpy looking good. Vaishali hopefully recovers, and Gukesh looking fantastic. कोई कह रहा है Gukesh will blunder. यार सुभजीत पॉल भाई इतना कैसे भाई? कैसे? Why do you think he'll blunder यार? I think he'll convert this comfortably. I don't see a problem for Gukesh here. It just feels like a very smooth position, I think. Very, very smooth position. Come on, come on. Let's go. If it takes with the pawn instead of the queen. You mean this way? I think that is something that is possible, but pawn takes के बाद I think कहीं ना कहीं problem है. I can just play a3 now. My king has a back rank escape, and next I'm going to play rook g5 and rook h5, and I think ये बहुत जल्दी melt हो जाएगी. So this is not going to happen. I think इसको rook से मारना पड़ेगा to basically gain a tempo on the queen. And now let's say queen to b4 attacking this rook, and now let's say king to g8 defending the rook, and the game goes on. a3 maybe, and then you slowly try to attack the king. Rook d7 आ सकते हो. You can bring this rook as well, but black के पास एक counterplay है chat, and that is the f pawn. So you will have to of course be careful here. अगर black का pawn ये f3 पे आ गया ना, let's say this pawn was on f3, I'm not even sure this is winning anymore. So and this pawn is on f2, black is completely winning. So ये pawn कहाँ पे है इस position में, that decides the game. So Gukesh will have to be careful in this variation. Now whether Wei Yi will take with the rook is a question, but I think he will find that. He will not take with the pawn or the queen and blunder mate in one. So I think यहाँ पे Gukesh simply take the bishop and play a3 at some point, saften up your king, and then make sure you use that extra time to calculate well. And chat, by the way, 3 minute का edge पड़ा है बस अब. a3 first नहीं भाई, a3 first, you will lose the pawn and the bishop will survive. So first let's take the bishop. Queen to b5 कोई कह रहा है, why queen? Why would we trade queens? We are attacking the opponent. We don't want to trade queens. We want to attack right now. Come on, Gukesh, मार दे भाई. F takes E3. भाई इतना नहीं सोचना यार. Come on, come on. पीछे देखो आपकी चिपकली लड़ाई हो रही है भाई. अरे मेरी एक्स पीछे लटकी हुई है क्या दीवार पे? नहीं भाई, नहीं, चली गई भाई, चली गई. Whereas Sahaj bhai is having his wisdom tooth removed, so he'll be back for next time. But फिलहाल के लिए Gukesh is seeming like he is in a winning position. All about playing, but he has to play quickly now. I think he cannot take this much time. Chat, we cannot lose that time edge. By the way, he looks very confident. That's a good sign. Wei Yi looks more stressed. And not to forget, Wei Yi did defeat Gukesh in their last match. Classical draw हुआ था and then he defeated him in the tie break. So revenge भी लेना बहुत जरूरी है भाई. You know what? Revenge is the dish served best on the chessboard. Hampi is better. नहीं है क्या better? क्या बात कर रहे हो? अच्छा, oh, she blundered. Oh, she just blundered, I think. She's now completely lost. Oh my God. She just lost the game in one move. Wow. Chat, by the way, question for you. How many minutes do you think Gukesh will have when he will play his move? I am getting a bit nervous. Chal bhai. We don't have that much time. Look at his chair, by the way. भाई वो इंटरस्टेलर का सीन आ रहा है भाई. वो RPM 65 60 रेट रोटेशंस पर मिनट. इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. इट्स नेसेसरी. वो फीलिंग आ रही है भाई. इतना वाइब्रेट कर रहा है उसका चेयर. चश्मा उतार भाई. क्या करूंगा भाई? दिखोगा कैसे मुझे फिर? What's wrong with Gukesh 5? By free का रुक. And you need puzzle rush by get it by solving getting a diamond membership by. बहुत जरूरी है भाई puzzle rush. A3 first, then Rook G5 is winning. A3 यहाँ पे. Bishop F2 and then Rook G5. Is it winning? I'm not sure. It's actually a draw, I think. Queen E1 check, King A2 and Queen E6. And you kind of block this diagonal. I don't think it's winning. It's kind of holding. Of course, Wei Yi could lose this. Like there's a chance he blunders. But Gukesh could lose this. So यहाँ पे both players have to be very accurate and you don't want an equal position when you have a winning one. Simple solutions. Why? Simple solutions. Taking our sacrifice piece. Exactly भाई. हाथ में पड़ा है पीस, मार लो भाई. जब बिरयानी हाथ में है तो काहे रेस्टोरेंट जाके जानी है भाई? हाथ में बिरयानी पड़ी है भाई, घर पे बना ली किसी ने. Gukesh finds it's still really tough sequence to continue. I agree with you. Let's say takes, rook takes e3, queen b4, by the way, is the only move now, attacking the rook. Let's say black plays king g8, and now a3, it's not easy. By the way, for example, if black tries to push the f pawn, queen h4 is already game over because queen h7 is incoming. So you can see how quickly Wei can lose this if he makes a mistake. So that's why I think ये 3-4 move Gukesh निकाल दे, I think he should be able to win. It is the only move, bhai. It is the only move. He needs to take the bishop. Otherwise, it's at least a draw for Wei Yi. Queen b7 is also possible, I think, in that variation जो हम देख रहे थे यहाँ पे of fe3, rook e3, queen b7 is also possible. But यहाँ black के पास एक चाल है, and that is rook to g3. And suddenly it's not clear because G pawn अब मर रहा है. If you go rook c1 to save the rook, rook g6, and who's better now? I think it's roughly equal. So yeah, it's difficult, chat. Meanwhile, chat, do like the stream. Let's go quickly भाई. आपके पास by the way 1 minute है chat. 2500 likes पे एक बंदे को 3 महीने की membership मिलेगी. You need to get to 2500 likes in the next 1 minute. And he takes the bishop. Let's go. Hi, Gukesh. Why, legend. And by the way, takes that bishop, takes with the rook, and now queen b4. As you can see, chess.com offering that blue arrow. It is the only move. It's the only move. He needs to find it. There is also queen b7, which is like slightly better, but queen b4 is the crushing blow. Can he find it, chat? Again, question, yes or no? And chat, you have 30 seconds to get to 2500 likes. Otherwise, you will miss out the 3-month membership, only get 1 month. You have 30 seconds to reach 2500 likes. 200 like और चाहिए 30 सेकंड में. Oof, 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 oof. Come on. And he finds it. Hi. Gukesh is not in the mood to make a mistake. Absolutely zero mood to make a mistake. He finds the best move, and Wei Yi is now struggling. He is struggling. Absolutely brilliant, bhai. Absolutely brilliant. You just want like, भाई तो like से 1 like equal to 1 rupee मुझे थोड़ी मिल रहा है भाई. You'll get more people into the stream और लोग cheer करेंगे मुकेश के लिए. वही तो गोल है भाई. Come on, let's go. मैग्नस ब्लंडर. यार ये शब्द आजकल, पहले बिलीव नहीं होता था कि मैग्नस गलती कर सकता है. आजकल विश्वास भी होता है कई बार यार कि मैग्नस गलती कर सकता है भाई. इट इज पॉसिबल. इवैल्यूएशन बार बंद करो. नहीं भाई, इट्स द सिंगल ग्रेटेस्ट इन्वेंशन बाय ह्यूमैनिटी सिंस फायर. सो हाउ कैन वी स्विच ऑफ द इवैल्यूएशन बार? एंड वी हैव रीच 25 लाइक्स. वेट, डॉट 2500 है एंड 12 एक हुए हैं. सो चैट, डिड यू रीच 2500 लाइक्स इन टाइम और या 1 मिनट बाद? कम रीच किया तुमने? आई थिंक बाद में होगा ना. आई थिंक यू मिस्ड इट और डिड यू कंप्लीट इट इन टाइम? इन टाइम और नॉट इन टाइम? बताना भाई. Meanwhile, rook c8 played away, so he finds the best move again. And now, of course, chat. If you play, I don't know, h4, I think this is the typical. लोग कहते हैं पजल रश आता है मोमेंट यार, हमेशा वो क्वीन चेक देके मेट करनी पड़ती है. Guess what? Queen c2 check, king a1 and queen c1. Typical puzzle rush, literally puzzle rush number one moment by always. So of course Gukesh finds the best move yet again. Rook to c1. Bro, he's on fire. He's on fire. On time, really? Are you sure? Really? In time क्या? चलो, I'll take your word for it, chat. ठीक है. So chat, जब रेडियो चैलेंज के लिए I'm going to ask a question. ठीक है. The first person to answer it gets a 3-month diamond membership. तैयार रहो, रेडी लिख देना. I could ask it any time. तैयार रखना, ठीक है. And chat, now rook c1 played, so defending the c pawn. And black का, if you look at the position, right, white के पास 1 2 3 4 5 pawn है, black के पास 1 2 3 4 है. So एक pawn down पे +3 कैसे? Usually एक pawn +1 के बराबर होता है. It's all about the king safety. The black king is completely open. उसका किंग के सामने एक पॉन है. हमारे लिटरली हमारा भी एक पॉन बैठा हुआ है. तो हमारे किंग के सामने 3 पॉन है. As soon as we play a move like a3, back rank issue भी सॉल्व हो जाएंगे and Gukesh is just winning. So even though objectively मान लो कोई solution होता भी यहां पे, practically it is very difficult to defend. So I get a feeling कि he's gonna win this one comfortably and there will not be any doubts whatsoever. And Gukesh D is on his path to win another game and not to forget, maintain his chances of finishing first at Norway Chess. So he has a chance to win this tournament ahead of Magnus Carlsen. By that would be crazy. And accuracy wise, chat, Gukesh improving his accuracy 95.5, Wei Yi की accuracy 90.0. 6,000 लोग देख रहे हैं. Let's get to 3K likes. And chat ने लिखा है ready, तो membership आने वाली है बहुत 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 जल्दी. अगले 1 मिनट में सवाल पूछने वाला हूं, ठीक है. What is Gukesh? बोल दिया मैंने. Gukesh pawn hanging. Say you can pick up this pawn. I mean, ये pawn आप मार सकते हो, but I will pick up this pawn. And guess who benefits from opening up the H file? अब जिंदगी भर के लिए आपका रुक यहीं रहेगा. He is not gonna move here anymore because there is rook h1 check and it resigns. Queen दोगे, फिर रुक दोगे, फिर king दोगे भाई, and सब कुछ मार दिया. So I don't think you should take this pawn and open the H file. That would be devastating. वो white के फेवर में ले लो. I think Gukesh would gladly give this pawn to Wei Yi वैसे ही मजे में. ले लो भाई, ले लो. So Gukesh now thinking deep thought. Wei Yi ने अपनी चिन दोनों हाथों से पकड़ लिया है भाई. This is not looking great at all. Wow. So full pressure right now. And let's see what happens. सवाल मैं कभी सरप्राइज में पूछूंगा चैट, ठीक है ना. ध्यान रखना, कभी भी आ जाएगा, बोलना नहीं, रेडी नहीं हूं. कभी भी आ सकता है भाई, कभी मेरे मुंह से बुप करके निकल जाएगा. Norway Chess all the rounds and how will Gukesh reach finals? So basically chat, win के 3 points मिलते हैं, loss के 0, draw करके tie break में जाके win करने के 1.5, loss के tie break में हारने के 1. So there's huge incentive to win in the classical format. That's exactly what Gukesh is doing. उसको पूरे 3 point मिलेंगे इस game के. By the way, one brief look at the Magnus game, which is now actually, close to equality. Magnus had a moment जहां he was better. Now he's a pawn now, but his king is too weak. Again, see, Magnus has an extra pawn, but his king is open, or this is close to equality. So even Magnus cannot convert this position because king kamzor hai. So Wei Yi kaise karega? And I think, of course, they are also struggling on time, but going back to the Gukesh game, because that is the one super important for us. Let's see what Gukesh does. Wei Yi, by the way, 11 minutes hai unke paas. So this is getting very, very interesting. Come on, come on, come on, Gukesh. Let's finish him off, bhai. Let's finish him off. Let's finish him off. Come on, come on, come on, bhai. So मेरा सवाल है, ठीक है, रेडी हो? सो मेरा सवाल है जी, चेस ओलंपियाड 2024 में इंडिया के 5 प्लेयर थे, राइट? वन वाज एन स्पेयर प्लेयर जो एक्स्ट्रा आता है. हु वाज द प्लेयर हु डिड नॉट प्ले राउंड नंबर 1? पांचों इंडियन प्लेयर्स में से हु वाज द प्लेयर हु डिड नॉट प्ले राउंड नंबर 1? अगर ठीक है, कम ऑन, लेट्स सी. निहाल सरीन ओलंपियाड. मिखाइल ताल कहां से आ गया भाई? Vishy did not play this Olympiad, bhai. Vishy sir was not playing this. The first person to answer correctly, Prag nahi tha. Prag played round number 1. Vidit played round number 1. Gukesh, Anshul bhai, you are correct actually. You are the first person to answer correctly. It was indeed Gukesh who did not play round 1 and he showed up late. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give out, Anshul bhai, up to you. You want a 3-month membership or do you want to distribute 2 months to other people? Let's go. Anshul bhai, either you write your ID and you get 3 months or you can distribute 2 months to 2 other people. Anshul bhai, let's go. Meanwhile, chat, because mod bhai तुम्हें already बहुत चीजें दे दी भाई. तुमको 3 महीने की membership नहीं देंगे. And Gukesh one was the guy, bhai. He was the one who did not play round number 1 in the 2024 Olympiad. Hari Krishna खेलने आया था for round number 1. What's the qualification? Qualification by, it's an invitation tournament. So people at the top of their game who are playing very well are usually invited. Come on, come on, come on. Anshul bhai, ahi dalo. Meanwhile, Gukesh. Oh, 9 minutes है Wei के पास. Wei has 9 minutes. This is getting extremely dangerous for Wei. He is struggling now. Cannot find a move. ये लो भाई. मुझे पता था भाई, अंशुल भाई को मैं जानता हूं. And he is a generous guy. So chat, उन्होंने 2 मेंबरशिप बांट दी है. सो 2 और सवाल इनकमिंग. हर 5 मिनट में एक सवाल आएगा. चैट रेडी हो? तैयार है ना? हर 5 मिनट में एक सवाल आएगा भाई. सो स्टे रेडी फॉर द नेक्स्ट चैलेंज. ठीक है, कभी आ सकता है, कभी भी. And he plays rook to e4. So he attacks the queen, very important. He defends his pawn. And also important, he keeps the rook on the e file. So कल को कोई back rank check आएगी जा सकता है. He can also create some mating ideas on the first rank if needed. And he's also threatening f3 now because there is no queen h4 check. So white has to be precise, of course. By the way, आपकी अंशुल मैंने ऐड कर दी membership. So बाकी दोनों की भी हम ऐड कर देंगे स्ट्रीम पे ही. So मुझे कभी नहीं मिलता. अर्बन मॉन्ग जी क्या करे भाई. You know, the odds may not be in your favor. By the way, Gukesh thinking he has 4 more minutes, I would say. And chat, यहाँ बहुत options है. So first of all, you can play queen d6, so which is my first go-to move, right? Because you want to, some cases threaten queen d8 checkmate. For example, let's say rook a4 खेला, queen d8 is actually mate. Rook takes d8, and king आगे नहीं आ सकता. Queen यहाँ आएगी and it is over. So queen d6 looks tempting. Other options could be queen b7 now. Oh, okay. That's not possible, chat. अच्छा मैंने देख लिया. By the way, queen a5 played by Gukesh. That's the best move in the position, threatening rook to d8, and that would be exchanging one pair of rooks. And also keeping in mind rook h5 and queen d5 check. So lots of threats. Chat, अगर queen b7 मारता Gukesh, what was the problem with this move? कौन निकालेगा? The first person to answer this puzzle gets a 1-month membership. Let's go, bhai. देखा second puzzle. The first person to answer this gets a 1-month membership. Okay, so the first person to answer is Mukul Manghani ji. So आप जीतते हैं 1 month की membership भी. It is actually queen takes c2. King यहाँ पे queen c1 mate. Rook से मारोगे. Rook e1 check. rook d1, rook takes, rook c1 check, rook c1 mate. So Mukul Magani ji, membership ID डाल दो, you win 1 month membership and तीसरी membership incoming at any point of time. Chat ready लेना. वाओ भाई, दैट वाज क्लोज. सो मैं तो हार गया था भाई ये गेम क्लियरली. बट युकेश ऑफ कोर्स अ मच बेटर प्लेयर, प्लेस क्वीन टू a5 एंड भाई दिस वाज अ ट्रिकी पजल यार. ऐसा गेम में, मेरी गेम में हो चुका है एक बार. आई मिस्ड इट, आई वाज विनिंग. सो दिस जस्ट हैपेंस. मुकुल मंगानी, अरे वाह भाई, ऐसी आईडी सबके होते तो बड़ा मजा आता भाई. इट वुड बी वेरी इजी टू गिव मेंबरशिप्स. बाय द वे समथिंग हैज बीन प्लेड. क्या नो मूव्स फ्रॉम वेई भाई. 7 मिनट है वेई के पास. कम ऑन वेई भाई, थोड़ा 7 मिनट और सोचने का, बस थोड़ा सा और. ड्रैग इट अ बिट मोर, लेट्स गो. Come on. Chat, Gukesh seems to be cruising right now. Can he finish off the job here? He's doing really well. All he has to do is play like 5 more good moves. 5 चाले बढ़िया खेल दी, the game would be over. मुकुल मंगानी जी, आपकी भी मेंबरशिप आ चुकी है. फाइनल मेंबरशिप. बाय द वे, नॉट टू फॉरगेट 3K लाइक्स पे एक और मेंबरशिप है. So you don't, that's not the only chance you have. Keep liking the stream. And let's see now. Rook c2 is in the check, but queen c2 मार सकते थे भाई. That's why queen c2, not rook c2. If queen b7, that would be a blunder because queen c2 is check. You will have to take, and now rook c1 is actually made rook e1, sorry. So let's see what happens. And फिलहाल के लिए, this is the current position. And king g8. That is a slight mistake by Wei Yi. And now rook d8 seems to be a cruising move for Gukesh. Can he find it? I think he will find it in seconds. And now ideas chat, rook d8 check. Of course you take, queen takes, rook e8 and queen to d5 check. And oh! Chat, king f8, queen f7 mate in one. ठीक है, that's obvious. King h5 आएगा, king h8 आएगा, तो I think of course the game continues and that's what happened in the game. Queen e6. Why to play? The first person to answer gets the third membership by Queen e6. What is White's best move? Typical puzzle rush moment. Wow भाई, भाई मैं टैक्टिक्स दिख रही है वीडियो के साथ 2 घंटे बिता के मेरी चेस इतनी इंप्रूव हो गई भाई. निधि सो लकी. कम ऑन भाई, लेट्स गो. And Magnus Nakamura ji, you are absolutely correct. Bhai, ID डाल दो. It is rook to e1 bhai. What a move. Oh. Fire. You can't take the rook because it is pinned and you will win my queen. But rook takes e8 is checkmate. Kya tactic hai bhai. And that's why I think rook d8 is brilliant. This can totally happen in the game. Wow, that was just beautiful. Just beautiful. मजा आ गया भाई. मजा आ गया भाई. मजा आ गया बस. मतलब फील आ गया भाई. feels by feels. Okay, तीसरा आईडी अनचैट. नेक्स्ट मेंबरशिप जाएगी एट 3K लाइक्स. तो 300 लाइक तुम दूर हो. लेट्स नॉट स्टॉप. लेट्स कीप गोइंग. And next वाला mod challenge भी कर सकते हैं. We need a few mods in the chat भाई. So we can also do a mod challenge if you are interested. Up to you chat. Mod challenge करना है membership, but वो दोनों कर सकते हैं. And meanwhile chat, rookie one आ सकता है. So Wei, by the way, 6 minutes. Gukesh 10 minutes. He's also slowly moving down below the 10-minute mark. So it's not still easy, yeah. Not still easy. It's still very, very complicated because we know chat, we have seen blunders happen. Gukesh खुद कितनी हारी हुए गेम जीता है. So it can happen to him as well. It's not over just yet. Magnus Nakamura ji, आपको मेंबरशिप मिल चुकी है. Congrats bhai. And congrats and thanks to Arjun bhai who kind of gave you that membership, yeah. So Arjun bhai ko thanks for. Oh, b3, but okay, a good move, yeah. There is no queen c2 ideas now, and now I can bhai click la bhai. मेरा माइक थोड़ा लूज है भाई. इसके भी स्क्रू एक दो ढीले हैं. बट एनीवेज, एंड नाउ चैट b3 के बाद 6 minutes slowly moving down further and further. Come on, let's go Gukesh. Convert it. 5 minutes for Wei now. Chat, I'm gonna ask you the final predictions for this game. Final result of the classical game. Gukesh, draw or Wei. Spam कर दो भाई. Spam for the next 60 seconds. मुझे देखना है भाई कितने लोग हैं who still believe they could be a twist at the end of this tunnel. देखते हैं वो स्टार्ट टाइम प्रेशर में कुछ भी पॉसिबल है. गुकी मत कर मिस्टेक यार. Can Guki convert this? Absolutely भाई. What if pawn push to b6? If you push the pawn to b6, I can just pick up the a7 pawn. And आपके pawn बहुत कमजोर है भाई. Pawn को vitamin B12 deficiency है. Win, Guki, no twist, win, Gukesh. Lose, एक बंदा lose वाला है भाई. अक्षत जी lose कह रहे हैं, एक बंदा है. Wei, एक दो बंदे और है भाई. So some people do believe, I think like 5% people believe there could be twist, but 95% लोग कह रहे हैं कि there could be a twist. And let's do a poll now. So we've already seen कि, okay, poll, both Gukesh and Arjun clearly गलत है. So let's end this poll. By the way, rook e8, Wei डर गया भाई. वो बहन डर की डायलॉग याद आया मुझे, but Wei has, put his rook back. Arjun versus, Arjun नहीं भाई. Gukesh versus Wei. So Gukesh wins, draw, and I'm gonna add Wei. This is classical only chat, ठीक है? Only classical. Let's see क्या पोल में कहते हैं लोग. Hoof man, this is crazy. Wei will pull miracle. भाई मैं कह रहा हूँ लोग, some people do believe it and it is always possible. And chat, let's have a look at some variations, yeah? So now rook d8 is no longer possible. That's not really a possibility. So हमें धीरे धीरे convert करना पड़ेगा. I think one good move is rook to d7. Very logical. You want to put the rook on the 7th rack. I know Bar keh raha hai, halka sa maybe it's not the best move, but it's the most logical move, attacking the pawn on b7. Now the best move that the angel likes is rook to d4. And it's tricky. Because अगर आप f3 खेलते हो, आइडिया rook d5 का pawn को अटैक करने का नहीं था. It was queen को रास्ता देने का. अगर तुमने वो फेमस WWE क्लिप देखी है जहां पे वो रे मिस्टीरियो आता है कूद के ऊपर से, अगर तुमने देखा, इफ यू नो यू नो, तो ये वो वाला सीन है भाई. रुक हटा और क्वीन आ जाएगी सडनली यहां पे, एंड क्वीन h7 चेक, रुक f4 मेट के आइडियाज आ रहे हैं. सो there could be that rook d4 move which is super tricky. Wow. It's a super difficult game. Let's see what happens. 4 minutes for Wei now. It's really getting down to the wire. Gukesh हमें दिखता जा रहा है. Fabi blundered. What? Fabi has blundered? Oh my God. One brief look at the Fabi game. Something happened. This was a drawn position. Rook b1 खेला Magnus ने, and Fabi played. Oh. Fabi trap में फंस गया भाई. Fabi trap में फंस गया भाई साहब. वर्ल्ड नंबर 3 ट्रैप में फंस चुका है, एंड दैट मींस Gukesh could be world number 3 today. He played queen takes h5. And now c6. That was the trap by Magnus. King h7, and now chat, e6 is the winning move with the idea of e7, c7, rook b. Okay, rook b7 का नहीं होगा, अभी queen यहाँ पे आ रही है, but maybe e6, e7, and if rook e8 then c7, and something like that. A combination of both moves, and Carlsen is winning. So Carlsen needed this win desperately. We want him to win this game ताकि भाई he plays classical chess. So Fabi blundering that in time pressure, and क्या पता टाइम प्रेशर में एक और ट्विस्ट बाकी हो. सो लेट्स गो टू गुकेश गेम. लेट्स सी क्या चल रहा है वहां पे. एंड गुकेश जस्ट ग्रैब्स द पॉन. ही सेज भाई ज्यादा मिल रहा है, ले लो. नाउ 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3. सो 2 pawns up for Gukesh. Black's king is weak. Looks amazing. And chat, black के पास एक ही काउंटर प्ले है, and that is pawn to f3. But now queen b7. खाते जाओ भाई, खाते जाओ. Pawn f2, almost queening, almost. But now queen f7 check, king h8, and rook to f5. And बेचारा सिंगल होता, वैलेंटाइंस डे को डबल होने वाला था, लेकिन कोई और बंदी ले गया भाई, एंड नाउ ही विल रिमेन सिंगल. सो पॉन मर गया है, रानी नहीं मिलेगी. सो क्वीन e7 played, and by the way, queen e6 by Wei Yi. So not f3, he plays queen e6 instead, and he controls this diagonal. And now of course there is pressure, and attacking the rook, very important. So I think queen to d4 could be a great idea here. That makes a lot of sense. So let's see what happens. And we see the two board setup now, beautiful setup by Needy there. You can see e6 on the board by Magnus. Magnus seems to be dominating. By the queen d4 played. Gukesh increasing his accuracy move by move, just playing flawless chess. I don't know how is he managing it in time pressure, but if there was a statement to be made कि intuition खराब है Gukesh की, that is definitely come under question now. His intuition, his calculation, his momentum, his confidence, I mean everything about Gukesh seems to be improving. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, ठीक है? I want to know your opinion on this. Do you think getting that win against Magnus Carlsen has started to make Gukesh believe? I mean, it's a Matrix reference, but do you think this is the first step towards Gukesh potentially becoming the next GOAT? Like, of course, it's not guaranteed. It's a long way to go. He'll have to dominate chess for years. But defeating Magnus like that really should change something in you. You can achieve the impossible, right? You can do anything now. You bet the final boss of the game. So that should change something in his mind. Yeah, I agree there, chat. मुझे भी लग रहा है like defeating Magnus definitely changed something in his mind there. Like एक unlock हो गया एक level, yeah, मतलब in his mind I feel. He already had belief for sure, but if you asked him if he played Magnus, he would tell you Magnus is a better player. But defeating Magnus now, I feel if you ask Gukesh a year from now, let's say for the next world championship, right? Let's say Gukesh ka interview chal raha hai. So Gukesh, you know what? Arjun has qualified or Prag has qualified to challenge you for the world championship. If Magnus had qualified, would you consider yourself the favorite? I think he could potentially say yes a year from now. And that might happen because of this game. But of course, that's a year away. But as of now, F3 played by Wei Yi. So he's kind of saying, pawn ja bhai cha queen ho. So that's basically his hope कि भाई ये pawn queen होगा and it will save him the game. But unfortunately, I think it's not enough. And there are multiple ways. First of all, I would love to play queen h4, but my rook is hanging. My pawn is hanging. सब कुछ hanging है. So why not play rook g5 first? Defend the pawn, defend the rook. And if f2, of course, I can just pick up the pawn now. So you have to play rook f8 to support that pawn. And now queen h4. And you have no time to stop the push the pawn because queen h7 is made. So rook g5, a very, very good move. Rook h5 also very, very good. Rook d6, by the way, again, attacking the queen, defending the pawn, also very, very good. So lots of options. That's a good sign. Gukesh has multiple ways to win this game. What a way defeating Magnus twice in the same tournament. I think he defeated Magnus twice in the Armageddon, right? So kahin na kahin pe, it's not the same as defeating Magnus in a classical game. Wo bhi when Magnus was completely winning. Chat, how many of you have been following chess let's say pre-COVID? This is a question for you guys. Or even everybody in the chat actually. Do you remember a game jahan Magnus was +5 and he lost? I don't. Like never in his career I remember a game जहां पे he was +5 and he lost. मुझे एक game याद नहीं है since he like reached 28 like since 2010. Not even one game. So that means he did something which had never been done before. So for example, you getting a date for Valentine's Day has never been done before. So if you do that, that's a breakthrough, right? It changes something in your mind. कि भाई मैं भी कर सकता हूँ ये. So that's the main point, and that's why I feel कि now F3 played and Gukesh, wow भाई. Wow. Rook to g5 played. The best move in the position. Gukesh is on a roll, bhai. Absolute roll today, bhai. Wow. Wow, just wow. Against Philly, that was online, bhai. That was online blitz game or something. That's not the same as classical chess. Online में तो बहुत चीज हो सकती है, भाई. And Wei, by the way, has 1 minute. And Caruana has 1 minute. Bapre, both games turning out to be super sharp. Carlsen winning, Gukesh winning. This will completely change the standings. Fabi was leading the event. Queen e4 played. That's not, I mean, it is the best move in the position. It doesn't do the job. Queen e4 bhi agar marte ho. Rook e4 and simply rook to f5, winning this f-pawn. And the game is over. Gukesh could now play it very simple. Just take the queen. Just take the queen. That's the simplest way to win the game. If you play queen f2 here, for example, then suddenly black is a little back in the game. It will not be easy. क्योंकि क्या खा के आया है भाई, ये मुझे पता होता तो मैं भी खा लेता ना भाई. आई वुड ऑल्सो स्टार्ट प्लेइंग गुकेश देन. ये तो सस्पेंस है भाई. In fact, Gukesh was the only one who used to kind of not even have breakfast in the hotel, yeah, at the Olympiad. ऐसा मैं सुना था. He used to have it in his room. Same during the World Championship. So he is kind of secretive about his. जब tournament खेलता है, he's fully focused. He has a schedule. He sticks to it, and that's why he plays so well. What is accuracy? Accuracy, I think it's higher than Wei Yi for sure. 93.8 and 88.3. Game इतनी complicated है कि the lower accuracy makes a lot of sense because बहुत crazy lines थी यहाँ पे. मुकेश गौरव, अरे भाई ये क्या है? साथ भाई का विजन टूथ निकल रहा है भाई, so that's why he'll be back some other day, but as of now बहुत पेन में होंगे वो, so which send him wishes on Instagram if you have time. And he plays the best move. मैं कौन हूँ डाउट करने वाला भाई, of course खेलना था उसका best move. And rook e4 and now rook f5, only move by the way, very important, only move played, and he is completely winning now. And chat, rook f8 now will be played. I think you take this rook, king takes, rook f1, very important. If you waste one move, let me show you chat. You play a move, a4. Look at the bar. Look at the bar. This is the position. It's winning. You play pawn to a4 and look at the bar go down. Why? If you are a COB fan, maybe you can, you're accustomed to this, but I won't be handle it, yaar, not in this game. Because a4 kya, any move ke baad, there is simply f2 and you cannot stop this pawn from queening. There is no way to stop this pawn. For example, you try to look f1, rook e1 check. And even if you move the king now, it's still. And Wei has resigned. Wei has resigned. Oh my God, that's I would say surprising resignation, but he has resigned the game. And Gukesh has won. What a game. And he defeats the world number 8, and Gukesh gains another 5 rating points there. And he now, if Fabi were to lose, should 100% be the new world number 3, right behind Magnus and Hikaru. Can we spam Gukesh OP once by? What a game by the guy. Insane game today. Wow. Just wow. Beautiful game by Gukesh, yeah. And you can see him analyze, still trying to learn, very in the same boat as well. And of course, why he resigned chat? Because rook endgame hai, and white is simply 2 pawns up, and there is no way. Of course, Wei could have tried for a couple of more moves and tried that trap with rook e1 जो हम देख रहे थे. But of course, Gukesh would not fall for it. Yeah, he is the world champion. भाई कोई नौ सिक्किया streamer थोड़ी. Gukesh embodying the confidence of a world champion. बिल्कुल सही बात है. Gukesh spam कर दो भाई. I think जैसे विजित ने कहा ना, sometimes I go back and check streams. If anybody from Gukesh's family is watching or at some point they were to watch, भाई इतनी wishes देखनी चाहिए कि they feel the love, yeah, from India. They deserve it. भाई 19, by the way, 18 साल में he became world champion. 19-year-old world champion and now world number 3, by the way. Let's not discount that. There are only 2 players in the world ahead of him now. One is Magnus and one is Hikaru. And both are in the mood for retirement. So I don't know what that means, but yeah, this is a great win for Gukesh with the white pieces, and it's going to be spectacular finish this tournament tomorrow. Because Nirva, can we have the, I think, standings plus camera once? Would love to see that scene, if there is such a scene, जहाँ camera standings दोनों दिख रही हैं, players का camera and so on. But regardless, I think Gukesh should be in the top 2 right now in the standings, if I am not mistaken. Faster format, भाई faster format भी अच्छा खेला है भाई. He has defeated some strong players. In fact, he has played well in time pressure only. So I would say his faster format has been better than his slow format, if you ask me. And you can see very laughing there. He was like, "अरे भाई ये देखा ही नहीं अपन ने यार. भाई जो move तूने खेली, ओह भाई मैं तो shock में रह गया भाई. Bro, you awesome bro." And chat adjusting the pieces. पता है, there was a clip which I saw जहाँ पे after Magnus banged the clock, like Gukesh even adjusted the pieces. Like he is like such a crazy guy. And there is the standings. Gukesh is on number 2. Let's go, chat. That is insane, by the way. Magnus has also won his game against Fabi. And that means with, I think open session की तीनों game खत्म हो चुकी हैं. That means these are the standings going into the final round tomorrow. अभी women's section में हम जाएंगे, but in the open section, these are the standings, and that means Gukesh is in second place, half a point behind Magnus Carlsen. And कल की pairing इतनी important होगी भाई इस section की. I cannot tell you chat कितना important है, because I think Arjun plays Carlsen tomorrow. So Arjun can actually help. And Arjun has white against Magnus. So Arjun can actually help I don't think Arjun can finish first now, but he can actually help Gukesh win the tournament and defeat Magnus at the same time. So beautiful situation. Arjun plays Magnus tomorrow and Gukesh plays Caruana with the black pieces. Caruana suffering 2 losses in a row. So I think there is scope of defeating Caruana there. So now we'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, let's go to the women's section because abhi crazy games chal rahi hain. We saw some insane games jahan pe Humpy was better, but let's have a look at what's happening right now. So Vaishali losing. Humpy, by the way, has lost. Wow. Oh, that was hard, yeah. Humpy knight b5 check. Ooh, and if you take it, there is rook c1 check, and this is game over. Yeah, the queen. So Humpy losing that game, that would really hurt her chances. And now Vaishali's game, the only one still going on. अरे बाप रे, ये क्या पोजीशन है भाई साहब, ये क्या पोजीशन है? Look at this. Sara Khadim has 2 rooks and 2 pawns. Vaishali has a queen and a pawn. Wow. I think Vaishali is losing, but it's not completely over. Let's just put it that way. Oh, but rook cg2. Oh, that will grab the pawn now. I think that should be over, yeah? That should be over if Sara plays it. Humpy has already lost, chat. She's already lost. Chat, kal final day hai Norway Chesscom. Do not miss it, by the way. Because it's going, and if she plays it, Sara finds the winning move. Vaishali has 10 seconds on the clock. This is not going to be easy. Check, I guess c3 is the obvious move there. Arjun kal jeetna chahiye, Gukesh will jeetna chahiye. And Arjun will defeat Magnus and Gukesh will finish first. If that happens. Beautiful ending hoga tournament ka bhai. That will be epic. Arjun will finish third and second or third, and then we'll finish this. Okay, queen e6 check. I think king b2, and there are no more checks. I think that's pretty much the game, I feel, king b2. Sara would play this in a second. Yep, on the board, and the pawns are queening. And ye pawn marega, so then it is over, yeah? I think Vaishali will have to resign now. There is not much to do, unfortunately. If she had one more, oh, she tries something. So rook g6, she wants to give a check and hope for a repetition, but then maybe just c2, yeah? I can even play c2 right now if I want to. Actually, even that wins, but I would just take this, to be honest. I could also repeat, check, and then bring the rook back, gain some time on the clock, but Vaishali is the one struggling, so she will not do it. Oof, come on, come on, come on. Some last trick there. Difficult to imagine, actually. Rook g6, queen e2 check. Just c2, queen e5 check, king b1. Yeah, and this is over, yeah? Next c2. You might play this to pin the pawn, but then rook g4. Threatening queens and threatening mate. And there is no defense. So yeah, c2 play. Oh, she plays c2 directly. She's not even interested in capturing the pawn, yeah? Just c2, and if queen e5 check, king b1, and it's over. Or queen f6 check, okay. King b1 now. And then what? Queen f5 maybe? Magnus agar kya chal raha? By Magnus or chat, I think now we look at the standings again, but I think Magnus and Gukesh are the only ones who can win the tournament tomorrow. And that's like an epic finish, right? Ki Magnus and Gukesh ke chance de jeetne ke. That's so cool. Okay, queen f5. Oh, she grabs the pawn. Of course, she can take the 2 rooks for the queen, but black just queens, and I think Vaishali will resign now. Maybe she tries queen e4 or queen d3 once. Yeah, queen b5 she tries. But now rook g4 is winning, yeah? So you defend the pawn and you threaten mate in one. So rook g4 is the winning move here, I think. There is no defense to rook g4. It's over, I think. Yeah, it's over. It's over. Vaishali will have to resign. Hard luck to Vaishali. There it is. And a great game by Sara. I think she was worse at one point, but Vaishali just couldn't kind of convert. And I think not a good result for the women's section, and the standings will suffer. But there's still one more round to go, and it's gonna be an epic finish. So Nidhi, can we have the standings of both sections now? Let's start with the women's section. Okay, women's section also works. There you see it. Magnus Carlsen on top, chat, 15 points. Gukesh half a point behind. And this means only two players. Of course, Hikaru could win if Magnus and Gukesh both lose, but it'll be impossible to imagine कि दोनों हार गए भाई Magnus or Gukesh. Gukesh has, that's impossible, I think. But anyways, for 99%, only Magnus or Gukesh can finish first, with Hikaru having the outside 1-2% chance. And that means कि it's going to be a battle of the world champion and the GOAT. So ये perfect finish है भाई tournament का. What a win by Gukesh today. And you can see वो 3-3-3 बहुत लिखा है Gukeshi games में. And that's because he's won a lot of classical games. That's important. And that's why Arjun is lagging behind, because वो classical games कम जीता है Gukesh से. Chat, tomorrow it's gonna be Magnus Carlsen versus Arjun and Gukesh versus Caruana. So that's the match. If Gukesh defeats Caruana and if Arjun even holds Magnus to a draw, Gukesh finishes first. And ideal would be Gukesh wins, Arjun wins, and then we finish like first Gukesh, second Magnus, third Arjun. That would be the ideal setup. So it's turning out to be an epic finish tournament. Chat मजा आएगा. वुमेन्स सेक्शन दिखा तो मेरी एक बार कि वहां पे क्या हो, because Humpy was leading the event but she lost and she's still in first place. Wow, that's such great news, actually. That's amazing news. So somehow the pairings worked out in a way, but although Wen Junju and Anna Muzichuk are still playing, one of them will go ahead, and Anna Muzichuk is winning, actually. So she will go to 15 and a half, or we should look at that game, actually. So she will go to 15 and a half, and Humpy will be in second place. So कल जीतना बहुत बहुत जरूरी हो जाएगा Humpy के लिए. Let's go to that game briefly. Just want to check it once, नी भाई, कि क्या चल रहा है, because both players literally have seconds on the clock. Let's finish that game, and let's end the stream. Let's go, Nidhi bhai. Yeah, there you see it. I think not important from an Indian player's angle, but it is important for the standings, because Humpy can still win, and whosoever wins will be in first place. Venjunju losing yet again. She lost to Vaishali yesterday, now losing to Anna Muzichuk. So she's having like not an ideal finish to the tournament. Gukesh only one white tomorrow playing with black. I know, but he's playing Fabi, and Fabi lost 2 games in a row. So I don't know. He blundered against Arjun in the classical. He blundered against Carlsen in the classical. So दोनों blunders से classical में आए हैं. And that's an interesting sign, right? So Gukesh can push tomorrow. Okay, so now B4 incoming. Let's see. Can he do something here? She do something here? I don't know, but I think black is just winning, yeah? It's just completely winning. 2 pass पर निकल रहे हैं. You can't stop both, I think. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. कल की वुमेन सेक्शन की पेयरिंग, बाय द वे, इट्स हम्पी अगेंस्ट वेंजुंजू. इट इज अना मुजिचुक अगेंस्ट वैशाली. वाओ, सो दैट्स गोना बी डिफिकल्ट. दोनों इंडियंस के ब्लैक है. नो, हम्पी हैज व्हाइट but Vaishali has black. So Anna Muzichuk, if she wins, then Humpy cannot really win, yeah? So I think both sections, Indians have to coordinate. It's like if all 4 Indians win, then both sections we might be first. That's the ideal. सारे Indian कल जीतने चाहिए भाई. Simple है. Guys, Carlsen will defend title. I'm not sure, Mohan bhai. I'm not sure yet. आधा point पीछे है Gukesh. He could win. Come on. Okay, 14 seconds, 13 seconds. White has to play this quickly. I don't really see something she can play. I mean, B3, B2, B1 aa raha hai. Yeah, check. I will even go king C1. Don't care about the A pawn. This pawn will queen. You can take the A5 pawn, of course, but I will just play B2. And it will be queen knight versus rook. And queen versus rook he lost hota hai. Although it's tricky. Queen against rook is tricky, but there's an extra knight. So this will make it easy. Gukesh is world number 4. How is that possible? It's not possible. Why? Gukesh will be world number 3 right now. And there it is. Anna Muzichuk wins, and she will be number 1 in the women's standings. So Ab Humpy will be in second place, and she will have to win tomorrow against Wen Junju, and that will not be an easy challenge. And Vaishali will have to hold, Anna Muzichuk as well. Hoof! Chat, what a day. आज साज भाई नहीं थे तो वीडी भाई हम लेके आए. बैक एंड कल मैं राकेश भाई को लेके आऊंगा एंड कल राकेश भाई और मैं इस टूर्नामेंट का अंत करेंगे एंड साज भाई ऑफ कोर्स विल बी बैक फॉर द नेक्स्ट इवेंट जो आई थिंक बुलेट चेस चैंपियनशिप होगा जहां तक मुझे आइडिया है. So chat, crazy day today. I think Gukesh won as usual, the world champion, proving why he's the world champion. And we are going to see you tomorrow for the final day of Norway chess. And this is going to be an epic finale. What Gukesh loses in Armageddon and Magnus loses in Armageddon. I think then Magnus is, of course, then it will be a tie. And I'm not sure what the tiebreaker is. Is it like one-on-one matches or is it like just standings? So तब tie होगा भाई. एंड टाई ब्रेकर हमें देखना पड़ेगा क्या है वो कल देखेंगे भाई. सो बड़ा मजा आएगा. तो इंसान क्या दिखा रहा है केस इज नॉट फर्स्ट. आई थिंक इट्स नॉट अपडेटेड येट बिकॉज चैट फैबी लॉस्ट एंड गुकेश वन. तो दैट शुड चेंज द स्टैंडिंग्स. आई थिंक वो अभी चेंज नहीं हुआ है. चेक करना आधे घंटे बाद. इट वुड हैव बीन अपडेटेड. अभी तो क्रैश हुई पड़ी है 2700 चेस. इट्स नॉट इवन वर्किंग. So we'll see you tomorrow, chat. Thank you for joining in. बहुत मजा आएगा कल राकेश भाई आएंगे. I'll be there and of course we'll watch the Indian players hopefully win first place in both sections. Bye bye. Take care. Good night.
That was an impressive game today, Gukesh, and it's really turned out. It seems like you like this time format now.
The first few games were tough to adjust to the time scrambles, but then I guess I got comfortable with it. So yeah, today I'm happy with the game. Yeah.
It seems like tomorrow we'll get a final between the number one ranked player and the world champion. That's how it's supposed to be in these tournaments, right?
It's a nice fitting end, I guess. And yeah, tomorrow will be quite an exciting round. Just hope for the best.
Do you think you will need 3 points to be able to surpass Magnus?
I don't know. And also that's not what I'm thinking about. I'm just thinking to play a good game tomorrow. And once I do that, whatever the result is, I'll take it.
Congratulations on another wonderful performance.
Yeah, thank you.